For all Earthlings, it was a very mysterious day. They saw some flashes in the sky, but they didn't understand what was happening. But somewhere there, in the heights, beyond our limits, thinking, and our consciousness, somewhere on another planet, somewhere in the skies, this interesting story happened. A girl named Red Phoenix. She was the best student of her beloved old teacher Sensei. But this is what happened. What evil spirits and traitors. They set her up, betrayed, and the Red Phoenix decided, expel him from his planet. She flew through different circles of hell. They pierced her through. They burned through. It was terrible. Fire circles, pain, and despair. They broke and inflicted wounds. But the Red Phoenix endured, because her teacher Sensei told her so. And suddenly a black-red hole wanted to capture her. But the Red Phoenix flew so fast that it was unstoppable. On the way, there were stone, crystal, and most importantly, ice and giant stalactites. She clung to them, tried to slow down, but it wasn't easy. And then she fell. Flashes of lightning and fire around her. Ice, fire, and stardust were just around the Red Phoenix. She was in a lot of pain, but she endured as best she could. She was in pain. She was injured. Her strength was leaving her, but courage remained with her. There was fear, but she tried to fight it. Upon landing, Red Phoenix realized that the pain was simply unbearable. It pierces right through her, but the Red Phoenix held on like a hero. And then something very scary appeared in front of her. It was a ghost, gray in color, similar to an old skeleton, but with scary eyes and teeth. Lights blinked and burned around him. This was really scary. And the ghost asked in a terrible voice, "What do you need?" Red Phoenix thought of running, but she didn't know where. She is very brave. But it was still a little scary. She saw something flying towards her. It was a small, kind hope for the Red Phoenix. Red Phoenix didn't understand whether this was good or bad. Is it evil or good flying towards her? She stood and looked very carefully. It was a little scary, because here she is, absolutely alone. So scary that she remembered her home, where she had a mighty power, influence, and there was no fear. Is something swirling around? And there was only one question. What's your mission here? What is your mission? What does your mission answer? And suddenly, after the cycle, dust tornado, fire and smoke, stardust appeared. One-horned dragon, he told Red Phoenix, so that she can be the bravest, because she has a very important and serious mission on this planet. I will give you back your courage, strength, and confidence. You will see. And the Red Phoenix saw how suddenly flowers began to bloom around her. It smelled like spring. Everything around me became beautiful and fresh. And suddenly, Red Phoenix will feel very strong powers within himself. She suddenly felt that she could do good here too. Fight against evil, Red Phoenix thought. But I definitely can. I'm here for a reason. I have a mission. But which one? Yeah. What if I was betrayed in my homeland, and the evil spirits were sent to this planet? So, is there really someone behind this? And I'm here for a reason. I definitely have some kind of mission. We just need to figure it out. And suddenly, the Red Phoenix's heart began to beat very fast. My vision became blurred. There was a trembling. Everything around began to shake. And again, it became scary. And she began to hear some voices. And suddenly, her teacher Sensei appeared in front of her. Red Phoenix, he told her, you have a very important mission on this planet. Did I come to warn you? Is there one on this planet? Evil leader, Lord, named Grandis. He doesn't love goodness. He doesn't love love. And he doesn't like bright colors. He does it with all his might. Wants to go to your planet? Where you are, the Red Phoenix was the main one. where love, truth, and justice reigned. And believe me, will he ruin it all? Why are you saying this, decrepit old man? I can turn you into dust or simply destroy you in no time, although I can remove myself to some very distant planet. Where will you be completely alone? And then the teacher shouted, Red Phoenix, look up. Do you see? Is this your guardian angel? He will always help you in everything. And know this, if you see him, if he is nearby, so I'm next to you. And remember, Grandis, only by sight of such a good, handsome, young, and kind guy. And in fact, he's a traitor. Thank you, teacher. Hello? I see you are here alone. You look brave. You don't have to be afraid of me. I'm in charge here. I won't hurt you, believe me. I can see right away that you are lost. I can help you? Grandis invited the Red Phoenix to drink tea. It's just hot tea. Will it calm you down and relax you? Tea is simply a sign of kindness, respect, and hospitality. And, while the tea was brewing, the evil spirits of Lord Grandis, they began to cast magic, so that the tea turns into a real magic potion. What a fragrant tea, thought the Red Phoenix. She just inhaled his scent, and I was immediately besotted by it. The aroma of tea. Her pupils dilated. She did not understand what was happening around her. Lord Grandis was very cunning. He chuckled. His eyes became very cunning. He understood what was about to happen to the Red Phoenix. Red Phoenix did not understand what was happening to her. It was scary. The eyes turned red. Demons and dragons circled around her. Red Phoenix was very scared. Her reality was lost. She didn't understand what was happening around her, and evil demons were flying around and pouring tea on her. Everything is going according to my plan, Grandis thought. All he had to do was make this silly girl fall in love with him. And then she will definitely tell all the secrets to her planet and about her mission. And suddenly, the Red Phoenix looked at the Lord Grandis with completely different eyes. Through the eyes of a girl in love. It seemed to her that in front of her was a very kind and sincere person. Lord Grandis was satisfied. His plan was slowly being implemented. Grandis radiated light, kindness, and warmth. And it seemed to the Red Phoenix that this was all for real. God, I guess my mission on this planet is to meet this wonderful Lord Grandis. This is probably the best thing that could have happened to me. And suddenly her teacher Sensei appeared in front of the Red Phoenix. He told her not to believe a word he said, because he is very cunning, deceiver, and most importantly, she doesn't drink this tea anymore. But the Red Phoenix has already begun to drink this enchanted tea. Was it too late to do anything? She drank several sips. She closed her eyes, and I felt a shiver throughout my body. She also drank a few sips of tea. And oh my God, the fear is gone. A wild desire to live appeared. Fight. And most importantly, strength appeared. Vladika Grandis was afraid. And suddenly the Red Phoenix became powerful, strong, and fearless again, the same as she was at home. We urgently need to call for help, thought Bishop Grandis. And immediately, servants appeared near his palace. These were the evil soldiers of the Lord who had superpowers and magic. They immediately began to think about what could be so bad to do. They appeared, and each of them immediately began to propose their own insidious plans. You can send the most evil pirates in the galaxy to her, which will certainly bring her to her senses. They will take away her confidence, and she will again become a simple, frightened girl. And he will immediately tell the secret of his mission on our planet. No, he said, sir. I'd rather use my magic. You just need to think about which one it is. So, what can you come up with? I will make everything burn and burn around me. There will be fire and flames all around. I'll spend all my energy. I'll do a combo. I will radiate energy, strength, and magic together. I will give my all for victory. Lord Grandis whispered his spell, and he appeared in all the glory of a male body. For the sake of making the Red Phoenix fall in love with you, this was his plan. The ruler's gods and patrons crossed their fingers for him. It was an insidious but very beautiful plan. Vladika Grandis went out into the street. To find the Red Phoenix, it seemed that nothing could stop him. Then, in one of the rooms of his palace, Lord Grandis met the Red Phoenix. The Lord radiated self-love with all his fluids, and the Red Phoenix almost believed him. Suddenly, a strange crashing sound was heard behind the ruler. His magic was becoming less powerful, because there was a magic egg on the table behind him, from which a golden magical chick hatched. Is it really a failure again? Thought Bishop Grandis. A golden chick peeked out of its shell, gaining strength, gaining energy, and the energy of power and magic of the ruler was fading away. Red Phoenix remembered what her sensei teacher said. What will look after her and help her in every possible way? This means that the egg and the golden chick are a sign. This is help from her teacher. The Red Phoenix began to increase in strength and confidence. Fire and fury and the whole truth about the ruler became known, float before the eyes of the Red Phoenix. Red Phoenix stood and looked into the eyes of Lord Grandis and realized that he was not who he said he was. Vladika Grandis was very upset. It seemed to him that his plan was already practically realized. But again, something intervened. The Lord thought and decided to steal the golden chick. "What? Not this?" shouted the Red Phoenix. But the golden chick and the egg were practically already in the hands of Lord Grandis. Lord Grandis thought that now there was definitely no one to help the Red Phoenix. His magic and strength began to return to him. "Now, everything is definitely in my hands," said Bishop Grandis. "And no one else will help the Red Phoenix. Now the ruler can find out her mission, go to her house, and become the main ruler." But suddenly, something strange began to happen to the golden chick. There was a lot of warmth coming from him. Flashes of rays of fire appeared around the chick, and a light silhouette rose up, slightly reminiscent of a red phoenix. Everyone froze, and in the air the silhouette became larger and larger, and it was already clearly visible that this was a red phoenix. Everything suddenly became quiet. It was as if nothing had happened. Vladika Grandis saw his hand, the shell of a golden chick, who was humming some strange song. Suddenly, the Red Phoenix began to understand the song of the golden chick. "This is a sign again. This is the help of my teacher sensei again," the Red Phoenix screamed. Red Phoenix heard clearly that in the song the golden chick sings that the ruler wants to deceive her, fly to her home, conquer her planet, and rule there. Lord Grandis began to realize that he had been tricked again. Otherworldly forces intervened again and helped the Red Phoenix. His mind became clouded. He didn't understand what was happening around him. He saw double, and the Red Phoenix stood and looked at the ruler. She was glad about it. The main thing was that she understood that she was not alone here. Lord Grandis's face changed. He looked like a kind, honest young man who truly loves the Red Phoenix. For a second, the Red Phoenix thought that this was all for real. She almost believed it, but the golden chick awakened her mind. The Red Phoenix waved her wing, cast a spell to punish the ruler. Vladika began to shake. Gold and silver dust fell from it. His head turned into a pumpkin, like on Halloween. Did it all end after some time? Lord. He closed his eyes and thought. He realized that the Red Phoenix's mission is to make the world a kinder place. Did it really work and help? Thought the Red Phoenix. Having expelled the devil from the Lord, the Red Phoenix realized that the Lord had now become good. The Red Phoenix was holding in her hands a shell in which sat a golden chick. She thanked him for his help. "And thanks for your help, teacher sensei," the golden chick said. "This time I helped, but my help may not be enough anymore. Do you need to do something?" Lord Grandis looked with loving eyes at the Red Phoenix, and he invited her to join forces against evil. "Agree," said the golden chick to the Red Phoenix. Red Phoenix thought about it and agreed to join forces. And suddenly, in the courtyard of the castle of Lord Grandis, nature began to come to life. Green leaves and flowers appeared on the trees. Nature itself rejoiced for our heroes. The Red Phoenix thought about it and asked the ruler, "Will they be able to defeat all the enemies that stand in their way? Together we can overcome everyone. Just trust me," said Lord Grandis. Suddenly, there was thunder. The whole sky was on fire, and the flashes blinded everything around. A dragon appeared from the kingdom of the dead. Red Phoenix did her best to prevent them from burning in this flame. She turned into a beautiful bird. She flapped her wings to put out the fire. Her feathers flew straight into the dragon's flames, and the fire died down a little. The dragon disappeared. The flame went out, and Bishop Grandis heard. how the dragon from the kingdom of the dead said that the wars of death would soon come to him. Lord Grandis knew that these were terrible warriors. They don't need peace on the planet. They want everything to be gray and ugly. And there was just chaos all around. The sun began to dim and set below the horizon. There was a strong wind and dust, and it became clear that someone was flying. And it's getting closer. The prince of the kingdom of the dead appeared before them. Everything around became gray and ugly. There will never be peace and goodness here, joy and laughter. And I am telling you this, Prince of the kingdom of the dead. The prince ordered his services, make the phoenix red, gray, and invisible to anyone, so that no one could see her at all. Suddenly, everything around became dark, like at night. Horrible screams, moans, and sounds of the dead were heard. Then the flames of fire spread throughout the sky. There was terror in the red phoenix's eyes, but she couldn't do anything. The prince of the kingdom of the dead was very pleased with himself. Everything worked out as he planned. He felt like the strongest on this planet. At this moment, Lord Grandis decided to take the entire blow upon himself. He flew into the sky, and all the flames, all the bad energy, and all the spells pierced him. Lord Grandis remembered that he too was once bad. He came up with a plan to outwit the prince. And the red phoenix, invisible to anyone, watched all this. She was upset and horrified by what was happening. The prince from the kingdom of the dead consulted with his servant, and he decided to make the ruler's life unbearable. Lord, so that he goes back to the side of evil. After all, he is mortal, which means he is vulnerable. The prince from the kingdom of the dead looked into the eyes of Lord Grandis and spoke his spells. Not everything worked out for the prince in the kingdom of the dead. He was very angry with himself. He shouted at the servant and asked why he couldn't do it. Lord Grandis pretended that the evil spells of the prince from the kingdom of the dead began to work, that he began to turn from good to bad. But that was not the case. The Lord thought about his beloved red phoenix, which he did not see, but felt that it was somewhere nearby. The prince from the kingdom of the dead just went crazy. Out of rage and powerlessness, he hit his servant. The prince from the kingdom of the dead laughed very loudly. He wanted to show that it wasn't all over yet, and Bishop Grandis laughed back at him. He knew for sure that love is the best weapon, and the prince has no chance against it with his spells. The prince from the kingdom of the dead did not understand why his spells did not work. Why can't he defeat the Lord? After all, the ruler is an ordinary mortal. Yes, I'm mortal. I was just like you. But he chose a different path, the path of peace and goodness, and I will direct you on this path. What? Not this. I have all the power, money, immortality. I don't want to lose all of this. I want to rule the world, rule the planets. The ruler told the prince that he should come over to their side, to the side of goodness and peace, to be useful and fight against evil together. Prince from the kingdom of the dead. I signed the peace agreement and read it out loud. He vowed to stand on the side of goodness and peace. Dark power flew out of the prince. I started to leave, and the prince felt some changes in himself. The Lord sighed, closed his eyes, and remembered that he still needed to save his beloved red phoenix. He offered a large reward to all the people if anyone would help him. He told everyone about his changes, how he was bad and how he became good, and she changed it a lot. Red Phoenix, whom he fell in love with, Teacher Sensei, and even the prince, the kingdom of the dead. The ruler's request spread throughout the planet. Everyone has heard about her. The prince from the kingdom of the dead and his servant began to think, began to remember how to do it in order to return the red phoenix. Vladika was worried and sad because everything around him was completely gray for him. A prince from the kingdom of the dead and his servant came to Lord Grandis. The prince remembered one very ancient ritual. Lord Grandis was very worried because the ritual might not work. The servant prompted the prince. For the ritual to work, you also need a magic sword with a golden hilt. Hooray! The prince shouted. Now we have everything to bring back the red phoenix. The magic sword with a golden handle had super magic, but only on the side of good. It was necessary to fly high into the sky. Above the clouds, throw the sword so that its blade sparkles with rays. The prince from the kingdom of the dead understood that this would not be easy, but he really wanted to do a good deed and return the red phoenix. At this moment, Bishop Grandis really wanted everything to work out, so that his red phoenix can be seen again, and he could admire her Yes, he did it. He flew high above the clouds into the sky along with the magic sword. Now all that remained was to quickly go back and carry out this ancient ritual. The prince from the kingdom of the dead knelt down. He unwrapped a large package with spells, and he began to pronounce them. Lord Grandis stood aside and watched all this. He really wanted everything to work out. A spell and a magic sword with a golden hilt should have done the trick. Suddenly, rays of light and sun began to shine throughout the sky. It became very light and warm around. The sky began to be covered with different bright colors. A dark hole appeared. Then a large flame of fire appeared from the dark hole and covered the entire sky. And then she appeared in the sky. A beauty. Red Phoenix. First, she flew up to the prince from the kingdom of the dead to thank him for this kind, good deed. Then she flew up to Lord Grandis. I looked into his eyes, and she said, "Thank you for making her visible again." The Red Phoenix looked at the ruler and was happy. Finally, it was all over, and nothing will interfere with their happiness. Suddenly, it broke up with a loud grinding and crashing sound. Nobody understood what was happening. The Snow Queen and her retinue appeared in front of them. It brought permafrost to the planet. "What's going on here?" asked the Snow Queen. "Why is it warm? The sun is shining, and the birds are singing. Where does so much goodness come from on the planet?" The Snow Queen decided to give valuable instructions on how to deal with all this goodness. She ordered her retinue to begin freezing everything immediately. The Red Phoenix learned about the Snow Queen. After all, it was her sister. Once upon a time, the Snow Queen became very angry and went over to the side of evil and darkness, cold and frost. Red Phoenix asked the Snow Queen, "Why are you here?" "Nobody called you. You have made your choice. I'm here to take revenge on you. You got everything, but I got nothing. You made your own choice. You became angry and stopped loving anyone." To intimidate, the Snow Queen turned into an evil blue samurai. Then she returned to her previous appearance and began to freeze the Red Phoenix with her gaze. Everything around the Red Phoenix was covered in ice. It became very cold. It's simply unbearable. Red Phoenix gathered all her strength into a fist, with all your might, to fight back. To intimidate, the Red Phoenix turned into a terrible devil. It became very hot and the ice was covered in fire. Two sisters, the Red Phoenix and the Snow Queen, flew into the sky. Fire and ice scattered throughout the sky. The Snow Queen did not want to give up. Although the fire was everywhere and her strength was simply melting away, Red Phoenix controlled the wallpaper. She needed to prove to her sister, the Snow Queen, that she was wrong. The Snow Queen turned into a bird. She wanted to fly away, but her strength was leaving her. The Red Phoenix added more fire to melt the last ice and anger of her sister, the Snow Queen. Everything around was on fire. Everything was burning and glowing. There wasn't a single piece of ice that didn't melt. The Snow Queen began to turn into that same kind sister. But then anger and resentment took their toll. The Snow Queen fought with all her might. She turned to the Snow Queen and invited her to take the side of good. Sisters should not be at odds with each other. The Red Phoenix told about the Snow Queen, how she once brought Lord Grandis to the side of good. The Lord was proud. Why is he not evil now? Now he is good. Now he is on the side of good. Meanwhile, the evil was leaving. The Snow Queen was becoming kinder every second. The sky became beautiful and colorful again. Everything was shining. Nature has come to life again. The Snow Queen has turned into a real good fairy. She went over to the side of good. "Welcome to the family," shouted the Red Phoenix to her sister, the Snow Queen. "I'm very glad that we became friends again. Now everything will be as before. We are two sisters. We are like one. We are together. We are like yin-yang. Now I will help you in everything," said the Snow Queen. "Now I have a new image. I will help you do good." Suddenly the Snow Queen saw how the people on Earth rebelled. It was unsettling and a little scary. "People, what happened?" shouted the Snow Queen. "Can I help you? Is something wrong happening to our children? They have very strange behavior. We have to figure this out," said the Red Phoenix. "Okay, sister, of course," the Snow Queen answered. "This will be my first good task." "Why are we standing here?" shouted the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead. "We need to act urgently." The Snow Queen and the Red Phoenix developed a plan. "Most likely the baby food is poisoned." "Of course it's poisoned," said the Red Phoenix. "Children are our future. They need to be saved urgently." At that moment, one resident of the city told the bishop that all the food for the children was poisoned. The children felt very bad and were practically torn apart. The bishop was very upset. He collected his thoughts and gathered all his strength. "And I remembered that there is a living tree that can definitely help in this trouble." The path was not close, so it was necessary to urgently fly on a rocket. The bishop was excited to meet a living tree. After all, he had never flown that far before. The Lord collected all the material evidence to provide it to the living tree. Having arrived at the place, Lord Grandis immediately went to the living tree. "I will help you," the living tree told the Lord. "But you must help me too. I will make all food on your land tasty and safe again." The Lord had to fulfill a good mission. Save one good dog in the evil hands of sorcerers. Lord Grandis wandered through the forest for a very long time in search of the place where the evil wizards hid the good dog. Lord Grandis wandered for several days through this magical forest. He got tired and sat down to rest a little. Suddenly, Lord Grandis heard some rustling, some sound in the bushes and thickets of this forest. Vladika Grandis was very happy that he had found that very place. He will help the magic tree, and the tree will make food safe and tasty for children again. The Lord jumped out of the bushes to scare the evil spirits. Vladika saw a small, frightened dog. The good dog was very scared and lonely in the forest. Evil, dark clouds were gathering over the forest. It was becoming alarming. The kind dog closed his eyes so that it would not be so scary, but he still remembered how evil spirits kidnapped him. While the ruler drove away evil spirits, the good dog managed to get some sleep. The dog had a dream about how a dragon in the guise of a beautiful girl came into his room. Suddenly, the sky turned crimson red. The clouds have cleared, and something terrible appeared. "This is not a dream," the good dog shouted. He saw before him what he was so afraid of. An evil dragon flew after him, who just wanted to devour this kind dog. The good dog turned into ball lightning and hit the dragon with all his might. Meanwhile, the Lord Grandis continued to drive away evil spirits from the good dog. The dragon disappeared. The Lord saw that the good dog was lying absolutely exhausted and unconscious on the ground. The soul practically left the good dog. Vladika was thinking about what to do. Bishop Grandis took the good dog in his arms to warm him. In the arms of the ruler. Good dog. He began to breathe. He felt warm, cozy, and not scary at all. "I managed to think Vladika Grandis. I saved this good dog." The bishop was very pleased. A good dog, he saw his master in him, your savior. The dog began to play. He became very cheerful. He was no longer afraid as before. "I am ready to serve you faithfully, O my savior. Take me with you, Lord. Please. I don't want to be alone anymore. I want to have a real owner. I will serve you faithfully. I will always be there. Honestly, I will protect you in difficult times. From all the enemies that we meet on the way. From an overabundance of emotions." The good dog began to cry. He burst into tears like a baby. The Lord understood that the good dog was still too weak. What does he need to treat? Feed and warm. The bishop suggested eating first. I'm not hungry," the good dog said indignantly. "I am ready to fight for you, my lord." "First, I will feed you," said the bishop, "and then we'll decide what to do with you." The good dog began to eat the food that the ruler offered him. The food was supposed to bring him strength. As soon as the good dog ate a little, he immediately became cheerful and kind. His eyes sparkled with joy. He was ready to move mountains. Good dog, he realized that the more he eats, the stronger he will become. And he began to finish the food in the bowl. The good dog ate a belly full of food. Satisfied, he went to kiss the bishop. "What a funny, kind and nice dog," thought the bishop. "Shall I take it with me? I will still need it." The bishop suggested that the good dog eat a little more so that his strength would increase every second. The Lord sat down. I took the good dog in my arms. He began to stroke him, as if they had known each other for 100 years. The kind dog began to tell the bishop the story of how he had once been kidnapped from his home. One evil old man. He collected all the animals of the world and collected them at home for sale. One day a good dog was walking as if nothing had happened and did not even suspect that he was being hunted. It was stolen by a boy who worked for this evil old man, and the dog had to become part of the collection. The dog was put in a small cage, where it was very crowded. There was no food or water, so the good dog spent many days and nights in captivity. He was waiting for an opportunity to escape. One day, the evil old man's servant forgot to lock the cage. "This is a chance," the dog thought, and he escaped. "And then you found me, sir." Meanwhile, back home, evil forces attacked the city. They began to capture people and burn houses. Whole families began to disappear. No one knew where they were disappearing to. Everything was like hell. This is what the Prince of Fire did. He loved to have complete chaos reign around him. Everything in the city exploded. Everything sparked and blazed. Everything around was burning, and it seemed there was no end to it. A strong wind carried the fire from the roofs of houses to other houses, and everything again blazed and burned. The King of Fire gathered all the inhabitants of the city to announce to them that he is now the ruler here. Now he rules this city and the world. The whole city, All residents of the city must obey only me, the Prince of Fire." The prince shouted loudly. The city residents were completely horrified. They didn't know who to ask for help. We hoped for a miracle. Suddenly, a prince from the kingdom of the dead appeared in front of everyone. "I will save this city," the prince shouted. "But there are a lot of them, my lord," the servant said to the prince. "You may lose, and then it's over. Don't worry, I'm fine. I promise to be good. I will save people. I will save this city. I have magical armor that has super strength. They will definitely help me in this fight. Try to defeat me, because I am the daughter of the King of Fire. You just don't stand a chance. I know 1,000 tricks, and I'm strong, I'm brave, I can't just be defeated. Well, let's fight. Come on, my daughter, show them who's boss here, sparing no one. Our dynasty will rule here." I'll have to fight the girl," said the prince from the kingdom of the dead. "What if she really is so good and so strong? What if I can't handle it alone?" I managed to return to Earth," the Lord said. "I see I'm on time. Together, we are force. In front of us is just some girl. Do you really think that we are invincible? We've been through so much. We rule here because we are good. Master, it seems to me that you forgot that this girl also has an evil father, which won't just go away." "Don't shout, Prince. Let me concentrate. Let me think. We promised the Red Phoenix to protect this city. All the power is in our hands. The main thing is that these hands radiate goodness. They defended. They attacked." The Lord began to wave his arms, causing electric lightning. It was clear that he was in excellent shape. The prince also became very angry and was ready to fight. He was just waiting for his moment. There was a tense moment. Nobody wanted to lose. Full concentration. The Lord chose a much larger battle hall so that there was enough space for all his maneuvers. He was confident. "What can you do, boy?" the king shouted to the Lord. "I will grind you into powder." The king lifted himself off the floor and flew up to deliver his crushing blow to the ruler. The Lord was ready. He was waiting for this. The king was very frightened. After all, both magic and armor were against him, and super strength. Before him were two of the best fighters. The bishop suggested not to fight, disperse peacefully, and sit down at the negotiating table, because good must overcome evil. The bishop invited the Tsar to sign a non-aggression act. He proposed to conclude a friendly alliance. Although there was no battle, the bishop, very tired, went out into the street to meet the people. He decided to tell everyone how it happened. The prince of the kingdom of the dead also began to gather townspeople on the street to announce good news to the people. "From this day forward, the King of Fire will never attack our lands again. We signed a peace treaty. Now nothing threatens us." All the people were very happy. Everyone was happy. Everyone shouted, "Hooray, we won." The Lord exhaled. Everything went well. But everything could have been completely different. There could have been not only pain, but a whole war. People didn't believe their luck. They did not believe the king. Not a word from him. They were exhausted and without strength, and they simply could no longer rejoice. "If I don't keep my word, then you can execute me or do whatever you want to me," said the King of Fire. "Tsar, you don't have to worry. It will be so, believe me. We will not tolerate evil on our land. And if you betray us and give in to our people, then we will grind you into powder. I tell you this, I am the prince of the kingdom." His eyes burned with anger and rage. He was ready to do anything for his people. After all, he is responsible for them. He's on the side of good. It was painful for the prince to see what was happening to the people, on what is happening to the cities and villages on his land. And then, the prince of the kingdom of the dead ordered the King of Fire to sign a truce agreement. The prince did not trust the king. The Lord Grandis was in complete agreement with the prince, because the King of Fire was very cunning. The prince was upset, but very serious. The prince guessed that this was not for real, that a king can deceive. Suddenly, the King of Fire grabbed his staff and began to wave it and cause fire around him. He didn't keep his word. He wanted power. Everything around was burning and burning from the fire. It seemed that everything would burn, and that it would begin to melt. People were screaming in horror. People were screaming, "What was happening? What was happening? No, not this. We'll all burn." The Fire King gathered all his strength into his fist. There was fire everywhere. It seemed that he was unstoppable. The Fire King waved his staff around him, causing more and more fire. He shouted loudly some kind of spell. He summoned a magical fireball that was supposed to engulf the entire city. The entire city was supposed to burn to the ground. Compared to me, you are just boys, just children. Who are you and who am I? You are just weaklings who have played too hard. Suddenly, City residents saw a silhouette in the sky. Everything was on fire. Everything was in lightning, but the silhouette was definitely approaching the people. What? Again? The King of Fire got angry. The King of Fire had to have time to burn everything unnecessary on Earth and make the people his slaves. People were in panic. They gathered in the square. It was scary. They looked at the sky, which is simple. There was a lot of fire, but they believed in a miracle. The ruler appeared before the people. He looked at the people and said, "While we are here, you are in no danger. You have nothing to fear." The Lord directed all his powerful energy against the King of Fire. There was a big explosion. His daughter appeared near the king and asked her father not to do this. She asked to reconsider her views and take the side of good. "Father, you can't do this," the daughter shouted. "You can destroy everyone and yourself too. Think about me. We can serve this people." The King of Fire understood that he had almost succeeded, but looking into his daughter's eyes, he had to make the right choice. People panicked and saved their belongings, rescued animals. They saved the fish so that at least something alive would remain on this earth. Suddenly, the fire disappeared. It got a little cold. Everything around became gray and ugly. Time stopped. The King of Fire remembered the ancient chronicle, which said that only goodness will save the world. He opened this chronicle, and I read what is more on earth, good or evil, what's good and what's bad. Time stopped. People froze like statues. Everyone was waiting for what the King of Fire would say. There was a long pause. Animals began to die. Birds began to fall straight from the sky onto the street. "Hey, King, think quickly," the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead shouted loudly. "It's not too late to make the right choice." "Okay, I agree to go over to the side of good, but I will have one condition. I'm still a king." "What do you want, King? Speak quickly," Vladika Grandis asked. "There is absolutely no time to give your answer. I'm ready to help people, but I want power, to be the boss of something." The Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead told the king that he would be responsible for the fire and for the warmth in people's houses. "Oh yes, I can do this. It's in my blood. I am ready to share fire, warmth, and comfort with people. The main thing is to teach people how to use fire and heat correctly, and then he will pay back in kind. And then, the fire will only benefit people. So, we came to an excellent agreement. The Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead rejoiced. It was a great victory. Fire will now only bring benefits to people. Everything in the city has calmed down. Residents of the city began to live as before. They had fire. They had warmth in their houses. They were cozy. Life in the city was getting better. Everyone was happy and satisfied. Well, the good dog did not leave his bowl. He constantly ate it. He really liked it. Vladika loved to stroke the kind dog. Vladika loved it when the kind dog was caressed, and his hands and his legs. Vladika loved to sit and lie down with the dog. When the good dog was sick, Vladika was very upset and worried about him, because it was his favorite pet. Then the bishop went to the restaurant and picked up a lot of delicious food for his pet, for his beloved kind dog. Vladika collected a lot of different food, whole large plates, just to please his kind dog. And the good dog was lying at home and waiting for his beloved owner, his master, who was sure to bring something very tasty. One day a good dog waited for his master, his lord, with food for so long that his strength began to leave him. He almost fell asleep from hunger. Why did the good dog shout at the ruler for so long? "I'm hungry, I have almost no energy. And you know how much I love to eat delicious food. Forgive me, good dog, but this time I didn't bring you anything. There was no food you love." Good dog. He was very offended by the bishop. Then the bishop said, "Let's order delivery. The courier will bring everything you love." "Where is this delivery? Where did this courier get lost? Where's the food? The dog will be offended at me again. But when? So, where? Soon. Is the courier late, or will he not arrive at all? Am I going to stay hungry? Oh, how I want to eat, how hungry I am. I would eat a bull or even an elephant. Good dog, he was really hungry. Maybe I'll run out and get some food myself. Or will I run to meet our courier? Need to do something. Otherwise we will all remain hungry. Aww. I can't stand it anymore. I feel bad. I want to eat. Are you kidding me? You promised to always feed me." Suddenly a food delivery courier appeared and brought a lot of delicious food to the good dog. "Well, that's a completely different matter," said the good dog. "Life is getting better. Hooray, I'll finally eat. Oh, how hungry I am. He is a kind dog, tasty, and eats a lot. He felt good. He relaxed. He hugged his ponytail with his paws and fell asleep. He dreamed that he was incredibly happy. There is a lot of delicious food around him, which you can eat every day, every hour, and every minute. The good dog, you were not very happy. Partly he sang his funny dog songs, and he was having so much fun that he was the happiest dog in the world. For the good dog, this was the most important thing. This is certainly delicious food. And also his new owners, whom he loved very much. And at this time, two sisters, the Red Phoenix and the Snow Queen, were supposed to meet in the house. Red Phoenix wanted to invite her sister, the Snow Queen, to take a walk. For example, go to the forest, collect flowers, look at the animals. Everything is like in childhood. Red Phoenix has already come up with a route and some entertainment. Where will they go with their sister, and what will they do together? This is a good idea, said the Snow Queen. It's been a long time since you and I walked through the forest. I've missed these times, sister. All the sisters ran through the forest, frolicked and played, laughed, sang songs. They had a lot of fun together. The girls ran after each other. We played different games. They missed this relationship. They chased each other through the forest. They laughed and laughed. They had a lot of fun together. Then they told each other horror stories. First, the Red Phoenix told her horror story, and then the Snow Queen told her horror story. The girls were getting a little scared. They are still girls and in the forest. Just the two of them. Then the girls held hands and began to dance and sing songs so that they would not be so scared. They haven't had this much fun for a long time since childhood. Suddenly they saw a black and red devil on the side. The devil looked at the girls with displeasure and quickly disappeared. It was as if he never existed. Did you see this too? The Snow Queen asked the Red Phoenix. Was it just me, or was the devil really standing in front of us? The Snow Queen suggested quickly going home, out of harm's way, so that nothing bad happens to them in the forest. Let's run faster, the Snow Queen quickly shouted to her sister, the Red Phoenix. We will definitely be safe at home. I know a shortcut, shouted the Snow Queen. Run after me. Sister Red Phoenix, keep up. Suddenly, the Snow Queen stopped because she saw something in front of her. She was both pleased and a little angry. The ruler stood in her way. He just looked at the girls. The Snow Queen didn't understand where he came from. The bishop laughed very loudly. It was funny for him to look at the scared girls. After all, they told themselves horror stories and scared themselves. Perhaps you thought you would meet the scary fat little dwarf? The Snow Queen was very frightened. Indeed, the horror stories in the forest were unnecessary. Something bad immediately began to seem around. The Lord invited the Snow Queen to drink tea. It was warm, delicious, soothing tea. The Snow Queen drank tea, but she was still terrified and scared. She was very scared. The Snow Queen drank tea, but she still saw some ghosts. The sisters were so frightened that it seemed to them that it was not the Lord, but some terrible monster who was offering them to drink soothing tea. The Snow Queen suggested going home. There was nothing else to do in the forest. They decided to run to the house in a race to see who was faster. The Snow Queen ran first, and here is my home. The sisters screamed loudly, "Hooray, we are safe! It's always good at home." All the sisters' imaginary fears were left behind. They stayed in the forest where they came up with them. At home, sitting at the table, the Snow Queen told the ruler what they saw in the forest. They thought they saw the devil, or something similar to this. What if this devil has bewitched us? He bewitched the two of us, or one of us. Friend, it all didn't seem to us. My God, how good it was, how fun it was. I forgot about all the troubles. It seems to me that again, someone is plotting something against us. The Snow Queen was very upset and tears flowed from her eyes. I have remembered. My grandmother used to say, if you are scared, then you need to look in the mirror. Say 1, 2, 3. The devil go away, and everything will pass. So I'll close my eyes. 1, 2, 3. The devil go away, go away, go away, go away. Oh, please. The Snow Queen opened her eyes and looked in the mirror, and she realized that she was not reflected in this mirror. She sees in the mirror what will soon happen on Earth. Oh God, what a nightmare, the Snow Queen screamed. It's just awful. I don't understand what this is and when it will happen. The Snow Queen had a vision. This knowledge meant only one thing. Something will happen, and they will have to save the world again. The Snow Queen realized that some kind of bird of happiness should come to their aid. This is their salvation. This is their help. But from whom? The Snow Queen thought about it. It was necessary to unravel her vision, but it was very difficult. Everything is confusing and incomprehensible. We have a whole list of ancient spells. Lord Grandis decided to calm the Snow Queen. They should definitely help us. Are you sure about this, sir? Asked the Snow Queen. Just a spell and that's it? Do you think this will help? There is also a magic sword with a golden hilt, which has already helped us once. And she is definitely a bird of happiness for a reason. So, we have a list of spells. We have a magic sword with a golden hilt, and the bird of happiness. These three components should help us. What else is this? Cried the Snow Queen. She looked at the ruler with big eyes and did not understand what he was holding in his hands. And here are the chicks. Strange, where are they from? It's probably the teacher again. Sensei gave us help. They will grow up and help us. The chick will grow into a large, huge snow-white falcon, the best hunter and helping humanity. And from the cub, the king of beasts, a lion, will grow up, who will protect our lands and our people. Suddenly, a strong wind began to blow. The wind began to turn into a real tornado. Nadeau grabbed the red phoenix and carried it with the wind. Demons began to circle around the tornado. They had scary eyes, a big mouth, and giant teeth. The Snow Queen was also picked up by the tornado and carried along with the red phoenix. The girls did not understand what was happening. Don't be afraid, the Lord shouted. I'll save you, no matter what it costs me. We are a family. I am a man, which means I am responsible for you. The devils captured the two sisters. They were shackled with large iron chains. It was almost impossible to get out. The chains squeezed the whole body. It's unbearably painful. Suddenly, the Snow Queen remembered something. She remembered the chronicle that the ruler showed her. Spells were written in these chronicles. This means she can close her eyes, cast a spell, and become invisible, like in a mirror. Hooray, it worked, the Snow Queen shouted enthusiastically. And those whose chains have been removed can now fight. But where is my sister? The Snow Queen looked back. Red Phoenix's sister was nowhere to be found. I had to fly and look for my sister. She took the chronicles with her with spells. The Snow Queen rose so high that she was higher than the clouds. She flew very fast. She looked in all directions. She was looking for her sister. The bishop was ready for such an outcome. After all, she will succeed, thought the bishop. And it's time for me to go home and feed my good dog, the Snow Queen. You forgot the magic sword with a golden hilt. It might be useful to you. Moored after the Snow Queen, prince of the kingdom of the dead. And at this time, the bishop was already choosing delicious food for his good dog, which was waiting for him at home. He definitely needs to be fed. The Snow Queen flew up to a large red building. Tongues of flame and fire did not allow her to go inside, but she still managed to do it. The Snow Queen saw a frightened red phoenix. Are you okay? The Snow Queen asked the red phoenix. No. Take care, sister. Behind. We're in danger. The red phoenix screamed. It's coming towards us. This is something very terrible. The Snow Queen hugged her sister. Red Phoenix, don't be afraid. I'm with you. I'm close. Together, we are force. Together, we can do anything. Together, we are not afraid of anything. The Snow Queen turned around, and I saw something very terrible behind me. She had never seen anything like this before. She struggled with her fear. It was a big pile, a big mountain of dead souls, gray color. There was a terrible smell coming from them, and cold. And from the top of this mountain, a wild, terrible voice was heard. It was a terrible demon. Instead of a head, he had a bloody skull. Tusks protruded from the jaw, and on the head, there were 2 pairs of horns like a bull. My God, how terribly the Red Phoenix screamed. I've never seen anything like this. Does he want to kill us? Grab or take prisoner? What's happening? At this time, the bishop was very worried about the girls. Therefore, he thought only about good things. For example, about cats. And he read a spell so that everything would work out for them. Don't be afraid, sister. Don't be afraid, Red Phoenix. I'm near. I feel empowered. I feel brave. I feel that Vladika is helping us. Oh my God. I feel it too. I feel otherworldly strength and help. A surge of energy flows through my body. This is 100% the spell of our Lord. Thanks to him. The Lord was very concentrated. He tried with all his strength, all your courage, all your courage. Send spells and vibes to the sisters. Vladika believed that they would succeed. Sister Snow Queen, let's start on my command, the Red Phoenix said to the Snow Queen. Come on, I'm ready, answered the Snow Queen. You use your power, Red Phoenix, and I will use mine. This will be a combo. I'm ready, the Snow Queen shouted to the Red Phoenix. 1, 2, 3, let's start! The Snow Queen swung her large wingspan upward and began to apply her freezing power to everything she saw in front of her. And the Red Phoenix flapped her wings strongly, and tongues of flame flew out of the wings and lightning bolts straight at the enemy. Baby BBB. She began to tease the devil, Red Phoenix, although there was no one left to tease, because the mountain is made of dead souls, and the head from the skull simply disappeared after the spell and the power of the two sisters. It wasn't that difficult, the Red Phoenix told her sister, the Snow Queen. There have been worse things, but together we are strong. And of course, thanks to the bishop. The Red Phoenix offered to fly home to her sister, the Snow Queen. Perhaps good deeds await us there, or we will just finally rest. At this time, 3 robbers were heading to the city. They knew that the city was still quiet and calm, and they can do whatever they want there. They knew that those who guard the city were still busy with their important matters. These were 3 robbers. 3 of them were inveterate bandits. They were, of course, very stupid, ugly, and therefore, they are very scary. They have one goal: to steal something, to offend someone. Let's go into town and get plenty of booze and food. Let's note that in the bar it's all good, and then we'll steal the good dog to resell him, and get a lot of money for it. Perhaps evil spirits will see us in this city. They will take us to their team. We are mortals. Earthlings will definitely be useful to them. We will succeed, one of the bandits shouted. Get to the point, one robber shouted. Let's go to the city, and we'll figure it out on the ground there. For now, the main goal is to harm and steal the dog. The robbers were happy. They were in anticipation of what they would now do in this city. Nothing was sacred to them. So, friends, let's quickly go to the Lord's house. I think there will be no resistance. We find a good dog, grab it, and quickly leave from there. Lord Grandis sensed danger. He quickly got his bearings, grabbed his big sword, and was already waiting for the one who was about to enter the house. And the good dog, after a delicious and big lunch, simply slept on the rug. He didn't even suspect what was happening around him. He was calm. He knew that with the Lord, he had nothing to fear. The Lord looked at the kind, sweet dog, who slept so soundly on the rug. He did not want to wake him up, and therefore decided to meet the robbers on the street. The Lord grabbed his sword, jumped out into the street, and was already waiting for the robbers in the courtyard. My home is my fortress, said the Lord. Robbers attacked Lord Grandis from all sides. They didn't even know who they were attacking. It turned out to be a very uneven battle. From the ball, the Lord, the robbers scattered in different directions. In an instant, it was all over, before it even started. Vladika turned around and looked. There was no one in the yard. The robbers ran away. We stopped to catch our breath. They were shocked and horrified by what happened to them. They never expected this. The robbers heard the sound of some huge blue monster in their heads. He shouted at them, "You are losers!" Yes, we screwed up. The robbers still did not understand how one man could resist 3 terrible robbers. And at this time, strange things began to happen in the heavenly palace, which no one noticed before and did not attach any importance to it. Suddenly, a small figurine began to come to life. A small toy that was just lying around in the palace. A ball formed around her, and this gave her life. The ball rotated around its axis and gained more and more momentum. It seemed that the ball was generating some kind of electricity, which goes to the figurine. The Snow Queen noticed this. She knew for sure that this would not lead to anything good. This had to be ended before anything happened, because a figurine can turn out to be some kind of strange devil, a devil we don't know, haven't heard of, and don't know how to fight. I think it will be easy, thought the Snow Queen. I'll cast my freeze spell, and I'll ask the Red Phoenix to give me fire. The Snow Queen directed her cold, snow, and frost at this figurine, which accumulated strength, and immediately A flame of great fire appeared, which covered the entire figurine around. It was help from the sister of the Red Phoenix. On one side there is ice. On the other side there is fire. That's ice and fire. We dealt with this little problem. And morning came in the city. The townspeople began to wake up. There was tension and anxiety in the air. Something was about to happen again. A luxurious woman appeared in the palace. She was covered in gold, emeralds, and various precious stones. No one had seen this woman in the city before. She came to tell that the teacher to the Lord is very old and dying. The teacher wants to see the Lord. People looked with big eyes at this luxurious, beautiful woman. None of them had seen her before. She didn't try to capture them. She didn't want to do anything bad. She just brought bad news. People had never seen her in this city before. This was what scared them. The woman was very beautiful. Her clothes, all in gold, in jewelry, and precious stones covered her head and body. The people of the city expected something bad, but this luxurious woman simply brought some bad news. The Vladika did not suspect anything. He was at the market. I bought a lot of vegetables and fruits, and he went home to feed his good dog. And the good dog was sitting at home waiting for his master, Vladika, and he was happy that now he had such a friend. There is such an owner who cares about him so much and will never leave him hungry. Vladika walked home, and the townspeople met him along the way and told him that they had seen a strange, beautiful woman who came to her city with bad news. Has the Lord thought? What if this is just another trick? What if this is just another trap? You need to be careful. You can't trust strangers who bring such news. But the bishop was still upset. Surely this could be true. 2 women living in the city passed by the bishop. They said that they had recently seen 2 strange people. Most likely, this is father and daughter, but they are definitely not from our city. Well, be quiet there, women. Enough news for today. Finish up. Better get busy. The servant of the Lord of Grandis shouted loudly, and the light sound of bells was heard in the air. Indeed, strangers have come to the city. It was father and daughter, from the old dynasty of blue warriors. They served both good and evil, and they themselves did not know what they wanted more. Father said, "We need to go to the rulers, make friends with them, gain trust, and then we will look for our benefit." "Father, are you serious?" asked the daughter. "It seems to me that the rulers are not having the best of times." Something happened to them, and Rain and his father ran to the city center to scout out the situation and find out what was happening. Who is in charge? What to do? Who to be friends with? And who not to? At that moment, Lord Grandis was kneeling by the bed of his dying teacher. There were guards standing near the door. They made sure that no stranger entered this room. The ruler's servants stood and thought how they could help him. They were sad to see how the bishop was suffering from sadness and pain. They went outside from the room. We decided to consult. And they decided to keep a close eye on Vladika and his teacher. They thought something bad was going to happen. They didn't understand either. For what? From what mission did the 2 men in blue, father and daughter, appear in the city? What do they need? Who are they? And can they be trusted? At this moment, the daughter of the Blue Dynasty came up with a plan. She decided to gain the trust of Lord Grandis, deal with the teacher, and perhaps take his place in the city. It seemed to her that this was the most reliable and sure plan. At this moment, the Master of the Lord was lying in his room in his bed, quiet, calm, without strength, and he practically died. Father and Rain of the Blue Dynasty. They decided to kill the teacher. We can sneak into the teacher's bedroom unnoticed, poke poisonous needles into it, and he will fall into eternal sleep. No one will think of a pineapple because we are ordinary mortals. This whole insidious plan was heard by the servants of Lord Grandis. They were shocked. There was an urgent need to come up with something. "My God, what should I do? What should I come up with?" the servant screamed. "Ordinary mortals. We do not have any superpower." Meanwhile, the bishop was very upset. He was sad, and I didn't know how to help my teacher, daughter of the Blue Dynasty. She came up with everything. She decided to sneak into the teacher's bedroom when everyone was asleep, and servants and security. The Lord understood that no magic would help here. All that was left was to hope and believe in a miracle. The Vladika could not find a place for himself. He walked around the room and kept thinking about what to do, how to help. After all, this was his favorite teacher. The daughter of the dynasty and the Blues told her father that their plan must be carried out this very night. They won't have another chance. They were more often on the side of evil than on the side of good. This gave them pleasure. "Well, father, are you ready?" the daughter asked her father. "It's today or never. Isn't that what you taught me?" The servants of Lord Grandissima heard all this. They realized that they needed to act immediately. It was already too late to run and ask for help. The daughter exhaled. I held my breath. She walked with long, quiet steps towards the teacher's bedroom. "Did your father remember to take the poisoned needles?" the daughter asked her father. "Don't worry. I took everything," father answered. Although the thought ran through my father's head, perhaps we are doing something wrong. Maybe it's not necessary. Lord Grandis tried to use some kind of magic, some kind of superpower. He couldn't concentrate and his hands wouldn't obey him. And at that moment, there were already servants in the teacher's bedroom. They quietly brought the doll into the teacher's bedroom. The doll was very similar to the teacher of the Lord. They quietly changed it and put a doll in the bed instead of the teacher. And they ran away. The Blue Dynasty father and daughter were already in the teacher's room. All they had to do was push in the poisoned needles, that's all. Morning has come. The bishop came into his teacher's bedroom. He saw that his teacher was lying in bed covered with needles, like a voodoo doll. The bishop was simply heartbroken. He definitely didn't expect it. He did not understand who the traitor was, why this happened. The bishop burst into tears. He took his teacher's body, lifted it from the bed, and hugged it tightly. He had already begun to say goodbye to the great man. With a great teacher. Tears flowed down the bishop's cheeks. It was a great sorrow. It was the loss of a beloved teacher who taught him everything. Suddenly his servants ran up to the ruler. They began to tell what they heard about a father and daughter from the Blue Dynasty, and they told what they had done for the Lord and teacher. "Did you really do it? Is this all for me and my teacher? You are very brave people. I am proud to have such devoted servants. Be rewarded." "We did this for you, Lord," the servant said. "This is not all for the sake of money, for the sake of encouragement. It's because we are committed to you." "Thank you, my servants," answered Lord Grandis. "Where then is my teacher himself? Is he alive? Is he okay?" The servants simply hid the teacher in another room so that no one would ever find him. The servants were the first to run to the room where the teacher was hidden. They approached his bed. We burst into tears because the teacher felt much better. They saved him. "Thank you, my servant. I am glad to serve on the side of good, and I am glad that I have such devoted, faithful servants," said Lord. "I was glad to help," the servant replied. Knowing that everything was fine, the bishop went outside. "I wanted to be alone. Get your thoughts in order, and think about what to do now with these two, father and son, from the Blue Dynasty." The Lord met with the father and son from the Blue Dynasty. "What should I do with you now?" said Lord. "You will now be my servants. Do any work, and even sing and dance." "Thank you, Vladika. Forgive us. Is it possible not to sing?" my daughter asked. "Customs not to dance?" the father asked. But the bishop did not want to listen to anything. "Today I want to organize a festive ball. The honor of a small victory. It is an honor that my teacher has recovered. Prepare songs and dances. Lord, have mercy. I can't sing at all. I have no voice at all. And there is no hearing either. Nothing. Everything is fine. Rehearse. You are a song and you are a dance. So that I like it." My God, what should I do? Thought the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. I don't know a single song. What will I sing? It's a shame. Oh God, nightmare. I don't know the songs. I don't have a voice. What will I do? Maybe the elements. Although I'm not good at this either. Maybe this is too weak a punishment for these two. Although if I'm on the side, then good ones. So you need to be kind. I think they will make me laugh with their talents. This is a failure, I thought about my daughter. It will be a fiasco. How will we perform if we can neither sing nor dance? And what will the ruler do to us then? Oh my God. Daughter, don't worry, I'll think of something. Although, what can I come up with? I don't know how to dance. Can't you sing too? You're right. This is a fiasco, okay? Rehearse, said Lord Grandis to the father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty. I believe in you. The Lord said, smiled and left. Well, your time has come. We don't have a stage. This is not a theater. Here is the place where you will perform. Please, let's do it." And then something incomprehensible began. The father of the Blue Dynasty was dancing something in country style. By the way, the Blue One sang an unknown song which she composed right on the go. It was just a bunch of words that didn't hit any notes. When did this funny show end? The daughter of the Blue Dynasty heard from the Lord. "You are bad artists. You're good for nothing. All you have to do is feed the dogs." And the good dog was only happy about it. Now, he has an owner, and personal servants who will look after him and constantly feed him. "Here's happiness for you," thought the good dog. The father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty began to feed the good dog. The dog was very pleased. "It seems like the work is not dusty," the father said. "I dreamed of something else," the father answered the daughter. "Father, I can't do this anymore. We go to the market 100 times a day to buy a lot of food for this glutton. My legs hurt. He eats and eats and eats." The father of the Blue Dynasty felt sincerely sorry for his daughter. She is too young and beautiful to be a servant of such a plan. The father suggested going to the bishop and asking for another job. "Well, I don't know. I like everything." He said, "Good dog. I will ask the Lord and he will find me new servants." Laughed. Good dog. And at this time, the daughter of the Blue Dynasty was already showing her leg to the ruler. She said that she was very tired, that she had worn all her feet into calluses in order to go to this market for groceries. The Lord carefully examined the leg of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. He understood that she was just young and being cunning in front of him, but the ruler was also cunning. If she doesn't like this job, then she needs to come up with some other one, the Lord thought. Although what can be offered? She couldn't even cope with my dog. He just needed to be fed. "Vladika, I beg you, please, give me some easier work so that my young legs don't get tired." The Lord grinned. "What can you come up with?" the Lord thought. "You are young, very cunning, and you don't want to work at all." The Lord looked at the feet of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty and said, "I came up with everything. I found you another job. Legs are not needed there at all." "Thank you, Lord," said the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. "You are the best. God heard my prayers." The father of the Blue Dynasty stood to the side, laughing and covering his mouth with his hand, so that his daughter doesn't see him laughing. The father understood that the bishop was joking, and the work would not be easy. Then, the father of the Blue Dynasty asked the ruler through his fingers, "My lord, perhaps we are bad servants, but we are definitely good warriors. We may be of use to you in another matter." "Guard my sleep?" the Lord laughed. "Okay, I'll think about your proposal," said Lord. "Now follow me, I will show you a new work." My father understood that there would be nothing interesting there, and my daughter thought that it would be even easier than the previous job. If this job doesn't require legs, maybe I'll lie down and count the stars. This is certainly interesting. And your legs? They will hurt. The daughter and father of the Blue Dynasty went after the ruler. There was a surprise ahead of them. They left the house and walked across the bridge of a large river, and they headed straight into the forest. No one knew what awaited them ahead. "Stomomipoka." "And here is your new place of work," said the bishop. "Many are not needed here. You will work with your hands." The Lord laughed. "We need to move these logs and strengthen our bridge." The father of the Blue Dynasty realized that the ruler just wanted to teach his young daughter a lesson, so that she stops being cunning, stopped being lazy. There are a few logs left to carry them to the bridge. Everything was spent a lot. Now my daughter's legs and arms hurt. Suddenly a very strong wind rose in the forest. Leaves were falling from the trees. It seemed like it was a real hurricane. The largest tree in the forest, near which there were logs. It began to come to life, grow and stretch upward. Its branches became thick and powerful. The branches of the tree covered almost the entire sky. A forest fairy appeared. No, it was not the good fairy from fairy tales. She clearly came out of this tree for a reason. "I will come to your city. I will take all the trees, all the bushes, all the flowers, and all the vegetation. You will have nothing left but stones and sand," said the evil forest fairy. "You will have no vegetation. The animals will have nothing to eat. The birds will have nothing to eat. We will not harvest you. Therefore, you will have nothing to eat. I will get maximum pleasure from this. Believe me, and I don't need you. Maybe everything will remain in this forest. Or you can run to your city. But there will be nothing left for me alive, and you will have to run back from it. All the inhabitants will flee from the city. There will be no animals, no birds, no vegetation. Therefore, people will not be able to live there. This will be the best place for me. The father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty were very scared. Ink seemed to be chasing them, some kind of monster. They fled the city with all their might to warn everyone. The reign of the Blue Dynasty ran to the Lord to tell everything. Everything she saw and heard in the forest. "Can I trust you?" the bishop asked. "You are a very cunning girl. At first your legs hurt. Your hands should hurt now, from hard work. And now, you are telling me some fairy tales. I speak the pure truth, sir. Something needs to be done. We need to save every living thing in the city. We need to save the flowers." "I think the bishop doesn't believe us," the father said to his daughter. "We have already failed him once. Therefore, there is no trust." "Father, but we are telling the truth," the daughter said. "The honest truth. Maybe for the first time in my life." The reign of Blue Values was very upset. In her opinion, this was very unfair. "This is the first time I'm telling the truth, but the bishop doesn't believe me." "Why is everything so unfair?" the daughter cried and spoke loudly. "Father, I propose to go to Vladika again and tell him the whole truth. Everything is as it really was. Everything we heard and saw." "Daughter, are you sure that she will believe us?" said the father. "We have lost trust, and you were constantly cunning and lazy to work." "Yes, father, I'm sure. Confident as ever. He will look at my eyes and understand that I am telling the truth. Let's go quickly." The father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty came to the ruler. "I know that you don't believe us," Vladika said to the father, "but we are telling the honest truth. I will cut off your heads with this sword. For your lies, enough. I don't believe a single word you say." The Blue Nastiadae father and daughter became very scared. Their whole life flashed before their eyes. Then the daughter asked for one wish before dying, just to eat. As soon as the father and daughter sat down at the table to eat, strange things began to happen in the city. While Vladika sat in the garden and drew, all the trees and flowers disappeared around him. All plants and even grass, everything around became just gray, like sand. "Perhaps they were right," thought the Lord. "Even the color of my paints disappeared." Everything that the ruler drew began to disappear, to fly and evaporate. Everything became black and white. The colors have disappeared. The bright brush he was painting also became black and white. The brown bull in his painting became completely white. Vladika was walking home, very upset. Now he realized that father and son were telling the truth to him. If I had entrusted it, it would not be so late now. To do just what? And on the street the colors were disappearing everywhere. Everything changed its color. The garden in which the Lord painted was no longer recognizable. Everything became black and white, ugly. It was no longer clear where everything was. It was all the machinations of the black and white widow. She was offended by the entire white world. And that's why I wanted to make it white and black and white. The King of Fire has appeared in the city. This is all for a reason. He just never showed up. "What's going on here?" the King of Fire asked. "Do you need help or can you figure it out yourself?" "No. Everything is okay? No problem at all. In fact, we decided to share our spells and our power with each other." "Oh, great. I agree. I just don't have enough courage, or a lot of the magic of your spells and superpower." "Vlad, Lord, training starts today," asked the reign of the Blue Dynasty. "Yes," the bishop answered. It seemed to everyone that the ruler knew more magic spells than anyone else. Everyone was in full anticipation. "Yes, friends, everything will happen today. Therefore, I ask everyone to be there. And don't be late. Night Eye, with a secret spell of my ball, I will teach you how to work it, how to swing it in flight. Just remember this, the King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead. They watched very carefully every movement that the bishop performed. This was very useful information. My God. Oh no. How he does it? It's simply amazing." "You are the best," the king and the prince shouted. "I hope everyone remembers everything. If necessary, I can repeat it. It's not difficult for me. The main thing is that everyone is able to have the same movements. The servant suggested that the bishop hold a master class right on the street. We could start with these two, the king and the prince, the servant suggested. Wow, Super, I haven't practiced for a long time. Moreover, he is a good opponent. We will hone new knowledge. The king laughed loudly. We won't fight for real. This will be a master class just to hone your skills. The prince and the king signed a document in which it was stated that they did not have the right to inflict bodily harm on each other, and only hurt each other in a master class. That's what the bishop said to the document in my hands. So, everything will be fine. This means no one will really fight. So, are you ready? The Lord asked the king and the prince. If you don't remember my movements, I can repeat them again. It's not difficult for me. Ready answered Principal Password. Well then, let's fight. Let's show each other who can do what and who remembers what. And I'll look at you. The main thing was a document signed by the King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead, because both of them had super strength, which could break out of them a moment of masterclass. It's as if demons have possessed the King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead. They fought so that the stars sparkled and flew around them. It was a real battle. Nobody wanted to give in, but they understood that these were just master classes. This was not real. The Prince and the King of Fire crossed their balls. We looked into each other's eyes. It was clear to them that everything was working out for them. They shared their magical energy with each other. With your superpower. The Vladika watched them from the side. He was very pleased because everything worked out for them. The masterclass went very well. From the outside, the King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead looked like real show business stars. The King of Fire laughed and said, "And I am the coolest star in show business." The best. The Lord smiled. It sounded very funny, very childish. "You are both the best," said the Lord. "Well, I am very pleased with today's masterclass. You showed and proved that you are capable of learning. This is wonderful. You have become even stronger. No showbiz superstar, it's me." The prince shouted loudly, "The kingdom of the dead. I'm young, I'm beautiful, and I have a real gold imperial seal. I also have a golden dagger, handmade. No one has this. As soon as you have me, it means that I am a star." The King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead began to argue like children about who is better, who is worse, who is a star, who is a superstar. It looked very funny. Vladika simply stood and smiled. "Everyone, I'm a star. I'm a star. I'm a star." The King of Fire repeated all the time. "I'm a star, which means I can do anything. I'm a star, which means I can do everything." Suddenly, the daughter of the Blue Dynasty appeared. "It's very good that I found you. I have some bad news for you. While you are training here, something incomprehensible is happening in the city. I think someone attacked us, or maybe he captured it. I am not qualified in this field. I saw 2 large birds above the city. Yes, they were definitely birds. They were huge across the entire sky. 2 huge fiery eagles were actually flying in the sky. Their birds were not visible in the sky at all. Some kind of fire dragon also appeared. It was still unclear what he was doing, how to fight him, and what he wanted. It was clear that chaos was beginning again in the city. The confrontation between good and evil was beginning again. People hid their houses. The Lord Grandis and the King of Fire went out to their balcony to see what was happening in the city. It was terrible. Fire and ashes covered the entire city. I propose to combine our forces. The master class has passed, so now everyone is practically at the same level of strength. Let's fight back. Well, friends, let's fight back this evil spirit. Let them know who was attacked. Everyone was ready to fight against the evil spirits. They had all the professionalism, super strong spell, and good ball control after the master class. "I will use the power of fire," said the King of Fire, "and I will use super strength in my spells. I think this will be the best combo against this evil spirit. Well, let's see who wins. I'm ready. Let's fight back." And a battle ensued. It was terribly scary. The ground shook. Stones flew in different directions. Fire was everywhere. "This is great," said Lord. He was pleasantly surprised. The boys mastered the master class well. Even ships were burning at sea. Suddenly, a dragon-like lizard suddenly appeared. Its mouth was so large that it seemed like it could swallow an entire house. She hit her tail and 100, maybe 1,000 people scattered in different directions. Everyone fought as hard as they could. Everyone used their best strength, all their magic, all their superpowers. But in the fire, there was practically nothing visible. The Fire King tried to do everything he could, but the powers of this lizard were too great. Friends, we must all work our magic together at the same time. Each one at the same time. The Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead was so stunned that he simply did not hear anything. He was in a fog. The King of Fire prepared to do his magical fire cycle. This is the best thing he had in his arsenal. The birds escaped as best they could from this city. Their feathers burned as they flew. They were simply exhausted from the heat and fire. Many of them could not fly away and simply fell. It seemed that the entire city was already strewn with dead birds. The situation was tense. The King of Fire made his magical gesture, then unfolded the chronicle and read the harshest and most powerful spell. Lord Grandis took his signature sword. I decided to do what he showed today at the master class. I had to concentrate. Full concentration was needed. All your strength and power had to be put into this sword and into your blow. The Lord kissed his sword. He whispered something out loud, and the sword lit up like a neon lamp. He flew as high into the sky as possible, picking up more and more speed. The higher he rose into the sky, the more strength he had. The Lord flew almost to the stars. He was stronger than ever. A bolt of lightning flashed like an electrical flash in the sky. This blue-white light illuminated the entire earth and the entire sky. Everyone else was waiting. What would happen now? What will the ruler do? And the ruler decided this whole charge of energy. This electric flash, throw yourself down to the ground at this giant lizard with all your might. An electrical flash imbued with superpowers and magic filled the whole sky. Oh God, what's going to happen to the prince screamed. Don't be afraid, he knows what he's doing, he said. King, a huge electrical flash in the form of ball lightning hit the ground. There was a very large blast wave. Dust rose above the ground. Pizza, King even fell. The blast wave was so powerful that the wind turned into a hurricane. Everything was blown away in its path, but it helped put out the fire. We're scattered. The clouds have cleared, and the sky became starry again. Everything seemed to be quiet. The King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead looked into the sky and waited for the ruler to appear. All that remained was to hope for the Golden McDuck. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. There was tension in the air. A Snow Queen appeared who also wanted to help the residents of the city, because you couldn't hope for a Golden McDuck. This is just funny. Suddenly, flashes of some kind of lightning appeared in the sky. Flashes of fire. And thank God the ruler appeared, safe and sound. He was healthy and not injured, and, in the distance in the sky, the silhouette of a Toyo lizard that attacked the ground was barely visible. She disappeared, and disappeared. Hooray, the earth is quiet and calm again. Residents of the city can again not be afraid of anything. The sun is shining and everything is fine. Suddenly the Snow Queen, she got upset and cried. Nobody understood what was happening to her. She just saw that her friend, whom she had not seen for 1,000 years, was flying to meet her. She ran outside to meet her friend. Fly quickly. Fly from Korea. I have not seen you for so long, the Snow Queen screamed. And suddenly a large, beautiful firebird flew to her feet, to her body, to her head. They hugged. We looked into each other's eyes. The meeting was of best friends. The firebird sat down next to the Snow Queen and began to tell her one very interesting story. That there was an attack where she lives. This happened far, far away behind the big, giant, snowy mountains, many thousands of kilometers from here. What can't happen? The Snow Queen said. It has always been calm on your land. Our leader has disappeared. Our leader, the one who protected us, protected and preserved our lands. He said he was a firebird. She was caught, chained. But a big, pumped-up Mowgli came to the rescue. Well, at least he looked a lot like him. The firebird said. He defeated some monster with a long tongue, or maybe a demon. Sorry, I don't understand them, said the firebird. My God, what a nightmare. Thank God everything worked out. Everyone is alive and well. Firebird, maybe you will stay with us and stay for a while. Haven't we seen each other for so long? The Snow Queen said and hurried home because today they were preparing a big party. At home, big preparations were already underway for the party. Everyone was getting ready. We wanted to celebrate the victory. The Lord came to the bedroom of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. I asked her not to be late for the party. Now, if she's late, I'll punish her again, especially if she cheats. Who will oversleep? Said the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. I'm already cheerful here. Everyone started dancing to the music. They spun in a round dance. We ran. They danced again. We played different games. In a word, it was a lot of fun. There was even a kind dog at the party. The Lord came with him, because a good dog loves not only good food, but also a good party. And now the surprise screamed and the Blue Dynasty reigned. Just a moment of attention. And of course, your applause. A very beautiful dancer appeared in front of everyone, wearing a mask, with small ears and a nose. It was the dance of a young, beautiful fox. It was very beautiful and original. "Let's all clap for this wonderful dance," cried the Blue Dynasty reign. The reign of the Blue Dynasty saw the Snow Queen slowly approaching. "Of course, I'm sorry. I'm not a school principal. But I would like to see your father, Dynasty in Blue. I have questions for him." After some time, the reign of the Blue Dynasty came with her father to the clearing where the Snow Queen was already waiting for them. I'll just say one thing. My friends, the fox dance was unnecessary. The father of the dynasty in the Blues was a little ashamed of his daughter, although the daughter also understood that this was a dance that did not fit into the concept of this party. The bishop didn't really like this dance either. It was somehow defiant, the bishop said. "I would even say it a little vulgarly," the Snow Queen answered. "But let's not judge the Blue Dynasty's reign harshly. It seems to me that the girl is simply too young and stupid." Reigns. Nastya was very upset. She began to cry while singing, and tears began to flow. It seemed to her that everything was against her. It seemed to her that everything was against her. The world became somehow gray for her, because she was in no mood at all. The daughter of the dynasty in the blue turned around and ran away. She was a little ashamed. Okay. Next time I will rehearse the dance and song myself, and I'll show you how to do it. Let's see how you clap for me. Clap your hands." Reign of the Blue Dynasty began to imagine how fans were already approaching her for an autograph. The daughter should have consulted first, the father of his daughter told the Blue Dynasty. Then this could have been avoided. "Father, but I wanted the best, you know," said the Blue Dynasty reign to her father. "Father, do you believe me? Only honestly. Answer, please," said the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. "Daughter, of course I believe," the father answered. "You are the only thing I have. You are my wealth." Suddenly, the Snow Queen appeared. She had a worried face. Was she worried about something? The Snow Queen turned to the father of the Blue Dynasty. "I want to remind you that you promised and swore to be on the side of good and serve this cause. It seems to me that this time has come." Reign of the Blue Dynasty saw a large, beautiful firebird fly away. This was the first time she had seen such beauty. "Firebird is my friend. You don't know where she flew?" The Snow Queen asked about the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. "I don't know. I didn't even know she was your friend. She just said about a big, giant man who looks like Mowgli. And she flew away." The Snow Queen. "Maybe it's worth catching up with her?" said Reign to the Blue Dynasty. "What if she needs help? I'm ready to fly after her. Just order it." "No, don't," said the Snow Queen. "She told me this story when she flew to me. She told them that something had flown to their land and it scared them very much. She said that people became very worried, and everyone became very scared. Because before this, there was not always peace. People tried to do at least something, but somehow they didn't really succeed. Then the Firebird told me something very strange and interesting. To tell the truth, this is the first time I've heard this. Firebird told me that some big giant man appeared in front of them. He had a lot of muscles, and in her opinion, he looked like a giant Mowgli. This Mowgli also saved their leader. Good has triumphed. Peace returned to their land. And a giant, pumped-up, strong man who looks like Mowgli just now. This is the story, believe it or not. But that's exactly how it was. The father of the Blue Dynasty approached the Snow Queen. Maybe Mowgli didn't disappear. Perhaps he had superpowers, and he was a Superman. For example, lava, fire, and rays of the sun erupted from his hands. A fire tornado appeared and he disappeared. Sorry, I'm kidding. Let's all tell some interesting, funny stories, even if these are fictional stories, the Snow Queen said. Or everyone will tell about themselves, some funny incident or funny story. Oh, not that, the bishop laughed. I'm not ready for this. Snow Queen? Maybe a night one? I said the father of the Blue Dynasty. I have one very funny story. This is the story of how my daughter almost became a superstar. Show business star. She didn't have enough, just a little. Voices, and talent. The father of the Blue Dynasty laughed. Everyone laughed too. Did you like my story, the Snow Queen? Asked the father of the Blue Dynasty. And from the look in my daughter's eyes, it looked like I didn't really like this story. She's a little ashamed. The Snow Queen approached the ruler to ask, Master, are you now ready to tell your funny story? Ready. Friends. I just have an unearthly love for my pet, my kind dog. I love him. Despite the fact that he eats almost like an elephant. The father of the Sun's dynasty laughed and lightly covered his face with his scarf. It was very funny. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty laughed the most. After all, she knew who we were talking about. A good dog, he really is like an elephant. Or maybe like 2 elephants. God, how sweet. Personally, I remember going to the market for food several times for this dog. Everyone laughed a lot and imagined it before their eyes. The Lord and the good dog. It was true love between owner and pet. Father, I love you, cried the rain and blew Nastya, because you eat much less than a good dog. Just a joke, laughed the Blue Dynasty rain. The father of the Blue Dynasty laughed very hard. He did not expect such jokes from his beloved daughter, but it was true. Birds were flying outside. The birds sang their songs. The wind was slightly shaky. Leaves on the trees. At this time in the office, the Snow Queen and the ruler decided to discuss something important. The Snow Queen was slightly upset. There was sadness in her eyes. Why were you bothering her? What did you want to tell me? The Lord asked the Snow Queen. I see that something is bothering you. You are right. The Lord answered the Snow Queen. I really miss the Red Phoenix. I haven't seen my sister for a long time. There is no news from her. I really miss the Red Phoenix too. After all, one for me. Not an easy friend. We have a lot in common. Let's find where she is. Once a dirk helped me. It has its own superpower. This is a powerful weapon and a good assistant if you know how to handle it. And we were also helped by a magic sword with a golden hilt. He also had super strength. This is also a powerful weapon and a good assistant in reliable, faithful hands. The last thing that happened to us. It was about some big man who looked like Mowgli. Perhaps where he is in the Red Phoenix, said the King of Fire. But this may be true, the Snow Queen said. He might have the Red Phoenix. We need to think through the plan carefully. What will we do? How will we do it? And when will we do it? Good plan. I'm ready to fly with you, Snow Queen, said Lord. Together we are strong, you know. And together it's not so scary. I will take with me these ancient chronicles, on which the best spell is written. Suddenly we need it. Let them better be more reliable with me. Vladika is already old and you don't remember anything? Then of course take these tips, the Snow Queen said and laughed. I am old, is it clear? Old? The Lord laughed loudly. The Snow Queen remembered what this big man looked like, who looked like Mowgli. She remembered the whole description that the Firebird told her. The Snow Queen could only look in her magic mirror, understand the approximate location where they needed to fly. Well, then the Lord flew away. The gentle Queen said, a long and difficult road awaits us. Of course, it will be very interesting, because we have never been there before. Haven't flown there yet. It was necessary to hit the road immediately. Every minute counted. We had to be in a hurry. A tear flowed from the Snow Queen's eye. She remembered her Red Phoenix sister. She missed her very much. The Lord cast a spell. Everything began to spin, and they set off on their way. The Lord and the Snow Queen stopped near large mountains. The Snow Queen recalled that the Firebird told her about the Firebird as she passed the mountains. This means that the direction was correct. And the ruler and the Snow Queen went forward and looked for the Red Phoenix. It was getting very cold. The Snow Queen and the Lord had to make their way through large icicles. It was very cold. There was sharp ice all around. These blocks of ice could cause a wound. You had to be very careful. Soon the Lord Snow Queen saw in the distance some tall mountain surrounded by the wind. The Snow Queen flew so high that she was even higher than this mountain. She wanted to look at everything very carefully. Vladika, I think we have found this place, the Snow Queen shouted loudly from above. Are you sure about the Snow Queen? The Lord shouted back. Be careful out there. Okay, thank you, answered the Snow Queen. I think it's time to cast your spell. From the Chronicles. The Lord quickly took out this scroll with Chronicles and began to read the most powerful spells that were supposed to help the Snow Queen. Everything should work, the Lord thought. The main thing is that this severe cold and frost do not interfere with us. It seems to me that I see something from above, the Snow Queen shouted to the ruler. Yes, that's exactly right. This is the place. These are the high, snowy mountains that the Firebird told me about. We are on the right track." The bishop was very pleased and happy. So far, everything was going well. The spell worked. Everything went according to plan. There must have been a palace here somewhere. It's made of ice and it's very big. And of course, it is very cold. I think I've found him," the Snow Queen screamed. "Lord, can you hear me? I found him." Hooray! The same majestic big one stood in front of them. Castle. It was blue because it was made of pure ice. It was very cold to stand next to him. It was urgent to go into this palace and look for my sister there. Surely the Red Phoenix was inside. The Snow Queen decided to check this and opened the doors of the large blue palace. Inside, the Ice Palace. Her sister stood in the middle of the room, that same beloved Red Phoenix. "Sister, why is it taking so long?" the Red Phoenix asked the Snow Queen. "I'm almost frozen. How cold are you? You have the super ability to cause fire. Why didn't you use this?" The body of the Snow Queen, oh, her sister the Red Phoenix. "Or do you also forget your spells like the Lord? Then carry them with you," said the Snow Queen, because I laughed. "In fact, I was very worried about you. I really missed you, Red Phoenix. Flowers are the only thing I have. You are my dear sister. I missed you too, Snow Queen. In this ice palace, my spells did not work. I only hoped for help only from you. Thank God, sister, that everything worked out for you." "Of course, thanks to the bishop for his help," Red Phoenix said. Two sisters of the Snow Queen and Red Phoenix stood, rejoicing for each other, rejoicing that they had met. They were very happy. "It seems to me that the Lord loves you," the Snow Queen said to the Red Phoenix. "Are you serious?" answered the Red Phoenix. "I have long suspected this to be the case. I just didn't tell him. I didn't say anything to anyone at all." "Well, is it time to go home, sister? The journey will be long, and not so simple." "Where is the Lord?" asked the Red Phoenix with the Snow Queen. "You said you came together? So where is he?" The Red Phoenix's eyes lit up with happiness. She had not seen the Lord for a very long time. The ruler appeared from behind the Snow Queen. He brought ginger cookies for the Red Phoenix, which she loves very much. We had cookies in the shape of hearts. "It's all for me." The Red Phoenix laughed loudly. "One heart is enough for me. I definitely won't eat the rest." Suddenly a portal opened in front of them, through which they could fly home. I'll cut my way very short. The Red Phoenix and the Snow Queen flapped their wings and quickly went home. The only thing the Red Phoenix was thinking about. This is about where the Lord got these heart-shaped cookies. After all, he doesn't know how to cook at all. The bishop's cooks found out about this. They really liked this story. They laughed very loudly, and they were glad that the Red Phoenix liked this surprise. And at that moment, a holiday was being prepared on Earth. The castles were rehearsing for a big grand celebration. Everything was involved, even the dancers. One interesting young man fell in love with the bishop's sister. He offered her his hand and heart, and they decided to get married. Everyone on Earth already knew about this. All the townspeople walked around and told each other about this celebration called a wedding. That this is going to happen. There will be a holiday in the city. Even the best makeup artist came to town for the most glamorous bride. The bride was really nice. She was young and beautiful. She was smart and slim. Relatives went and chose a site for this celebration. First of all the guests had to fit there. The bride, of course, was very worried. She wanted this to be the best wedding of her life. So, that this would be the best holiday? First, they looked at the huge palace. In their opinion, all the guests had to fit there. But the bride didn't like the facade or paint of this palace. He was too gray and uninteresting. But this palace was very well suited for a celebration called a wedding. It was spacious, big, cozy, and most importantly, beautiful. The bishop flew to his home. He was very happy for his sister. She deserved to be happy. The Lord was greeted by the father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty. "Vladika, how good it is that you have returned," said the father. "Vladika, you arrived just in time for the holiday," said Rain to the Blue Dynasty. "I will do my best to make this holiday the best on Earth. Of course, taking into account previous mistakes." The daughter of the Blue Dynasty smiled. Vladika went around the house and looked for his own sister in different rooms. He really wanted to look at her. In the living room, he bumped into a makeup artist. This was an unfamiliar woman to him. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" the bishop asked this woman. "I'm the best makeup artist in the world. Your sister hired me. I'll just make her into a Barbie doll. Or even better." The father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty were simply shocked by these words. They already had a bitter experience with the doll. They really wanted it. The bishop was also in shock. He didn't want his sister to look exactly like Barbie. And our bishop's sister was sitting in her room. She was very beautiful. She was wearing a wedding veil. The bride was in a very good mood, because ahead of her was her beloved person and the best holiday in the world. The bride was sitting in her room, playing the harp and humming a very good, kind, cheerful song. She sat and thought about her loved one. But according to tradition, the bride should not appear in front of the groom before the wedding. The bride also wanted to see her beloved brother. They haven't seen each other for a very long time. There were a lot of rooms in the palace. The lords had to walk along the corridor and look into each of them to find their sister. Vladika went into the next room and saw his sister in it. "Finally, I found you," said the lord. "The bride is not ready yet." The makeup artist screamed. It was too early to enter this room, and the bride continued to play and sing her songs. The lord looked at his sister, and I realized that she was beautiful, that she is the best bride in the world. He was very happy for her. The bride's sister also really missed her brother Vladika. We still had a lot of wedding troubles ahead of us. "I'm preparing songs for my fiancé," the bride said. "Lord brother, do you want to listen?" The bride began to play very loudly and hum some very beautiful song. Plus, she danced while doing it. It was like a whole production. The bride tried so hard to sing loudly that it seemed that she was about to lose her voice. I'm going hoarse. She just wanted her brother to appreciate her efforts. She played and sang so loudly that I think the whole city heard. "Is the song over?" the bride asked. "Well, how do you like my performance? What do you think of my number that I prepared for my fiancé?" The song and music ended, but everyone who heard it still had a ringing in their ears. I think the daughter of the Blue Dynasty said it perfectly. It's definitely better than what I sing. 100%. "I have never heard a better performance," said the father of the Blue Dynasty. "I think the groom should really like it." "You definitely liked it?" the bride asked. "Or do you just not want to offend me? Just tell it like it is. Give me the truth and that's it." But I sang and played from the bottom of my heart. "It was simply divine, sister," said Lord. "I didn't even know that you could play and sing like that. There's a lot you don't know about me, brother." The bride said to her brother, the ruler, and the ringing from the bride's harp was still in everyone's ears. The brooches were all buzzing. "This is a beautiful performance, sister. The goat is the ruler of his sister. You have grown a lot since our last meeting. Once upon a time, our father played this harp. You play the film on them. Reminded me of my father." The bishop met with the makeup artist. He asked the makeup artist to try very hard to make the bride his sister. She was the most beautiful woman in the world at her wedding. The bishop ordered that wedding invitations be sent to all corners of the globe. The bride also sent out invitations to everyone. To all my relatives, to all friends. True, these invitations were very unique. It was something very incomprehensible and even funny. "These are the same beads that our father played," said the Lord. "How did you manage to save them?" "They are practically new," said Lord. "This harp is rightfully considered our family heirloom. Our father inherited this harp from his father. And we also inherited them when I was little. I watched my father play. I remembered the movements and notes. And then she quietly repeated it all." Sister Bride said. Vladika decided to remember how to play the harp. He hasn't done this for many years. He put hands on the harp. He began to move his fingers, and the hands themselves remembered the movement, and the music began to spread throughout the street. Vladika remembered that once upon a time this was exactly how their father played this harp. "It is on this street, in this garden. Father played his harp and sang songs. Meanwhile, the ruler was collecting brushwood to light the stove. Father was very pleased that Vladika was there then, a very hard-working boy." The bishop also recalled how he once saw that his father played not only the harp. Father played the pipe. The bishop liked this melody very much in his childhood. Vladika also recalled how his father taught him to fight. He showed him various martial arts so that his son would grow up strong and brave. Vladika remembered how difficult martial arts training was. "My father was a tough coach. He did not let his son relax." Vladika remembered how he cried as a child, because training took all his strength. The bishop's sister, the bride, also remembered this. She remembered her father, what a kind man he was. But their father went to heaven. The main thing is that the warmest memories remained in the hearts of his children. Everyone listened to what the sister and her brother, the bishop, were talking about. The father of the Blue Dynasty daughter liked this very much. Then the makeup artist got to work. She left and began to restore beauty, doing the bride's hair. And the bishop was still haunted by the memories of his wonderful father. In fact, his father gave him everything that the ruler has now. upbringing, education, strength, honor, and dignity. Vladika sat down in the courtyard and began to play the harp, which once belonged to his father. The makeup artist was very nervous and worried, because there was very little time left before the holiday, and there was still a lot of work to be done. The father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty offered their help to the makeup artist. They knew a lot about beauty. There really was very little time left. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty was very happy. She got the place. Interestingly, it's a job she's good at, and the makeup artist decided to tell one very scary story that once happened to her. The bird of happiness helped her, which she is very grateful for. Vladika remembered that he once met a bird of happiness on his way, and she helped them too. Everyone in the house was preparing for the celebration. Everything was beautiful outside too. The chicken was swept. The fence was painted. The makeup artist continued to tell her story about what had already happened to her. If this story is short, then, of course, tell it, said Lord. I just want to be on time for the wedding. The makeup artist began to tell her terrible story. One day she met a man, which he wouldn't be a person at all. In appearance, he looked like an ordinary mortal. She continued to talk, visagiste, but as soon as night came, as soon as the sun hid behind the clouds, this man was reincarnated. The makeup artist continued to talk. As soon as night fell, he turned into a vampire. Everyone was very afraid of this. I told you, visagiste. But the makeup artist was not afraid, because she did martial arts. Are you sure you weren't scared? The bride asked. No, the makeup artist answered. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I immediately saw the silhouette of what a dead man you were. This was really scary. This story greatly amused the bishop. The makeup artist was a bad storyteller. The bishop called the makeup artist into his office. He wanted to have a serious conversation with the makeup artist. Botan didn't scare his sister fiancée. I can't be nervous now. There is no need to scare her with stories. Better get busy, she said Vladika to the makeup artist. I can also tell you a lot of scary stories. Believe me, I had a lot of them. The Lord said to the makeup artist, these stories are all scary, couple night, and about various evil spirits. The bishop continued to speak. The makeup artist was already in shock. With every second, she became more and more scared. The bishop decided to teach the makeup artist a lesson. He continued to tell his scary stories, from which the makeup artist was horrified. The makeup artist imagined all this before her eyes in the form of a big flash at night. It was terribly, terribly long. And the bishop continued to frighten the makeup artist with his terrible stories. One day I caught a very scary bandit who stole money. He was a very nice guy. The bishop was telling a new story. We put him behind bars in prison. When the punishment was over, we released him. The bishop continued to talk. And when he was released, he began to threaten us that he would come back. The Lord continued his story. Well, why are you going to scare my sister fiancée? Where can you do your main business of bringing beauty? The Lord said to the makeup artist. But after the reports, who decided to tell my story to the makeup artist again? The makeup artist did not expect this. She thought that was all. And the stories continued. We were attacked by evil robbers who wanted to take everything from us and steal my pet, my favorite funny dog. The bishop began to tell a new story, but we beat them, and everything was fine. Because together we are strong and no one can defeat us, said Lord. Vladika invited the makeup artist to go and see how his sister bride was doing. The weather was beautiful outside. There was almost no wind. The sun was shining brightly. Where have you been for so long? The bride asked the makeup artist. My girl, it's better not to ask. There will be nothing interesting in my stories. Better ask your brother. She said she was a makeup artist, and in the house the final preparations for the wedding were underway. All was good. The bishop and his sister, the bride, were rehearsing her wedding number for the groom. He suggested which notes were best to play. During the rehearsal, the groom appeared in the room to the music. He brought perfume for his beloved. It was a wonderful smell. The father of the Blue Dynasty and a makeup artist tried alcoholic drinks. These were strong tinctures from berries. These alcoholic drinks caused slight cloudiness and darkening in the eyes. They began to imagine different stories. It seemed to them as if some young man had broken into their house to steal a good dog, our Lord's best friend. This is what hooked us. She said she was a makeup artist, but I like it. Let's continue. The father and the reign of the Blue Dynasty suggested that the Lord rest for a while, maybe even sleep, so that he can gain strength before his sister's wedding. Vladika had not slept so soundly for a long time. He had many different colorful dreams. It was just wonderful. The bride came up with a great idea. She wanted it. Rings of the newlyweds at the wedding. The dog brought it. Namely, a good dog. After a delicious lunch, the good dog is light. Slept. The bride offered him her idea. The good dog jumped up with pleasure, and he screamed, "I agree. I agree. Of course, yes. It's an honor for me." And the makeup artist's hallucinations continued. The passions in her imagination were simply boiling. The same handsome guy played the leading role. After the explosion, something similar in silhouette to a person descended to the ground. The makeup artist indicated that she sees all this in reality. It was very realistic. The makeup artist looked at this handsome man. Everything was perfect during the day. That she understood that he was probably bad. She got a good look at him. He didn't have a single wrinkle on his face, not a single scar. She practically fell in love with this handsome man in her imagination. Then there was some kind of flash in the forest. It was impossible to see anything that was happening. It seemed to her that she was flying somewhere far into the sky. The flash remains behind, somewhere below. Then there was a bang explosion, and the green fog cleared from my eyes. Now in my imagination there were already two handsome young men. They looked alike. It seemed like they were brothers. There was no further. It was painted with different colors. It looked a lot like the Northern Lights. Other colors. Then the sky took on different colors. It's as if space is in front of us. Some kind of comet planets were flying across the sky. Then we saw two flashes in the sky. One flash was fiery, two flash was blue. This meant one thing. Something was bound to happen now. And so it happened. Two elements collided together in the sky. It was just not clear why yet. Their eyes were very angry. It was immediately obvious that they did not share something among themselves. Bring these young people together. Only the Queen of Heaven could. The Queen of Heaven came for this purpose, to make peace. The Heavenly Queen read her spells. The air swirled in the sky so that it looked like a giant tornado. Then this wind began to stretch the two guys. The two elements are scattered from each other in different directions throughout the sky. There were electrical discharges all over the sky. It was getting a little quieter. The sky calmed down, because the two elements flew away from each other. The sun came out, and everything fell into place. The father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty also saw these special effects in the sky. They were very surprised. The bride was also scared. She had never seen anything like this before. Rain Dynasty and Blue took the bride's hand, so hard that your fingers crunched. "Let's stick together," she suggested. Daughter of the Blue Dynasty to the bride. "Together it won't be so scary. Don't be afraid." The bride of the Blue Dynasty said, "Thank you very much to you. It's really not scary together." Suddenly, various flashes and fire appeared in the sky again. One of those handsome men we saw before appeared. He had white, thick, beautiful hair and the same white eyebrows. "Why did you come back here?" I asked. "Queen of Heaven, I think we're done with everything. I want you to help me get my dog back. I have a beautiful gray dog." He said, "Beauties to the Queen of Heaven." One day my brother stole it. Something that is friendly with fire. I still don't understand where he gets so much anger from. He said, "Handsome man, to the Queen of Heaven." The Queen of Heaven closed her eyes, and like a clairvoyant, she began to look for where this brother ran. She saw that he was bound in burning chains of fire. But where is this handsome guy's dog? Where is this gray dog? While it was unknown, it was clear that he was suffering in agony. There are flames all around, but the gray dog was not visible. Then he admitted that he simply sold this dog for good money, to some people in a private zoo for their personal collection. The gray dog was very scared. He didn't expect this to happen to him. He was not ready to part with his master, although, in fact, the gray dog was a very brave dog, and very beautiful. Looking out of his cage, the gray dog saw that he was not alone in the private collection of this zoo. The gray dog saw how the white goat did not want to obey its new owner. She stuck her tongue out at him and spat in his face. Another gray dog saw a big monkey, a humanoid ape. She refused to comply with the demands of the new owner and showed him indecent signs. The gray dog also saw that there was a primitive man in this zoo. Perhaps it was even Bigfoot. The gray dog just doesn't understand this. Even the gray dog saw one very strange monkey in this zoo. She was constantly silent. Perhaps this was her protest. One day, the gray dog managed to escape from his cage and escape from this hell. He escaped from a private zoo. The gray dog was very scared. He ran wherever he could. He ran very fast and for a very long time, hoping to meet his master. "You're a handsome one." And then the gray dog saw his master in front of him. Frightened and almost exhausted, he jumped into his arms. The owner was very happy and pressed him closer to himself. Father and daughter saw this gray dog. He looked a lot like a dog they know. He is very similar to the kind dog that the ruler has. "How I missed you," the beauty said to the gray dog. "I thought I'd never see you again. Thank God this is not the case." The owner of the gray dog was burning inside. He was overwhelmed with emotions. What if we introduce these dogs? I think they are the same breed. Should they become friends? Offered reign to the Blue Dynasty. "Great idea," said the bride. "They can play together, be friends, and have a lot of fun." At this moment, sir, the dog, of course, was very tired. He was not in his best shape. He needed to eat well and rest. The gray dog asked his handsome owner to urgently feed him, because he had no strength at all. The owner took the gray dog in his arms and carried it to his kitchen to feed it. Moreover, there was a lot of food. "Did they really not feed you there at all?" I asked the owner of the gray dog. "I'm so hungry that I'm ready to eat a wolf." The gray dog answered his master. The gray dog is really hungry, the owner thought. The owner took his gray dog in his arms. The owner offered it to the gray dog. "Introduce him to someone like him. I think you two will become friends." Soon, this meeting took place. Two very similar dogs, gray dog and a good dog. They looked at each other for a long time and did not dare to take the first step. Then the fear went away, and the gray dog ran towards the good dog. They were so similar that they differed only in color. They liked each other at first sight. It seems it was true love. The kind dog was very happy. He seemed so pleased he had never been. The kind dog simply flew on the wings of happiness and love. This is happiness. How little a good dog needs to be happy. The kind dog's eyes shone with happiness because this has never happened to him before. The kind dog sat in the yard and dreamed. He dreamed of a happy future life, which will be even better than before. The Blue Dynasty saw it all rain. And the bride. The girls were very happy for the two dogs who found each other in this world. Happiness was gaining momentum. It was easy and fun at heart. It was true love. The good dog and the gray dog thought about each other every minute. They could no longer imagine without each other. When they didn't see each other, Sarah the dog was very sad. He wanted to quickly see the good dog. They spent whole days together. And they even began to see how people were thinking about their wedding. They began to dream. The gray dog dreamed of his own. He had his own wish for the wedding. He wanted a great magician to perform at their wedding because he was a world-class star. And the kind dog dreamed of musicians performing at their wedding. And better yet were the musicians and dancers who were supposed to impress the gray dog. The gray dog dreamed every day. He was happier than ever. The gray dog and the good dog were spending time together. They lay in the sun, in the courtyard, and they dreamed of a bright future. The gray dog's eyes also glowed with happiness. He too has never been as happy in his life as he is now. Bride and daughter of the Blue Dynasty. We looked at the dogs, and they were surprised. That dogs, just like people, have love. Then the gray dog was left alone because the good dog had to go to the bride's wedding rehearsal. It was necessary to rehearse as a good one. The dog will carry out the rings for the bride and groom. Good dog. He was also a little sad. I also didn't want to be separated from the gray dog for a long time. But the rehearsal was very important. The good dog listened and remembered everything he was told. He remembered everything he needed to do. It seems to be nothing complicated. But everything had to be done clearly. Everything is correct. So, as not to spoil this touching moment, a good dog, he rehearsed everything he needed to do well. The girls took him in their arms and began to stroke and play with him. "The wedding will begin very soon, so girls, let's hurry to the banquet," said the father of the Blue Dynasty. Everything was ready, so the wedding began immediately with fireworks. The sky became very beautiful. People sang and danced. There was something for everyone to do at this holiday. It was a lot of fun. Handsome Guy was also at the wedding. He liked everything. Everything was at a high level. But he remembered, just recently, bad people wanted to prevent this happiness. They wanted to stop the bride. They even stole the gray dog. The ruler stood aside and looked at his townspeople. They danced and had fun. They sang a song. Nothing stopped them. The bishop went to his sister's bride. He wanted to be the first to congratulate her on her wedding day and say that she is the most beautiful in the world and that he loves her very much. "Sister, You are so happy. I look at you and become happy too. May everything work out for you. You are simply beautiful today," the Lord said to the bride. "Thank you, brother," sister replied. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty looked at the happy bride and remembered the story, which her father told her. The story was about her mother. One day, the mother of the Blue Dynasty's daughter disappeared. Nobody knew where she was or what happened to her. Is she alive or no longer alive? They didn't know where to look. Evil people caught my mother. They tied her with strong knots and ropes with spikes. They didn't give her any water or food. The sun was setting below the horizon and it was already very dark. Something had to be done. Some decision had to be made. One evening, like this. It was already quite late then. The father of the Blue Dynasty decided to go to the rescue and look for his wife. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty was very worried about her father because he didn't know where to go. What lies ahead for him and what he will have to face? It was already quite late. It was dark. It was night. The father was about to go save his wife. "Father, be careful, I beg you," said Rain to the Blue Dynasty. "What if something happens to you too, and then I'll be completely alone?" "I ask you to take care of yourself," she said to her father. "You are already quite an adult, my daughter. You speak like an adult. Everything will be okay. I was careful," said this Dynasty Blue to his daughter before leaving. "Father, I love you. Know this," the daughter shouted loudly. There was, of course, anxiety in the girl's eyes and face. She was very worried about her father and her mother. "Don't worry, my daughter," the father of the Blue Dynasty answered. "I think I know where to look for your mother. I just know who was against our happiness." "Father, do you know where to go? Do you know who these people are? Is it dangerous? Do you think Mom is still alive? Will nothing happen to you if I'm left alone?" "What should I do then?" the daughter asked her father. The father of the dynasty knew the bruise, that all this is the work of an evil man in a mask. You just had to find him and explain that he was wrong, that you can't do that. Explain what is good and what is bad. The father of the Blue Dynasty saw this masked man. Anger overwhelmed his feelings. He wanted to deal with this scoundrel and go back home to his daughter. Of course, he still had to save his wife. If she's still alive? There were many questions that he could not answer yet. The evil masked man saw the father of the Blue Dynasty. He smiled, just not to show how scared he was. The angry man listened to everything the father of the Blue Dynasty told him. "Either you give me your wife, or I will kill you, and I will still get the wife. Choose," said the father of the Blue Dynasty. Said the father of the masked bad man gave his wife to the Blue Dynasty. He rethought his actions. You can't interfere with someone else's happiness. The wife of the father of the Blue Dynasty was safe and sound. At this time, the reign of the Blue Dynasty simply did not find a place for itself. She was very worried about her father and mother. I hoped that everything would be fine. She believed that her father would succeed. The girl sat and was sad. Tears welled up in my eyes. She was practically crying. The girl really wanted to see her mother, and he will see his father. And then the door to the room swung open. The wind and draft lifted all the sheets of paper that were lying on the table to the very ceiling. These pieces of paper were flying all over the room. Did the girl not understand what was happening? Where does such a strong wind come from? And why are all the pieces of paper circling in her room under the ceiling? Suddenly, the Blue Dynasty saw Rain. She saw her mother and her father. She froze and just looked at them. Mom appeared in the room. She was safe and sound. There wasn't a scratch on it. She stood and looked at her beloved daughter. "Thank God I'm home," said Mom. "Thank God," the daughter of the Blue Dynasty answered her. "I was very worried about you, Mom. I love you so much, promising that you will always be by my side." At this time, the father of the Blue Dynasty approached Lord Grandis. He said that his daughter had become quite an adult. It seems to him that she is ready to become a good warrior. By the way, on the side of good and fight together with everyone. "Are you sure about this?" the ruler asked the father of the Blue Dynasty. "She's too young, isn't she?" "What if she can't handle it?" the bishop asked. "You're still too young. Remember this, but this may be your strength. The main thing is to listen to our advice. I attend masterclasses in martial arts and magic, and strength will come to you. The main thing is to remember that you are serving good. You are on the side of good. You must defend the city. You must monitor the residents of this city so that they feel comfortable, free, cozy, and, most importantly, not afraid, said Lord. I want to. I can handle it. Believe me, I won't let you down. Lord, I will try very hard. Perhaps I have been going towards this all my life. I want to serve on the side of good, said Rain to the Blue Dynasty. It was already too late. Night has fallen on the hairstyle, and in the sky appeared probably the largest moon that could ever appear in the sky. She illuminated all the streets and the whole city like a lantern. The bishop went to his summer veranda. He had important things to do. First, he needed to be left alone. Secondly, it was necessary to think about what to do next. He looked at various spells in his Talmudists. I was looking for the best spell to initiate the daughter of the Blue Dynasty into real wars on the side of good. The spell has been found. All that remains is to think through the ritual of initiating the daughter of the Blue Dynasty into real warriors and guards. Peace and goodness. The Lord said, daughters of the Blue Dynasty. This is a very difficult and responsible mission. Make sure everything is good in the city so that people live calmly, joyfully, and happily, so that nothing threatens them. Are you ready for this mission? The ruler asked about the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. If you need more time to think, then maybe we won't rush, the bishop asked. I'm ready. I think I will benefit humanity. Perhaps I've been waiting for this all my life, or my entire youth. Rain Blue Dynasty was very moved. Tears welled up in her eyes. Believe me, sir, I will not let you down. The Rain of the Blue Dynasty said in a quiet voice. Well then, I initiate you into real wars. Warriors who serve only good. Warriors who are on the side of good. And the wars that protect our people. He said, Lord, and began to initiate the girl into a warrior of good. Now, you are a warrior of good. Said, the Lord of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. There is no turning back. We've all been wrong at some point. The main thing was to switch to the right side in time. The makeup artist looked at the daughter of the Blue Dynasty, and I thought, we should take care of this girl. Perhaps this image would suit her. A small scarf around the neck, loose hair, and chains on the head and chest. But the makeup artist didn't know whether she would like this look or not. But she thought it was just a great idea. She came up with this image herself. The makeup artist came up with another look for this girl. She should be closer to the people, the makeup artist thought. This is a slightly naked girl who is covered with grass, vines, and leaves from trees, like she's closer to nature. Well, daughter of the Blue Dynasty, I think you'll have to fight some bad guys soon. It might not even be a person, some kind of scary creature. The Blue Dynasty Rain flew up towards the clouds for all city residents to see that they had a new protector in her person. People were only happy about this. The daughter was very happy. Her dream came true. She has her own mission, and it is very important for all the people, for all the residents of this city. Now, she is a real warrior. Vladika, tell me, when will I have my first task? Today, or maybe tomorrow, but at least this week. I really want to help people. Take your time, said the bishop. Everything has its time. The less work we have, the calmer it is in our city. It's better to be calm than to constantly fight with someone. So, today you have one very important mission. There is such an evil spirit, and he looks like a transparent person. It constantly disturbs our residents' sleep at night. Your first task is to neutralize it, so that he disappears. My father was very proud. The father of the Blue Dynasty was very proud of his daughter. He believed that she would succeed. Although I was very worried about her, he cried a little, because he couldn't help his daughter with this task, because this was the first and individual task for his daughter, since she became a warrior of good. No. Early in the morning, the Rain Dynasty of Blue went to the outskirts of the city. There, where most often the townspeople saw this ghost of a transparent man, suddenly, a very, very large, transparent man really appeared all over the sky. He looked about 30 years old. He stood silently and looked with big eyes at this little girl for him. It was a little creepy. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty quickly cast a spell that the Lord had taught her. This transparent man turned first into red, then into black, and it began to disappear a little, until he completely disappeared from the sky. It was a victory. When the father and daughter of the Blue Dynasty met again, the father looked at his daughter's eyes for a long time. He realized how quickly his daughter had matured. Despite her age, she is very brave. "You did it, my daughter," said the father of the Blue Dynasty. "I never doubted your abilities for a minute. You proved to everyone that you can. You are a good warrior." "Thank you," the father replied to the daughter. "Your words are very dear to me. I knew that you were praying for me so that everything would work out for me. You're right. I was very worried. I couldn't find a place for myself. I couldn't help you because this is your first task and it's only for you." The daughter of the Blue Dynasty burst into tears of happiness. It was very touching. She understood how much her father loved her, how much he values her. "When you just managed to grow up," said the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. "It seems to me that just yesterday you were a very little girl, and today you are brave, and brave. You are a real warrior. I'm proud of you," father said. Father and daughter hugged. How tightly they had never hugged in their lives. It was very sincere. "Thank you for everything, father," said the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. "Thank you for your support. Just thank you for always being there." The father of the Blue Dynasty was very pleased to hear these words. Tears welled up in his eyes from happiness and joy. It was very touching. Never in their lives had father and daughter had such a frank conversation. The moment this family went over to the side of good, their consciousness has all changed. Vladika stood on his balcony and saw how happy the father and daughter were. Vladika was sincerely happy for this girl's first small victory. He understood that in the future, this girl would become a good girl. "Father, I don't feel like sleeping at all. I suggest you take a walk around the evening city. Perhaps we can even go to the pond," the daughter told her father. "I don't mind. Let's go. After all, it hasn't been that long since we walked together. Let's breathe fresh air and put our thoughts in order," the daughter's father answered. Evening came. A light fog lay on the roofs of the houses. There was a fire in every house, and the daughter of the Blue Dynasty was getting ready for a walk. "Before you go for a walk to the pond," the daughter of the Blue Dynasty ran to the makeup artist. She asked a makeup artist to work on her look. The makeup artist liked this idea. Moreover, she had a lot of ideas in her head. All that remained was to bring this to life. Rain of the Blue Dynasty turned to a makeup artist to make this look something special, not like everyone else, so that only she could have such an image. Rain Dynasty and the Blues sat down on the floor to rest a little. Although the mission was not difficult, she still spent power. She herself realized that she was no longer the little girl she was before, that she's really grown up, and she is already capable of fighting various enemies. A start has been made. The first mission was successful. The Lord dedicated her to become a true warrior of good, something she could never even dream of before. It was necessary to go to the pond. Vladika also went to the pond to see how it was. Perhaps they will celebrate her victory there. Maybe it will be a small party or celebration. On the tree, the bishop saw a beautiful, yellow, juicy apple. He had never seen such fruits on this road before. The rulers wanted to try this apple. The Lord carefully picked this apple from the tree. He took it with him. He got it, and either eats it himself or shares it with someone else. It was already almost deep night when the ruler came to this pond. The sky was strewn with stars. It was very beautiful. Where did the Lord think everything? He looked around carefully to see familiar faces. Vladika walked along the shore of this large pond. He heard the cracking of sticks, burning fires. That's why I followed this sound. People were already gathering near the pond to thank the reign of the Blue Dynasty for its first small victory. Vladika came to the beach. There were a lot of people around. Everyone was celebrating and having fun, and they thanked the little girl who had become a real great grief for this city. "Master, thank you for coming to celebrate my victory. I'm very pleased," said Rain to the Blue Dynasty. "I came to sincerely rejoice for you. The main thing I came to tell you is not to celebrate this celebration too much. Alcoholic drinks are bad. If you drink a lot of alcoholic beverages, you might have a lot of fun at first. But then everything will be the other way around. Otherwise, everything will be different. You might feel bad. The mood will disappear. Desire to have fun. Even you can die. Said, the Lord of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty listened to it all very carefully. She already understood everything perfectly well. And I can also take off my clothes and dance a striptease. The reign of the Blue Dynasty joked and said, this is all for the ruler. She felt happy and laughed very loudly. She hasn't laughed like that in a long time. She thought it was a very good joke. Do not joke so, he said Vladika, and threatened with his finger. Be smart, and then everything will definitely be fine. A new day has come. The weather was good. The sun lit up the entire sky, and a light morning fog covered houses and roofs. It took place in the queen's castle. All servants and warriors gathered in the center of the castle. They stood and waited for the queen herself to speak. The queen proposed conquering new lands, thereby expanding your holdings. It's not easy to do this with force alone. They needed magic spells. The Red Tsar has already prepared a whole plan. He knew that he was the Snow Queen and had an old sweater, who has written such spells that no one knows about. They cannot be defeated, and therefore they will find them very useful. The Red Tsar gathered his sons to tell them about his insidious plan. He had it all figured out. Who was supposed to do what? Father, this is impossible, one of the sons shouted. How can we counter their superpowers? This is impossible. This is real suicide, the second son shouted at his father. What if we don't succeed? Then you will have neither a scroll nor sons. The Red Tsar thought for a while. The plan can always be changed. You can always find your way around, or have a plan B. In general, that's what the Red King said. My children, a scroll with ancient spells must either be stolen or gain the trust of the Snow Queen, and then she herself will give it away. Outwit her. One day I was so tricked by an old woman who pretended to be a makeup artist, but in reality she was a secret agent. Then this agent just fooled me around her little finger, treated me like a boy. She didn't even have to fight me or use any magic. I did everything for her myself. I was besotted with her. And then, when I saw that I had practically nothing left, I was furious. I was ready to break and burn everything I saw on my way. But this still would not return me to my former glory and my superpowers. And my personal spell scroll. It was no use. Everything was lost. The Red King spoke to his sons. Father, we will help you. We will do everything possible and impossible to get you this scroll. I take my words back, said one of the sons. So be it, shouted the Red Tsar. I rely only on you, my sons. I invested everything in you, all my skill, all my soul, and raised you into real men, real warriors. So, go and do what your father asks you to do. Despite everything, by any means, complete this task that I have given you. And then, our kingdom will again become the most important on the planet. It was a beautiful sunny day. The sky was practically cloudless. The Snow Queen was walking down the street. She was beautiful as always, like a real lady. Her hair was long and luxurious. They were painted blue. Her suit was the same color. This is not even a suit, an open dress with a neckline. It was simply gorgeous. In her hands, she held that very ancient scroll with the most ancient spells that no one had. They were worth a lot. The Snow Queen always took with her an ancient scroll with ancient spells. She tried never to leave the scroll unattended, and no one could have preserved this scroll better than she herself, so that no one steals it. In general, the Snow Queen protected this ancient scroll from everyone. In this regard, she did not trust anyone, only for myself. After all, if this scroll with ancient spells fell into the wrong hands, a real war could break out, because the spell was given superpower to the person who read it and cast it correctly. That day, the Snowy One had a presentiment that they would want to steal these ancient chronicles. She was ready for anything. The sons of the Red King flew to Earth on a rocket to the Snow Queen. They moved to birds so that they would not be noticeable. And they tried to snatch the ancient scroll out of their hands on the fly and steal it. The Snow Queen was ready for such a development of events. She flapped her wings, and the air around became so cold, as if the most terrible cold winter had come. Everything around began to freeze. The Snow Queen looked at the sons of the Red King. She quickly read one of the spells. To end these sons of the Red King forever. The Snow Queen turned her two sons into naked dancers, blonde and brunette. They had practically no clothes on. Then, with the next spell, the Snow Queen sent these two girls to the nightclub. She sent them there to work as dancers forever. It was not at all difficult to handle two young people who can do absolutely nothing. They have no strength and, worst of all, they have no intelligence. At this time, in the castle of the Red King, people again began to gather in the middle of the room. A large crowd of people walked along the red carpet. It was a very beautiful castle, painted in gold. The queen said that their sons should appear and bring what we sent them for. They must bring us strength, influence, and independence. An ancient scroll with spells will give us all this. But suddenly, a blue-white flash flashed in the hall. The castles immediately became a little colder. The walls began to become covered with frost. This was not a good sign for the Red Tsar. The flash disappeared, and the Snow Queen appeared in the hall. For all the people, for the Queen and the Red King. This was a complete surprise. After all, they were waiting for their sons. And she appeared. "Who called you here?" the Queen screamed. "I decided to visit you. I don't like uninvited guests. I'm not accepting anyone today. Make an appointment with my secretary." The Red Tsar simply froze in place. He did not expect such a development of events. The Snow Queen was definitely not expected here. This was a very brave and arrogant act on the part of the Snow Queen. "Isn't this what you are looking for?" the Snow Queen asked loudly. "Why do you need this scroll? With its help, do you want to enslave and take over the whole world? Is this fair?" "What kind of justice are you talking about, baby?" the Queen asked. "This is a very arrogant act that will appear here before us. You are in our castle, so behave more modestly. As you can see, I personally flew to you and brought this ancient scroll with the oldest spells. I have nothing to fear. You wanted this scroll, I brought it to you." The Red Tsar laughed very loudly. "Stupid girl doesn't know what she's doing. And how can this ancient scroll with the most ancient and powerful spells be in the possession of some stupid girl?" said the king. "Throw it into my hands," the Queen shouted. The Snow Queen whispered something towards the ancient scroll. I looked at him. The scroll began to heat up. Fire appeared on it. This did not promise anything good. The Snow Queen threw this ancient scroll straight into the hands of the Red King. In flight, behind the ancient scroll, there was a trail of fire and flame. It seemed that he was about to melt, or it will burn. The Red Tsar extended his hand to catch him. At this time, the Snow Queen cast another spell. A split second and something was about to happen. She just couldn't give away her ancient scroll, which she always guarded and never left unattended. Having flown into the hands of the Red King, the ancient scroll turned into a huge icicle. The icicles had sharp thorns on all sides. The scroll was frozen. Everything around began to freeze. The walls and ceiling began to become covered with blue ice. Icicles appeared and stalactites began to grow on the floor. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect such a turn of events, and the Red King slowly turned into a blue king. It actually turned blue. He was freezing. His body was covered, first we have, and then the body began to become covered with ice. It's like it was completely frozen in the refrigerator. The castle of the Red King was completely covered with frost and ice. The walls and floor were made of pure ice. Neither the red carpet nor those gold decorations were visible anymore. Everything was covered in ice. The servants and warriors of the Red King began to freeze along with their masters. They did not expect such a development of events. They were practically unable to move from the cold. "Snow Queen, where are my sons?" the freezing Red Tsar said, barely audibly and barely breathing. "Don't worry. I found them a job," answered the Snow Queen. "Believe me, it's not cold for them there at all." The Snow Queen smiled, and at this time, in the nightclub, the bishop saw these two guys dancing, who are now in the form of two beautiful dancers. They had interesting work. They couldn't escape anywhere. They danced for visitors day and night, and they didn't get anything for it. The girls were very popular in this nightclub. They had no time to be bored. There was plenty of work to do. And the Snow Queen went to her home because she really missed her friends. So she wrapped these adults around her finger warlike people who had a high opinion of themselves. The further she flew from the kingdom of the Red King, the faster her spell, which she took advantage of right there, began to melt away. The frost gradually subsided, and, when the ice completely melted, the Queen and the Red King were simply in shock. They did not understand how this young girl could trick them and deceive them. The Red Tsar even began to cry, because he was again powerless. I get it. Nothing worked out again. I had no strength, and there were no strong evil spells for Togo to become a warlike king for the whole world. And at this time, the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead and the King of Fire were very happy. They had already begun to celebrate the victory of the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen was in a hurry home to quickly tell about what happened to her, tell how easily she dealt with these adults. Red Phoenix was also very happy that everything worked out for her sister. She was very worried that everything would go well and smoothly. Still, on a foreign land, she was absolutely alone. And on the lands of the Red Tsar, the people began to rebel. Everyone rebelled against the Red Tsar, even the devils. The robbers began to do whatever they wanted in the city, because they understood that the Red King and Queen had no power. They have lost their power of influence. Residents burned bonfires, showing their disrespect and dissatisfaction with the authorities. Robberies and fights became more frequent in the city. Complete chaos was happening, and no one could stop it. Many different evil spirits of various bandits and criminals crawled out of their holes. They felt their impunity. Nobody could stop them. They did what they wanted. The Red Tsar understood that this was a failure. Trust and respect are lost. He decided to run away. The Snow Queen approached the Queen. She explained that they themselves were to blame for this situation. They got what they deserved. The Snow Queen returned to her luxurious Big Huge and a very beautiful ice castle. The next day came. The sun was already rising above the mountains. A light fog floated across the roofs of houses. The city was quiet and very calm. Two people were returning home through the large city gates. These were the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead and the King of Fire. They were returning to the city. The prince offered the Kingdom of the Dead to the King of Fire. Throw a nice party to celebrate their homecoming. The Fire King didn't mind at all. It was a good idea. I will give myself the most stylish hairstyle, said the prince. I'll be the coolest on the dance floor. Everyone will want to dance with me. And then you can arrange a grandiose karaoke, said the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead. We will sing all the songs we want. This will be a lot of fun, the prince said. Great idea, said King. I will also give myself the most stylish hairstyle. I'll wear the coolest fashionable sunglasses, and I will also be a star on the dance floor. It'll be cool. The prince really liked that the king supported him. This was actually a really cool idea. They haven't held such celebrations for a long time. The King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead walked through a beautiful city park. The weather was very good. The sun was shining, and there was a blue sky. Look, we're almost there. We only have a short distance to go. And he pointed forward. Prince, the same house was visible ahead, the same castle, where most often they all gathered together. The King of Fire was very happy. The love for this house was visible in his eyes, and to everyone who was there. He wanted to get there as soon as possible and say hello to everyone. Hello. How are you doing? The King of Fire suggested making a surprise. He suggested slowly approaching the house. I discreetly observe, and then you can go out so everyone can see them. Let's hide somewhere, said the King of Fire. To the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead, we'll just sit quietly and watch everyone. The first person the king and prince saw was Lord Grandis. He was just walking in his yard. I was walking in my garden and breathed fresh air. Then they saw some strange woman. She was no longer young, but they saw her for the first time. This woman, of course, was a makeup artist. The prince, the Kingdom of the Dead, and the King of Fire sat in the bushes and, like boys, spied on everyone. Nobody saw them, but they saw everyone. The wounds were like special agents. They missed their home so much. Where did the most ordinary flowers seem to them the most beautiful? Bring in the women. I suggest you sit and watch, said King. I fully support you, King. The Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead agreed. Oh, how I want to throw a great party quickly. We haven't had a vacation for so long, said the King of Fire. I can already imagine myself dancing in my fashionable sunglasses. Suddenly, there was a pause. The King of Fire fell silent. My God, what kind of goddess is this? Said the king. It seemed like a king. Starts to fall in love. They saw a girl and daughter in the garden. Did they look alike? As two drops of water. And most importantly, They were simply, divinely beautiful. She was a very beautiful girl who dazzled the sun straight from the sky. It seemed simply made of gold due to the sun's rays. The King of Fire began to imagine himself as some kind of front man. He considered himself a conqueror of love and women. At that moment, the ruler noticed them in the bushes. He didn't understand why two adult men were sitting in the bushes and hiding. For what? After all, they are definitely not going to attack our house. At this moment, the girl transformed into a completely different image. The sun was setting behind the trees, and it was not that golden color. Lightning flashed across the girl, ran away to change clothes and transform, and the men still continued to watch this. The girl was reincarnated. Sparks were flying. It was beautiful, illuminating the entire room. It's as if something new is being born in this room, new and beautiful. The girl was reincarnated. Perhaps, of course, she used some kind of spell. Maybe not. She became more and more beautiful. The King of Fire and the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead saw the Lord. "Hello, Lord," they shouted. "Long time no see. How are you? Is everything all right? Why did you scare my guest?" I think this beautiful girl was scared. I sent her to de-stress. I sent her to take a hot bath. The girl undressed and relaxed. She climbed into the bathroom and lay down in the water. The most important thing is that no one was looking at her now. The girl was lying in the bathtub with foam. I just rested and gained strength. And I wondered if those people who were spying on her knew her now. After all, she will be completely different. The girl recalled how two men approached her and her daughter almost closely. One is older, the other is younger. We tried to get to know each other, and they paid compliments. And in the garden, they were still hiding in the bushes. King and prince. They expected to see someone else, although the king was already practically in love with this girl after taking a bath. In the courtyard of the ruler's house, it seemed like a girl with blue hair. She was charming. There were definitely no such things in the city. "Hello, Lord," the girl said. "Finally I can say my name. My name is Malvina. I want to confess to you. While I was in the yard with my daughter, someone was watching me from the bushes. It turned out to be two men in gold. You wanted to get to know each other and complimented me. I think they said something about a party they wanted to have. Lots of cases of returning to the city." "Vladika, can I go there too?" Malvina asked. In fact, Malvina really wanted to go because she also liked that man in gold, who was actually the Fire King. But who will I leave my daughter with? Malvina thought. I know practically no one here except the Lord. It would probably be awkward if I asked him for help. "I will stay with your daughter," said the bishop. "No problem. Go and have fun. Everything will be fine," the bishop said, stroking his daughter's head. Malvina asked her daughter, "Will you behave? We are still guests. Be smart, my daughter. Everything will be fine. I love you." Vladika also asked the makeup artist to create some interesting look for him for the disco. I would like to be beautiful too. He also wanted to be noticed. Yes. Yes, damn it. She will also come to our party. It will be there too. This is my chance. Did she get into my heart? Prince. Today I will have a blast like it's the last time in my life. I haven't organized such parties for a very long time. I'm even a little scared. Well, I'm a grown man. I, the King of Fire. I have so much behind me. Although, to whom am I telling all this? You are still too young. The King of Fire joked and laughed loudly. Of course, he didn't want to offend the prince. He was just in a very good mood. I wanted a holiday. The Fire King went to his room to change clothes. I needed to take a shower. After brushing my teeth, take some perfume, to become simply handsome. The king alone mentally imagined their meeting. Meeting of the king and Malvina. He really liked her. All thoughts were only about her. The King of Fire and the prince. The kingdom of the dead came to the ruler. "Vladika, we would like to launch a grandiose, large, long fireworks into the sky at the end of the party. We have already bought everything, got everything. Just give your consent," said the king. "I ask you, just not this. Just not fireworks. No shots fired. No noise," said Lord. "I want people in the city to just relax quietly, and they didn't think that some kind of war and confrontation against evil spirits had begun again. I hope you got what I meant. I don't need to repeat all this to you twice." Please note, if you launch fireworks into the sky, I'll punish you, and the party will end immediately, said Lord. The main thing is, don't make me angry. I gave you my consent to the party, so go for a walk, dance, sing songs. In general, relax and enjoy life, said Lord. But if you anger me, you know me, the Lord shouted. You won't be well. I'm telling you this for sure. Otherwise, I will be very angry and your party will end. I'll send everyone home, and I'll put you to bed. This will be the first and last party in this house. The prince of the kingdom of the dead had nothing to say at all. He completely agreed with the bishop. Well, of course he wanted to see the fireworks. The house was becoming empty. Everyone went to their rooms. Everyone went about their business. There was complete silence. Complete calm. The prince suggested setting off the fireworks anyway. It had been a long time since he had seen small, beautiful, multicolored sparks flying in the sky. He really liked it. Ledikova saw that they set off fireworks without his permission and without his knowledge. He didn't like it very much, and therefore became very angry. The bishop called me into his office. Prince of the kingdom of the dead and king of fire. He began to scold them for what they had done. The Lord understood that people had only just recovered from previous wars, and they don't want to hear explosions. The bishop decided that they urgently needed to do something useful, so he gave them a magic sword. A sword that will help them. A sword that will come to life. Talk to them, maybe, and even look after them. It was a sword. Bronze brown color. There was a certain head near the handle of this ball. It looks like either a person or some kind of animal. Oh no, cried the King of Fire. Why do we need this? What are we going to do about this? A very strange sword, said the prince. Trust me, friends. This is not just a magic sword. He will be like a friend to you. It comes to life when you need it. He will teach you a lot. Perhaps it will even help you in difficult times. It was still a gift from the ruler. So the prince of the kingdom of the dead was very happy. He hasn't received any gifts for a long time, especially from the Lord. The magic sword lay on the table. The king and prince looked at him. It's strange, and this thing should speak to us somehow. The prince said, I'll tell you more. This sword should also be our friend. Perhaps we will share secrets with him, said the King of Fire. The King of Fire took the sword in his hands. He ran his hand along the handle, and suddenly the head, which was on the handle of this ball, she bit the king's hand. An incomprehensible voice rang out. Take me with you. I've never been to a party. This voice came from the handle of the ball. The strange head. The King of Fire was so frightened he jumped up and practically began to dance, waving his legs and arms to shake this head off his hand. She kept everything on his hand with her mouth. It was terrible, disgusting. The King of Fire is tired. I even started sweating. He stopped. He looked at his hand. It was still in the mouth of this head, which was on the handle of the ball. It quickly let go of my hand, shouted the King of Fire. It was very strange because the king was talking to the handle of some kind of magic ball. The Fire King quickly said his favorite spell. Everything around exploded. The fire rose almost to the sky. It was a very unexpected decision. The fire is gone, and everyone saw that the King of Fire was standing slightly sad. His face shows a lack of understanding of the situation. His suit was burned by fire. He looked terrible. King, are you okay? Cried the prince. What's happened? What spell did you say that there was so much fire? You almost got burned yourself. Or maybe I should have just thrown this miracle sword into some bushes. If there is no this ball, then there are no problems. That's all. And you almost burned down the entire castle. You should at least consult me before you cast your spells. I was standing nearby. I could have burned too. I think next time. The Fire King did not understand what had happened at all. Previously, all his spells and his superpower worked flawlessly, and this time some kind of magic sword. But the spell doesn't work. Very strange. The Fire King was so shocked and upset that he simply burst into tears like a girl. The princes and kings stood in the room, and next to him also stood this magic sword. In place of the handle was the head of a human image. They didn't understand how this could be. The king and prince went outside from the building. They went to the park. The prince hugged the king and said that he wouldn't worry. Their new friend, the magic sword, stood next to them. and heard it all. The magic sword was simply shocked by the information that he had heard all this time. "Magic sword," he says. "I thought there would be friendship right away, but here there are so many revelations." The prince and king simply laughed loudly. They didn't even know that this sword was standing next to them, eavesdropping on everything. The king, then the king of fire, the prince of the kingdom of the dead, went out into the open field. They began to heat up on their knees, and they promised each other to keep this magic sword and be friends with it. After all, the bishop gave it to them. The magic sword listened to all this. I remembered. He had a smile on his face. It was very funny for him to watch all this. But he was pleased. Vladika felt pain in his right shoulder. These were old injuries from all sorts of different wars and battles. He decided to go to his place to rest for a while. At this moment, the Fire King principal was having fun. They were happy. They have a new friend. The bishop went to his room. He thought about lying down for a while, resting, maybe even sleeping. Vladika went into his room. His friend, whose name is a good dog, immediately ran up to his feet. And the bishop immediately felt better, because his pet is nearby. "By the way, it's time to have lunch loudly," the good dog said to his master. "The Lord. I hope you haven't forgotten that I love to eat deliciously and a lot. Or have you decided to leave me without lunch today?" "No, of course not," said the bishop. "How can I not feed you?" That's just what the bishop thought. Vladika asked his people out loud to go into the forest and pick mushrooms. He thought about feeding his good garden with mushrooms. You can even make mushroom soup. The king and the prince also went to pick mushrooms for help. A kind dog, he constantly stood at the feet of the Lord. "Master, are you going to feed me today or not?" asked the good dog. The first mushroom in the forest that everyone saw did not inspire confidence in anyone. He was very strange, because he had eyes, nose, and mouth. The rest of the mushrooms were the same. They didn't inspire confidence. It was immediately obvious that they were hallucinogenic. It seemed that radioactive waves were even emanating from them. It was simply impossible to pull them out of the ground. The roots of these mushrooms went so deep into the ground, it was simply impossible to get them out. Some mushrooms included some kind of protection. It looked like an electric laser anti-theft system. If you touched it, then all lightning and sound, and a siren for the whole forest, and immediately some little people run to the aid of these mushrooms. The mushrooms stood and looked at the people who came into the forest. Those people also stood in shock and looked at the mushrooms that were looking at them. It was a funny situation. People realized that they needed to quickly leave this forest, especially stay away from these radioactive mushrooms, because everyone started having hallucinations. The elder saw that the hallucination did not apply only to the girl with blue hair whose name was Malvina. In fact, for some reason, all this had no effect on Malvina. She looked at the mushrooms as if they were real. There was nothing suspicious. The most important thing is in the eyes, but in her head, she had no hallucinations. Coming out of the forest, the Malvina picked several mushrooms. She thought, since we came to the forest to pick mushrooms, it would be a sin to return from the forest without them. The mushroom began to scream in its mushroom language. Of course, Malvina did not understand or hear him. It didn't work on her. The mushroom's eyes turned inward. Malvina went home, happy. She brought in a mushroom in her hand. She understood that she was the only one who found mushrooms in this forest out of all those who came here. She's not the only one who can feed the good dog. Malvina went home and remembered the compliments that the King of Fire told her. She remembered all this. Eating felt somehow joyful and good in her soul. Suddenly, the Malvina felt something moving in her hand. She felt as if something wanted to break out of her hand and run away into freedom. It was the same flute that she carried home in her hand. Something was happening to him. The cap of this mushroom turned into the head of a real man. He was all red because it was clear that the Malvina was squeezing his throat with its hand. He asked to be thrown back into the forest. Malvina reacted quickly. She waved her hand, and I threw this flute back into the forest. The flute flew in the wind and thanked Malvina with all his words for saving him, and she let go. And the Malvina's hand was still trembling, as if the same flute was in it and was trying to break free. Malvina remembered that Vladika always said that we must remain on the side of good. Do only good, and goodness will return to you. The mushroom flew safely to its clearing. It turned back into a real flute. Meanwhile, the King of Fire is with his new friend. With a magic sword, we went outside. The prince of the kingdom of the dead also went outside with them, because the bishop told them to clean up the entire street, everything where they littered with their confetti after the fireworks. The king of fire and the prince of the underworld were sweeping the entire street. This was the order of the ruler. At that moment, a Malvina approached her. Malvina suggested they rest a little, because they have already done a lot of work. They deserved it, though. There was nothing to shoot. This confetti fireworks display. I'm already waiting for the wax, but Malvina said. And with slow steps, he began to walk beautifully towards the house. And for the life of me, I sat and looked at the men who so diligently swept the entire streets. Visage invited the king to play a game of wishing. Who is winning? Then you make a wish. I happily agreed. In fact, the king had many desires. He didn't even know which one to choose. But there was a lot of desire, so he agreed. The king of fire approached the gaming table where black and white chips lay. Just very simple. Although he didn't understand the rules yet, I began a game into which the king plunged headlong. He didn't fully understand the rules of the game. Well, he really wanted to win, because he had a lot of desires. At a certain moment, it seemed to him that the makeup artist checkmated him, just like checkmate in chess. The Fire King was very surprised. He clearly remembered that he started the game with white and black chips. There was no chess piece on the playing field. Where does all this come from? The Window King did not understand the situation. He sat and looked at the makeup artist. Then he looked at the playing field. It had the same white and black chips on it. There were no figures there. You deceived me, makeup artist. How could you? Why do you need all this? I wanted to make a wish, said the king. That's if you really sincerely make friends with your magic sword. At the base of the handle there is a head. Then I will fulfill your wish. The king of fire walked up to this ball and took it in his hands down to his face. He said slowly, quietly, and affectionately, Copper, let's be friends. The king of fire began to whisper his wish into the makeup artist's ear. Please make Malvina fall in love with me, and everyone will be fine. Who is this for everyone? The makeup artist asked. Oh, don't go into details, said the king. I made a wish for you, so be kind and fulfilled, so that it will be good. Lord. The makeup artist exhaled. I thought. And she decided to really do good to the king. She decided that he would not be poisoned by these poisonous mushrooms which he smelled in the forest. Suddenly the king's wish began to come true. He was vomiting very badly. I was twisting my stomach, vomiting again. There were hallucinations. The Fire King was practically green in color. His face changed. He felt very bad. This was the most severe poisoning. The Fire King was so green in color. What did he think? His time has come, now he will die. He felt so bad, which is just a nightmare. After some time, the King of Fire came to his senses. Of course, he was still feeling bad, but there is already a blush on his cheeks, showed that he was coming to his senses. At this time, the bishop was walking along the street. He breathed fresh air and admired nature, listened to the birds singing. It was very nice outside. The bishop heard music in his ears, as if some woman was barely audibly playing the violin. The bishop walked around his house. Suddenly I saw it, like in the yard. The rain of blue youth sits and bathes in the bathtub. It's a very awkward situation. The bishop did not want to spy on his daughter. It was an accident? The Lord covered his eyes with his hands and ran to the side, with his whole appearance showing that he saw nothing and was not going to look. This was also seen by the makeup artist and the Fire King. It was a funny situation. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty sat in the bathtub. There was foam around her. Birds were singing outside. Summer breeze. Everything was very good. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty was lying in the bath. The weather was great. She's in a naked mood. Even better. She lay there and hummed a funny song. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty was in a great mood. It had been so long since she relaxed while lying in the bathtub. From the outside, the King of Fire and the makeup artist saw it all. It was very awkward, because they noticed a practically naked girl in the bathroom. The devils turned red, so their shame gave them away. Vladika went to his room to see his beloved pet. Of course, it was necessary to feed the good dog, because he could eat at least 100 times a day. Now, I saw the bishop and was very happy. The next day came. The city was quiet and calm. Mountains rose beyond the roofs of houses. It was too early. The city had disappeared and was sleeping. Are you aware that today the bishop decided to give a master class? She said, makeup artist, Korolev. What did I hear the king say? The master class is good so we can learn from it. Yes, exactly. She said she was a makeup artist. This will be an interesting master class. There will be a lot to learn. Strange. Previously, the bishop always held a master class in martial arts. Both this time will be culinary. Very interesting. Everyone immediately began to clean the city streets because a lot of people were supposed to come to the master class. Malvina also learned about this news and decided to go watch this master class. She loves to cook. Therefore, I decided to learn something new. The King of Fire agreed not to enter the Lord's kitchen. He decided to stay behind. Perimeter, and please look out the window. Vladika was preparing something, and at this time in another room they were watching all this action through the window. King and Prince. Lord Grandis was kneading the dough. It was clear that there would be something floury, possibly pizza, maybe pies, or donuts. It was still unclear. Vladika tried very hard to knead the dough. He didn't want to disgrace himself. So he tried very hard. With his hands, rigidly, motion after motion, he rolled out and kneaded the dough. Of course, it would be easier for him to fight with someone than to stand in the kitchen. But this time, everything was different. Vladika checked that the dough had already become viscous. He achieved the desired result and could continue further. The whole secret is that today the bishop decided to make pies with mushrooms, with those that the guys once brought from the forest. The king and prince watched all this. What did the mushrooms say, Prince? There are still vegetables there, said the king. We stood at the bishop's. There were several dishes. One plate was with vegetables. The second plate was with meat. The third plate was pies with mushrooms. Well, now is the finale of this masterclass. All participants and spectators had to try what the bishop had prepared. The King of Fire got a pie with mushrooms. As it turned out, this was not the best choice, because the mushrooms were from that same forest, which everyone felt bad about. The King of Fire was poisoned again. No one knew that the bishop would put those same mushrooms in the pies. No. It was the thief who got the pie. He felt so bad that it seemed that all death had come for him. Then the king began to hallucinate and went into a wild dance. He danced even without music. He had his own music in his head, and all this was watched by the people, and, of course, the Malvina. Then the bishop distributed what he had prepared to everyone who wanted it. Vladika loved to cook. He didn't mind giving all this food to his friends and townspeople. First, he handed out donuts. Then he distributed very tasty fried meat. There was a long line for this dish. The smell was simply wonderful. Everyone wanted to try this meat. The Lord's pathologist approached Malvina. We asked to give her something very tasty, the most delicious, and the best in the opinion of the Lord. Malvina took the burger. She didn't want meat. She didn't want mushroom pies. Because I saw how the king felt very bad after the mushrooms, she decided to eat a regular fried bun. Inside there was a very tasty filling. This is very tasty, said Malvina. Very fresh, fluffy bun, and a very flavorful filling. I won't take the second bun because we girls can't eat a lot of powerful things, otherwise we'll get fat. This bun was really very fresh, fluffy, and delicious. And the sweet filling added even more flavor. Vladika approached the Malvina and asked, "How do you like my masterclass? Do you think I'm a good cook or not? I should continue such experiments. Or is it better to conduct martial arts masterclasses?" Malvina continued to eat this delicious bun, but it was really very tasty. Everything you do, Lord, is wonderful. Keep doing what you enjoy. Vladika decided to treat, of course, the leftover food to his beloved pet, whose name was the good dog. The good dog saw whose lord they were, hands with plates of food. He was so happy, because a kind dog loves more than anything else to eat tasty food and eat a lot. Clouds were gathering over the city. Evening was coming. It was getting dark outside. A light fog floated across the city. The only sounds in the air were the singing of birds. Late in the evening, he was heading somewhere. The king. The Fire King walked to the place where he was playing a funny game with a makeup artist, to the place where it seems to me that he was deceived. The Fire Rabbit came to the place where he was playing. There was still a gaming table with white and black chips there. A makeup artist stood nearby. The King of Fire immediately remembered the Malvina. He remembered this beautiful, charming girl who fell into his soul and heart. "So, makeup artist, I think you deceived me," said the king. "I asked to feel good, and I almost got poisoned. I poisoned myself with mushrooms and prayed to God to make me feel better." The makeup artist answered, "Didn't I fulfill your wish? But you nearly died. You were poisoned by mushrooms. You felt very bad. And then, your wish came true and you felt good. So, I fulfilled your wish. You felt good." The king of fire came to the Lord to complain that he was poisoned by his mushroom pies. The bishop also did not listen to him, because only one king had it bad. Everyone else ate all the food and no one got poisoned. "I understand," said the king. "You're a makeup artist. You just taught me a lesson. But if it's possible, I'll ask for one more wish. I want you to help me prove to the Lord what a good warrior I am. That's all." The knitter agreed, and they went into the forest. There she cast her spell to help the king. She promised to do whatever he wanted, because the first time she, of course, outwitted and deceived him. "Thank God," said the king. "Now my wish will come true. I will prove to the Lord that I am strong. I'll show him everything I can do. The most important thing is that our city residents are calm and live happily." The prince of the kingdom of the dead approached the king of fire. She put her hand on his shoulder, looked into his eyes, and said, "I believe in you, my king. You will succeed. Don't worry. For real warriors." At that time, some kind of red storm was approaching the city. This had never happened in the city before. Residents. They slept peacefully and did not suspect anything. The king was still in the forest. He was close to tasting the fact that his desire was about to come true. Milan will be able to show everything it can and everything it is capable of. All it took was one chance. While in the forest, they saw flashes of fire, which were near the city. The fire scattered throughout the sky. What was the Fire King thinking? Did it really all start so quickly? Is it possible that my desires begin to take effect so quickly? None of them even suspected what awaited them ahead. Nobody knew what would happen. There was tension in the new air. "Did you want to prove yourself?" She said she was a makeup artist. "Yes. I'm not just a woman who makes other women beautiful. Someone calls me a fairy. Morning thinks I'm an evil witch. But believe me, I have always served and will serve only on the side of good." The makeup artist said to the king, "Prince and Lord, so remember, she said she was a makeup artist. It's not easy for you to appear, so I came here to make you even stronger. Something that you have already encountered before will soon appear. The Red King is flying towards you. The person who was offended by the Snow Queen. That person who thinks he is too strong. But in front of his people, he was disgraced by the Snow Queen. He has lost confidence. And all the rest." The makeup artist turned to the King of Fire. "King, you must confront all this. It will be great if the Snow Queen finds out about this incident and also flies to your aid. But for now, you are alone. You wanted a chance. Now you have it. Go ahead." Meanwhile, offended, the Red Tsar was already flying up to the ground where all these people were. He was offended by everyone. The Snow Queen was especially offended, which deceived him. She humiliated him in front of his people, and he lost all confidence among his people. The city was still, very quiet. The sun was shining and the weather was good. Residents of the city did not suspect anything. Many of the city's guardians also did not know what was about to happen. "So, why are you going to confront me? Look at you. You are so small, and I am so huge, 1,000 times bigger and taller than you," said the Red King to the King of Fire. Suddenly, the Snow Queen appeared. This angered the Red King even more. He didn't want to meet the Snow Queen. He didn't know what she was like in battle, but he knew for sure that it was very cunning. "You are so weak that, if anything happens, my student will fight with you. And I simply don't have time for these trifles," the Snow Queen said. Red was alarmed, when it was not part of his plans. He did not expect to see the Snow Queen so quickly. One day, this girl ruined his whole life, and his entire career went to hell. Flying away through the forest, the Snow Queen shouted to the Red King, "I'll stand back and see what you can do. Something tells me that you are just a zero." For the Red Tsar, this was too bold a statement. It touched his manhood and pride. He really didn't like that some girl was telling him what to do and telling him what to do. The Red Tsar remembered the secret agent, the woman he believed was posing as a makeup artist. Perhaps she will come over to his side, and then it will be much simpler and easier for him. Never screamed makeup artist. I will never go over to the side of evil. As long as I'm alive, this will never happen. Once again, she shouted loudly to the makeup artists, and there is no place for a weakling on our earth. Charge, you arrived here. What did you say, old woman? Are you going to show me? It's me, the Red Tsar. I didn't come here to play games with you. Well, stop chatting with you, said the Red King. I didn't give you so much strength, and now I can simply burn down all your land, all your houses and forests, appeared before the Red King. Young man, light blue color. This was the best student of the Snow Queen. Just try and you will immediately get a rebuff, he shouted. Disciple of the Red Tsar. Great, I have a worthy opponent. Some boy, slightly blue in color, had an icicle in his hair. Ha ha ha. And the Red King laughed. The best student of the Snow Queen made a snowstorm. He shouted his favorite spell, and the air became very cold. Large, thin, long icicles flew all over the sky. A blizzard and a whirlwind began to circle around the Red King. He was spinning around his axis. I tried my best to fight off these sharp icicles. The Red Tsar paused. I gained strength. I decided to strike back. There was only one weapon in his arsenal. This is a fire that was supposed to melt everything that appeared in its path. As a rule, it worked. The Red Tsar began to loudly shout his spell about fire. Very quickly, it became very hot around. The fire circled around the Red King. The Red Tsar put his finger up, showing that he was completely fine. Everything is fine, and everything is going according to his plan. He came here to take revenge, and so far everything is working out for him. The Red Tsar did his signature crossing of fingers, summoned a circle of fire gates, and he had to send this circle of fire to what infuriates him most, and what he wants to burn first. The Red Tsar felt in good physical shape. He was as strong as ever, but as always, he is too self-confident. Fire and flames circled around the Red King. It seemed like everything was about to melt. It was impossible to be nearby. Everything started to burn around. The Red Tsar was obsessed only with victory. Revenge is his best weapon. That's what I always thought. He wanted to burn this whole land to the ground. He gathered all his will into a fist. I read my only fire spell. A fiery whirlwind spun, and he sent him in the direction of the best student of the Snow Queen. The best student was ready for this. He had an old book in his hands, which the Snow Queen gave him. The best spells against fire were written outside. The best spell against evil. All he had to do was take advantage of it. Better, the very Snow Queen concentrated. He read the spell that he chose from this book. He quickly said it out loud. And he sent all the energy against the fire that was flying at him from the Red King. Two energies, cold and heat, met again. They flew towards each other. It was a giant fireball, and the same ball, but icy, flew towards the fire. There was a fiery explosion in the sky. At first, everyone thought that the fire had won, because the cold and ice were practically not visible in the sky. They thought that the fire simply melted all the ice and all the cold. The best student of the Snow Queen looked up at the sky. He believed that everything should work out for him. After all, his best teacher is the Snow Queen, the same one who had already defeated this king once, the young best student of the Snow Queen. It began to spin around its axis, quietly, saying some kind of spells, and immediately the air became cold. It was as if winter had suddenly arrived on Earth. Blue hues began to appear in the sky. This is snow, then ice, then big chunks of ice, real ice flows, icicles, and behind all this cold and ice, the fire was no longer visible. How did you do this? The Red King shouted. You simply didn't stand a chance against my fire. Who the hell are you? This is my best student, which I have high hopes for, the Snow Queen answered. He only learns with help. He has very great abilities. This can be seen even in the sky. Did you really think that I would allow you to do something bad to our land? The Snow Queen asked the Red King. I actually thought about you not being alive. Honestly. Although, in my opinion, it was necessary to run very far away so that No one could see or hear you. After the shame that happened to you, aim that flights, cold, defeated fire. The sky brightened. It became beautiful again. The clouds floated smoothly across the sky, slightly lingering on the tops of the mountains. It seemed that all this horror did not even happen. I'm not dead, the Red King shouted. I was just gaining strength. I accumulated my anger and hatred for you. Or you didn't set me up. You deceived me and outwitted me. You have disgraced me in front of my people. The shame of your people is yourself. Rulers like you have no place on earth, the Snow Queen said. The world should be ruled by goodness. They are like you. What good things can your locals say about you? I think it's nothing. Yes, I don't have any magic spells. I don't have super strength like you. But I only have fire, which can be enough for the entire planet. And perhaps many more planets. Perhaps this is my super ability. Suddenly, we of the Red King flew from above from the sky with fiery lightning. It was very unexpected. For both the Red King and the Snow Queen. There was a flash. Spark arrested different sides. Fire dust rose up into the sky. Something was clearly happening, but no one understood what. Suddenly the fire dissipated, and it became clear that with the Fire King the tree is king, the King of Fire. It was he who flew to the aid of the Snow Queen. The King of Fire chose a special tactic. He decided to descend on the Red King from above, while he doesn't see him and suspects nothing. It was a surprise effect. Ah, it was you who shouted, "The Red King, long time no see friend. You and I have the same weapon, fire. And I see you." He switched to the other side. "So, how are you doing here? Not cold. You and I could do great things. Was. Yes. When you were the King of Fire on the side of evil, he did not perceive anything good. His arsenal contained only fire. He loved to look at fire, so he was always setting something on fire somewhere. Or he incited some kind of conflict. And this also made us feel good and warm. Times are changing, shouted the King of Fire. I have been on the side of good for a long time. And believe me, I like it. People love me. He blesses me. He fuels me with energy. And he pushes me to new exploits. The King of Fire decided that this was the best chance. That chance and that desire that the makeup artist spoke about. Now, he just had to use it. Moreover, the opponent was very good. Now, he had the status of an old enemy. The Red King fought off the Fire King's fiery wave, but the pressure of this wave was too great. The strength to fight was running out. The Red Tsar, of course, tried very hard, but he was no longer able to do much. The Red Tsar is in panic. I started to give up little by little. He understood that it was simply impossible for him to resist such power and such energy. Hey, Red King, do you hear me? Would you like me to show you my new friend? The King of Fire shouted towards the Red King. The king took his new friend into his hands with fire. It was a magic sword that the Lord gave him. Melnichuk, whose handle was almost a human head. Loser, loser, ha, ha, ha. The head screamed and laughed. The head began to tease the Red King. Every second the Red King became more and more ashamed of his actions. He immediately remembered his father, who, when you went over to the side of good, Father always told the Red King that he needed to choose the right path. Which way you will go through life. At that moment, the Red King chose a different path. Father, why do you come to me in visions? Why now? The Red King asked himself. Because right now you must make a valuable choice. How many more people must die? How many houses should be burned? How many forests must burn to the ground? So that you finally understand and choose your true path. I understood what was good and what was bad, so that you rationally use your firepower. I've struggled all my life. First of all, I fought with myself. I wanted to figure it out, understand themselves. I wanted to understand. Why do I live and what is my mission on this earth? Destroyers to build, evil or good. That's why I flew to different countries and cities. I flew to different planets. I was looking for my purpose. But there's only one thing that's offensive. I realized this too late, and I didn't have time to explain to you the whole truth of life. So, now, I have come to you in your imagination. I want you to finally understand. For what purpose on this earth? What are you worth? What are you worthy of? And what can you do with your strength? Try to fix something. It's not too late yet. There should always be time to correct your mistakes. Remember, this is my son. That's why I came to you with an introduction, so that you can make the right choice. Are you staying on the side of evil? Or are you going over to the side of good? Think about where you will win more, the king of the day thought. Both are a little scared because he did not expect that in his visions his own beloved father would now come to him. Lamp realized that his father was right. The Red Tsar apologized to the Snow Queen's best student. He admitted defeat, and he said that he has a great future. It was as if nature was giving birth once again. The sky was very beautiful. Clouds floated smoothly across it. The wind died down. The trees were lush green. Yes, it's finally all over, said Malvina, although I wasn't even scared at all. It turns out that everyone I know is a defender of good. These are wars of truth. And most importantly, look at our hero, the King of Fire. He is simply the best. I think I fulfilled his wish. He had a chance, which he definitely took advantage of. And what are you doing? Malvina asked the prince, sweeping up the ashes. The prince answered, just recently there was too much fire here. They threw this fire left and right. Everything was burning. But no one wants to clean up after themselves. The prince laughed. It's always like this. The King of Fire is at war here, spreads fire, ash. Should I go and clean up after him? He turns out to be a hero, and I turn out to be a janitor. Some lights were still flying across the sky. The gimps to the left, then to the right, up and down, crashed into each other, and fell to the ground again. Our prince was filled with anger at all these fiery heroes. All he needed now was the Snow Queen. She could definitely put out all this fire quickly, but then it was possible to quietly, calmly remove all this. The children began to rejoice on the street that it was all over. They thanked the best student of the Snow Queen. They thanked the King of Fire very much. The King of Fire told the children how to handle fire to avoid disaster. That fire can be both harmful and useful. The main thing is to approach this wisely. In general, the king found a common language with all the children of this city. To them, he was now a superhero. The King of Fire flew around the city and told everyone about his exploits. And most importantly, he liked it. He talked about fire. He gave advice on how to put out the fire, gave advice on how to start a fire, and most importantly, he told us the safety rules, how to handle fire. The children were simply happy. A much-needed hero appeared in their lives, which they really missed. The King of Fire decided to tell everyone about the rules of behavior with fire. He realized that this was his destiny. Only he knows how to tame the fire and direct it in a good direction, so that fire brings only benefits to people. The makeup artist simply watched the king. Her spell worked. He himself, without suspecting it, understood his mission and purpose on this earth. The best student of the Snow Queen went to his ice castle back to his homeland. There was nothing keeping him here anymore. I Work Here wasn't there either. The Red Tsar has rethought everything. I realized everything. Most importantly, he realized that the guardians of this city are not evil at all. They just want peace on Earth and friendship. The Snow Queen really liked that the Red King had changed. He was born into the better part of this beautiful thing. The Snow Queen decided to do him a good deed. She decided to disenchant the sons of the Red King and return them home. The Snow Queen made several wing strokes, and these two handsome guys appeared near the Red King. "Hello," father said first son. "Glad to see you again." "Hello," the father said to the second son. "I'm very glad to see you too. The main thing is that you are healthy." "Yes, my children. I am well. I'm alive. And I am very ashamed of everything that happened before with us. I am very ashamed that I did not teach you good things. But I am very glad that you are next to me again, in perfect health." The best student of the Snow Queen and King of Fire. They flew about their business. They said goodbye to everyone and said that they will fly back soon. The main thing is not to play with fire. "I'm very glad that you repented." The Snow Queen said to the Red King, "You are a grown-up man. You have grown up beautiful sons. and you must give them the best education, the best training. And thanks to you and your example, they should become the best in your clan. Thank you, girl. Sorry for everything, Snow Queen, said the Red King. I was wrong and I admit it. Forgive me, everyone. Forgive me, guardian of the city. Forgive me, a city resident. From this moment, I offer you only friendship. One day the ruler was walking through his domain. The weather was very good. The sun was shining. The city lived calmly. He saw Malvina sitting in the garden and playing the harp, which he had once inherited from his father. It was very unexpected. He didn't know that Malvina could play the harp. I saw the harp and decided to play it. You don't mind, do you? Malvina asked the bishop. From the expression on the bishop's face, it was clear that he liked this music. Continuing to play, I don't mind, said the bishop. You're very good at it. I haven't heard such music for a long time. Thank you, Vladika, said Malvina. I was sitting in the garden. I felt bored. Then I noticed these harps. They stood alone. I decided to play on them. In fact, I had never played the harp before in my life. It happened somehow, by itself. And the makeup artist watched all this. It was her doing. She directed her energy to the Malvina so that she learned to play the harp, because the makeup artist knew how our ruler liked music. How are you? The makeup artist asked the bishop. I hope you like this melody. This girl is very capable. The makeup artist said about Malvina. There's something about her. The mood is simply wonderful, the same as the weather today. I really love the music played on the harp. I immediately remember my father. I remember my childhood. It was the best time. By the way, I also really like the music that comes from your harp, said the prince to the lord. When I hear this music, my soul immediately becomes calm. It seems to me that flowers bloom to this music. The sun rises and the river flows. Vladika remembered himself in childhood, when he was very little. He was scared when his father always took the harp and played it, and immediately it became much calmer. And now, when this melody sounds, it seems to me that the city is just freezing, and he listens to her with delight. The city becomes quiet. Quiet. It's as if all the residents of the city are sitting quietly and listening to this melody. And today, Malvina, you played this harp, and it awakened in me memories of childhood. It was a great time, carefree. I suggest, Malvina, that you play this harp more often. First of all, I like it. And secondly, it seems to me that all residents of the city like it. Indeed, the residents of the city liked the melody, because more often on Earth there were some kind of wars, some kind of attacks, and good constantly fought with evil. There is peace on Earth today. People are friends with each other. There is love and kindness all around. Flowers are growing. This is wonderful. Indeed, when the melody of the gusli sounded, nature came to life. The ground was covered. The ground was covered with beautiful, magnificent flowers and lush, green grass. Butterflies were flying. That's why I love the melody of the gusli so much, said Lord. From the first notes of music, something awakens in me. An emotional explosion occurs in me. The best emotions come out. And all these emotions are associated only with goodness, friendship, and love. The melody of the gusli always lifts your spirits. The best events in life are always connected with music, always connected with some kind of melody, when it's good for us. Yes, we have a positive emotional surge when you're in a great mood. We always drink some tune or play our favorite song. Nature also has its own sound. Nature has its own music. You just have to listen, and you will hear the river flowing. This is how flowers fall, how the leaves rustle on the trees. It seems to me that even fruits grow bigger when listening to music, and more beautiful. Fruits ripen faster when listening to music. They become juicy and sweet. There is also music of insects and animals. Yes, they also have their own music, and they also have their own songs. Many people have heard the songs of frogs on the pond. It seems to me that frogs also have their own special language, its own melody and its own songs. They become friends to these songs. Then they fall in love. They also sing their songs. Vladika very often went to the pond to listen to the singing of frogs. He fed them. He also fed the fish that lived in this pond. He fed the birds that lived near the pond. I completely agree with you, master, said the prince. Every living thing on earth has its own language, has its own melody. Of course, I have my favorite songs. The city was quieter than ever. You could clearly hear the river flowing under the bridge. You could clearly hear the wind. You could also hear birds singing around. The whole city lived calmly, to the quiet melody of the city. It was the best time for the city. The streets of the city were quiet and calm. It just seemed like time had stopped. Although it was the most wonderful time for the city. Not far from the bishop's house is a vegetable garden. Okay, he often liked to go to his garden to see what plantations were ripening, what else to plant, and where he needed to harvest. Vladika grew many different vegetables and fruits in his garden. He loved fresh food. He ate them. And of course, he shared it with everyone. One day, the bishop was standing in his garden or was afraid of how the plants were growing. He poured water on vegetables and fruits to make them grow faster. The prince approached the clutches. The principal was very cheerful. He smiled. He told him that he had seen little thieves in the bishop's garden. These were two cute, kind rabbits who came running to eat carrots, nibble on cabbage, because the rabbit really liked juicy, tasty, fresh food. I don't feel sorry, said the bishop. I grow all this not only for myself. If I can help my vegetables and fruits and animals, that's great, said the bishop. The prince told the Lord that he had a bad feeling. He's somehow worried. Too calm, everything around is on the ground. The prince said. There was a little fear in the prince's eyes. He felt that this was what was going to happen. And all this silence, all this calm, will end. In fact, there were evil spirits who did not want everything on earth to be calm. They brought fear into the measured life of the residents. These were evil spirits. They were very ugly, and their main mission was to scare, break, and disrupt the peace and measured quiet life of the city. The prince told the Lord about his strange dream. Maybe it was just a dream, a nightmare, but most likely he, as always, was prophetic. The prince dreamed of a huge green man who grabbed him by the clothes and told him what? Soon, the world will end on earth because the forces of evil are attacking this land. Then a Malvina appeared. She also told about her strange dream. Malvina dreamed of a strange Medusa. She appeared to be very kind because she was singing a love song. Then there was a flash of fire. This is what scared the Malvina. That one moment everything was over, changed to spring. Polina also thought that this was a prophetic dream. In this dream, Malvina saw the daughter of the Blue Dynasty, which got into trouble. Everything was on fire. Everything around was burning. And everyone she saw in that dream was scared. Perhaps it was not just a dream. And predictions of what is about to happen on Earth. It seemed that the daughter of the Blue Dynasty wanted to say something to Malvina in a dream. Her eyes were very frightened. You just had to read this dream, draw conclusions, and prevent the evil that was about to come to Earth. Malvina came to the Lord and the prince to tell about her dream. She said that all this could happen in reality. I also have a bad feeling. You can lend a helping hand, Malvina said. We need to help the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. The daughter in the Blue Dynasty approached Malvina. She was very worried. Clearly something was bothering him. The Blue Dynasty Rain told Malvina what happened. She didn't know what to do, so she ran to them. Everyone stood and listened carefully to the reign of the Blue Dynasty. Anxiety hung over the city. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty knelt down. She began to ask for help. She had no one else to go to, and only they could help her in her trouble. The Reign of the Strong said that something bad happened to her father. He disappeared and hasn't been home for a long time. Nobody knew where he was or what happened to him. The daughter of Dean of the All Blues said that her father left home on some business of his own. He said he would be back soon and did not return. Several days have passed already. Father was still not home. Rain Nastia strongly extended her hand, lords, and asked for help. Only you can help me in this trouble. My guilt told the Lord. You are a kind, sympathetic person. You have a good heart. Help. Find Father. The Lord listened carefully to the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. This story touched him very much. Indeed, he had not seen the father of the dynasty for a long time, but he didn't attach any importance to it. I only know one thing. Rain wear blue. One day my father told me about an acquaintance he met in the city. He didn't tell me who he was. He just said that he recognized him. What kind of person is this? The bishop asked. Was it your friend or was it your enemy? The whole story is too confusing. Only one thing was clear. Daughter of the dynasty. Blue is very scared and worries about her father. The girls became very scared. They clung to each other. They thought it was calmer this way. The makeup artist watched all this. The makeup artist had the gift of clairvoyance and predicted the future. She told the girls what really happened. Rain Blue Dynasty was simply shocked. She didn't know about such abilities as a makeup artist. The makeup artist said she had a vision. She clearly saw that the father of the Blue Dynasty was fighting with some old enemy of his. The makeup artist said she was in charge of seeing drops of blood on the ground. The ground was almost blue, but blood was clearly visible on it. This meant only one thing, that this all concerned one person, the father of the Blue Dynasty. In fact, the father of the Blue Dynasty was attacked by his old enemy, who didn't like that the father of the Blue Dynasty went over to the side of good. This old enemy quietly dealt a crushing blow to the father of the Blue Dynasty. There was a fight. The father of the Blue Dynasty was wounded in this battle. It was a brutal fight. From a strong blow, he flew far to the side. There was blood everywhere. The father of the Blue Dynasty was very badly injured. There was blood everywhere, but my father still had the strength to fight. He was bleeding. His strength was slowly leaving him. But the father of the Blue Dynasty is a real war. Night has come. Father of the Blue Dynasty. I went to look for my enemy, my offender. He wandered through the dark streets of the city. He was looking for the house where his offender was hiding. Thus, the enemies in the castle were already beginning to celebrate a small victory. They thought they were done with the father of the Blue Dynasty. "This is what will happen to everyone," said the old enemy. "I will not tolerate such betrayal. Those who are on the side of evil must remain on the side of evil. If they go over to the side of good, then they are our enemies. So, we must end them. They must answer for their betrayal. Be punished." The father of the Blue Dynasty has tracked down this house where his enemies are located. He sneaked there unnoticed. He only had one chance to take revenge and end the evil. The old enemy saw the father of the Blue Dynasty approaching him. He began to swirl the air with his hands, and this air began to turn into a real tornado. The old man didn't catch only one thing. How could the father of the Blue Dynasty survive after such blows and injuries? Where does so much strength come from? The old enemy was spinning the air more and more. Everything was spinning around. It tore objects out of place. But the father of the Blue Dynasty managed to fly up to the old enemy. The father of the Blue Dynasty grabbed the old enemy by the neck and dealt him the most powerful, crushing blow. He fought like a tiger. Strikes, one after another. At this moment, the father of the Blue Dynasty was only thinking about his daughter. She couldn't be left alone without her father. Old enemies must remain in the past. The father of the Blue Dynasty remembered how much harm and how much grief this old enemy had brought him, how his daughter once suffered greatly from this evil. The old enemy flew away. He was unconscious. It seemed as if he no longer had any strength, because he lay with his eyes closed and practically did not breathe. At this moment, another dynasty of evil was passing away. The leader of this gang appeared in the room. This was a warrior who did not know the bitterness of defeat. He spoke loudly and clearly. "Wars are mine. I don't want you all to die here now." You began to extol personal grievances higher than our clan allows. By doing so, you are setting us all up. It is not right. Because of one warrior, the entire clan can suffer. I suggest everyone leave this place until his friends flew in to help the father of the Blue Dynasty. Then we'll definitely be in trouble. Therefore, I suggest that everyone pack their things right now and fly to the alternate base. This is an order and is not discussed. He who is not with me is against us. You began to put personal grievances first. This is wrong. Our clan solves the same goals and tasks together. You need to think not only about yourself, the chief said. You need to think about the whole evil plan, which I installed today. You will be punished and stripped of your title. I just had to take revenge, said the old enemy. It was a personal grievance. He betrayed our views. Therefore, he had to pay for it. I understand that my punishment is inevitable for this. Perhaps the whole plan will be against me. But, to be honest, I'm very pleased that I was able to take revenge. If I had the chance, do it again? Believe me, I would do it. It's just a matter of principle." The old enemy smiled. It was a historical smile of despair. He realized that he had lost. The only thing that infuriated him. This is that he was unable to put an end to his blood enemy once and for all, who was called the father of the Blue Dynasty. At this moment, a makeup artist came into the room of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. She decided to support the girl in difficult times. Everyone could see that it was not easy for her. She worries very much about her father because they have always been together, all their lives, especially now that they have gone over to the side of good. A friend girl heard the sound of the door to the room opening. She couldn't believe her eyes. Happiness filled her eyes. Simultaneously, happiness and shock filled her heart. The father of the Blue Dynasty came into his daughter's room. He was badly injured. He could barely stand on his feet. He leaned his arms and held onto the walls. His clothes were covered in blood from head to toe. He was bleeding. There were many wounds on his body. The father of the Blue Dynasty could barely stand on his feet. With the last of his strength, he made it home. The only thing that gave him strength was the fact that his beloved daughter of the Blue Dynasty was waiting for him at home. His daughter is the person for whom he survived. The father of the Blue Dynasty sat down because he no longer had the strength to stand. He shut it up with one hand. Holes of Iran on your body to somehow stop the bleeding. Although this practically did not help. Bleeding, he sat and looked at his daughter. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty ran up to her father. She put her hands on his shoulders, and she asked, "Father, how are you?" "Very painful. How can I help you?" Daughter of the Blue Dynasty. I was very glad that my father returned home. The area was injured, and she didn't know what she could do for him. Tears welled up in the eyes of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. The girl felt helpless. She was very scared. She had never seen so much blood before. Never before had her father received such wounds in battles and fights. Almost everyone knew that the father of the Blue Dynasty returned home, bloodied, practically exhausted, and with large stab and gunshot wounds. Malvina was very scared. She had never seen anything like this before either. Ah, Prince. He calmed the Malvina and said that this man is strong. He will endure anything for the sake of his daughter. A makeup artist came into the father and daughter's room. This woman has seen everything in her lifetime. She knew exactly how to help the father of the Blue Dynasty. She brought bandages and medicine. At this time, the Blue Dynasty Rain was helping her father get up from the floor. The makeup artist poured all his energy into the wounds of the father of the Blue Dynasty. She knew for sure that this should heal his wounds faster, but it was impossible to refuse medications either. She really wanted to help this man. The father of the Blue Dynasty felt a wild pain in his chest. He was wounded in the stomach, chest, arm, and his legs were also broken. He was in a lot of pain, but he endured for the sake of his daughter. He had someone to live for. His daughter is everything to him in this life. The makeup artist continued to work her magic on the wounds of the father of the Blue Dynasty. She understood that there was not a minute to lose, because the men were losing a lot of blood. His strength was leaving him. He had a fever, which means he had a high temperature. The father of the Blue Dynasty did not know whether he would survive this time or not. Of course, I wanted to live for the sake of my daughter, to live for the sake of goodness, and bring benefits to people, protect the city residents from all evil spirits and enemies. But this time, he was in a lot of pain. He understood that he could die. A stingy man's tear flowed from his eyes. He had never cried before. He had never allowed himself to let tears fall from his eyes in front of his daughter before. This meant only one thing: the weakness of men. God of the Blue Dynasty also looked at her father. For her, he was the best man in the world. For her, he was a hero. He did all this for the sake of good on earth, for the sake of peace, and, of course, for her sake. Tears welled up in the eyes of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. "Father, are you feeling a little better? Admit it. Please tell me where it hurts. How can I help you?" Let me call everyone and ask them for help. I don't want you to die. I cannot live without you. Please find strength within yourself. The main thing is to survive. Together, we are force." The father of the Blue Dynasty knew that he had scared his daughter very much. There were a lot of thoughts in his head. He wanted to quickly share all this with his beloved daughter. He did not know and did not understand how long he had left to live. Will he live or die right in the arms of his beloved daughter? So, the father of the Blue Dynasty decided to tell a very old story. What happened to him in his youth, when he was a very young man. It was a real revelation between father and daughter. He had never told his daughter this before. A long time ago, evil people stole your mother from me along with you. It was an old story that happened with your mother and you. We were a young family. Who appeared you? My little beloved daughter. Evil people stole your mother and carried her away at night. Scary forest. They wanted to do their ancient ritual of sacrifice. For this, they needed a young, beautiful girl. I ran after them. I ran after him. I've practically caught up with all these bandits, but unfortunately, I didn't succeed. I was upset that I had lost both my wife and you. Honestly, when I didn't know what to do, I was walking through the forest at night and saw a package. This bundle made childish sounds. I came closer and heard that it was indeed a child's cry. She lay on the ground, wrapped in a diaper, like a doll. Little girl. I realized that my mother had managed to throw herself away, so that you remain free and live. I was glad that I found you, and from that moment, I realized that I would never be separated from you again in my life, that I will never lose you again in my life, whatever it costs me. I was very scared. It seemed to me that someone was spying on me from all sides. It seemed to me that he was watching me. I turned around, looked around, but didn't see anyone near me. I pulled myself together. I realized that your mother gave you a chance to live. She's a great person. I gathered all my willpower into a fist. I realized that there was no one to rely on. There is only me, and that terrible problem that happened. It was possible to urgently make some decision. To be honest, I didn't know what to do. For the first time in my life, I didn't know what to do. My daughter, I was completely alone in this dark forest. You were capricious and crying. I collected my thoughts. One thing I understood was that you were very scared. Surely you were frozen in the forest. What I have to do is calm you down. My daughter, I took you in my arms. The father of the Blue Dynasty continued to tell his daughter, I rocked you in my arms. I scored only with my body to make you feel warm and cozy, and you gradually began to calm down and calm down. You stopped crying in my arms and even smiled. The Blue Dynasty Rain sat in the room and listened to this whole story that I told her father. He never shared this secret. We didn't even suspect that this happened to them when they were young. Listening to her father's story, she realized that he was a real hero, a real man. The father of the Blue Dynasty sat on the floor and continued to tell this old story that happened to him by his daughter and her mother. The father of the Blue Dynasty told this story in all colors and in all details. The father stroked his daughter's head. The father said, Don't worry, daughter, it's all over, okay? Did you really think that I would put your mother and you in trouble? Now you are sitting next to me and helping me. Suddenly, the king of the Blue Dynasty lost consciousness. He was bleeding. His strength was leaving him. He had never felt so bad before. Then for a second, the father of the Blue Dynasty came to his senses. He screamed in pain. It was real agony. He lost consciousness, then came to his senses, and this continued for more than 1 minute. The father of the Blue Dynasty became delirious. Some pictures appeared in his eyes. It was delirium from the high temperature of his body. It seemed to him that he was crawling, covered in blood, towards his house to his daughter, although in fact he was already at home. The eyes were bloodshot. Blood was also flowing from his head and eyes. This nightmare continued again and again. Then the father of the Blue Dynasty began to imagine that a large bloody cloud was approaching him. He began to look clearly into this cloud. A very scary skull. It's a skull that looks like it wants to eat it. The skull looked like a giant bird on a large, predatory eagle, only without feathers, covered in blood. This evil spirit looks like a bloody, huge eagle. She gave me no rest. It seemed to the father of the dynasty and the blue that the big paw of this eagle with large, bloody claws wanted to tear his flesh. This went on for several weeks. The father of the blue dynasty was delirious and had a fever, high-temperature agony. He lost consciousness, then came to himself, and this continued for several weeks. Some of his wounds were still bleeding. Over time, the father of the blue dynasty began to recover. The wounds began to heal. The blood no longer flowed. Father gradually came to his senses. He was still very weak. He needed to eat, but had no appetite at all. When the father of the blue dynasty became much easier, he told his daughter, "Thank you so much for pulling me out of there. I already had one foot in heaven. I think that we will never be together again. I felt like I was dying." "What is it you say?" The father answered the daughter of the blue dynasty. "Never in my life would I leave you. Every minute I was next to you and helped. I wiped it off your forehead when you were burning with a high fever. I changed your bloody bandages. I fed you and gave you water. Every day it rained." Nastya Blue was next to her father. She looked after him. I changed his bandages. She treated his wounds. The most important thing was that she supported him every minute and was there for him. It gave him strength. "I know that I scared you very much, daughter," said the father of the blue dynasty. "Believe me, I didn't want this. I am grateful to God that I have you. One can only dream of such a daughter." The daughter of the dynasty and the blues was always there. Day and night, she sat by the bed of her sick father. She helped him get better. She supported him in every possible way, supported his morale. She helped him get out of bed and walk around the room a little. Sometimes they opened early and started bleeding again. Although the father of the blue dynasty was already feeling much better, forces began to reside in his body. He was gradually improving. In this situation, the Rain Dynasty and the Blues completely devoted themselves to their father. He was the only one in first place, nothing and no one else. More than ever, her father needed help and her presence. In fact, father and daughter have never spent so much time together. This grief and these wounds, father's health, all this brought the daughter very close to her goal. Rains, Nastya, and the blue ones were pleased with themselves. She spent all her time with her beloved father. She understood that in this situation she was very important to him, probably even more than any medicine in the world. When her father smiled, she also laughed with laughter. Father was recovering a little and his spirits were lifting. This was a good reason for joy in the house. More and more often they began to smile together. Father and daughter of the blue dynasty. We spent all our free time together. They went out into nature. They laid out the blanket, sat on it, looked at each other and told different stories that they never looked for each other in their lives, did not tell or share. This, every day the father of the blue dynasty gained more and more strength. Of course, he was still too weak to mind his own business, but this was no longer the bloody man who lay and raved without strength. Father of the blue dynasty thanked his daughter for being with him every minute. This is what saved him. This is what he lived for, to be close to his daughter. "It couldn't be any other way," the daughter told her father. "You are the only thing in my life. How could I leave you in difficult times? You are all I have on this earth." At that moment, everything calmed down in the city. Life went on as usual. People walked the streets freely, lived, enjoyed life. Most importantly, they were not afraid of anyone. One clear, early, sunny morning, the bishop went out into the courtyard. While taking a walk in the courtyard of his house, he decided to put his thoughts in order. Too much effort and emotion was spent on the recovery of the father of the blue dynasty. Vladika thought about eating a little, but he lost his appetite and didn't want to eat at all. He walked and thought, how can he help? Father of the blue dynasty. What can he do for them? His home is their home, but they don't know it that way. He saw how difficult it was for the father of the blue dynasty to come to his senses. Recovery and rehabilitation was very difficult. The Lord also saw how difficult it was for the little young girl, his daughter of the Blue Dynasty. For the first time in her life, she was faced with such a problem that she needed to take care of her father. She saw her father die before her eyes, but she did it. The Blue Dynasty reign even cried at night. She had practically no strength, but she held on very well. She didn't want her father to see how hard it was for her. She cried, then calmed down, put herself in order, pulled herself together, and again looked after her father. Everyone around her supported her. Everyone helped as best they could, and in whatever way they could. Someone helped with food. Someone came just to sit with her father, or they simply came to visit her to talk and distract her from these troubles. Even good access helped. He came to the daughter of the Blue Dynasty and sat on her lap, and was caressed by fire. She stroked his head, distracted, and I wasn't so worried anymore. That's all the good dog could do for this little girl. Malvina and the makeup artist were also worried about their daughter. They are worried that the father recovered faster, that there were no complications, everything went well. Malvina and the makeup artist prayed for the health of the father of the Blue Dynasty. Vladika was also very worried about his father. He wished him only well and a speedy recovery. He did everything he could. He offered his housing, offered a room and food. All we could do was wait and hope for the best, so that the father of the Blue Dynasty recovers as quickly as possible. When the father of the Blue Dynasty did not see, the daughter went somewhere far away to be alone and cry alone. This made it a little easier. I needed to throw out my emotions, my negativity, everything that had accumulated inside, all this heaviness. In the presence of her father, she had to be brave and strong. My father shouldn't have seen all this. A few minutes alone always helped the daughter of Dynasty and the Blues. Yes, at that time it was very easy for her. She herself needed a lot of strength to assign nationalities. May he recover as soon as possible. Everything was as before. When one day the ruler entered the room of the daughter of the Blue Dynasty, we wanted to talk to her, support her, to distract him a little from this unpleasant, sore subject. I see how you have matured. The reign of the Blue Dynasty, said the Lord. This situation has hardened you like war. The voice is quite adult. You cope with all difficulties like a real adult. I'll say more. Not every man could. Not every man is capable of this. Makeup artist who moved in and stayed in the house. The Lords also helped this girl and her father in every possible way. She supported the girl in every possible way, helped her with advice. I came and just had a heart-to-heart talk with her. The Lord also came to the wounded man, the father of the Blue Dynasty. He sat near his bed and talked to him. He supported me morally in every possible way. I did everything as real friends do. The father of the Blue Dynasty is very grateful to the Lord. In principle, he could not do this. It is not his concern. The most often injured, the father of the Blue Dynasty lay in his bed. From time to time his wounds bled. It was necessary to change bandages and dressings. He gradually came to his senses. The Lord promised the father of the Blue Dynasty to make him one of the main warriors of these lands. The main thing is that he recovers and gets better soon, so that she stands firmly on her feet. Now a lot depends on how much he will eat, how he will eat, and how much he will rest to gain strength. I saw how the father of the Blue Dynasty struggled with his illness. The main thing he needed was good friendly support, so that he understands that he is not alone, that we all help him. Therefore the bishop firmly decided, as soon as the father of the Blue Dynasty gains strength and recovers, he will make him the main warrior on this earth. He is a hero, and heroes should know by sight. He stands on the side of good, which means he helps people. The bishop told people about all this. The people had to know that they had another new hero who, no matter what, would crash and die, but would save life and peace on earth. During the father of the Blue Dynasty, gaining strength, he was on the mend, as every day his body gained strength. I was noticeable too. He began to walk independently. I wanted to go outside for a walk more. His complexion also changed. The Lord saw that there was very little left until the moment when the father of the Blue Dynasty fully recovered from his illness, from his wounds. He thanked God and all his friends that they succeeded. Together they helped to maintain the characteristics of the Blues. One evening, Vladika visited the bedroom where he was resting. Father of the Blue Dynasty. Vladika approached his bed to tell him the main words. "I see that you are almost healthy now," said, "Lord, it's time to tell you something. Faith and truth. You have proven that you are on the side of good. Therefore, I appoint you as the main warrior of this land." The father of the Blue Dynasty rose from his bed and knelt before the Lord. I bowed to his feet and waist, thanked him for everything he did for him. "This is true friendship. It's worth a lot," said the king of the Blue Dynasty. "Speak the truth of the servant of your last days." The daughter of the Blue Dynasty saw all this. I saw and heard. She was very pleased. First, she ran up to the bishop, hugged him and thanked him for everything he had done for her father. Then the reign of the Blue Dynasty ran up to her father. She burst into tears of happiness. Emotions overwhelmed her. She hugged her father very tightly and began to cry. "Thank God you are better," your father said. "I wanted it so much. I was looking forward to it so much. I love you, Father." The bishop stood and looked from the side at the father and daughter. He was happy. It was a real family. He saw how father and daughter love each other and cannot live without each other. This is family happiness. Another wonderful sunny day has arrived. The weather was very good outside. Sun was shining. The birds were singing. There was almost no wind. The city lived its usual good, carefree life. Sakura blossomed in beautiful pink flowers in the yard. Everyone was walking outside because the weather was wonderful. Malvina and the prince were walking around the house and saw the father of the Blue Dynasty and the makeup artist talking. The father thanked this woman for helping him, because with her spells, she gave him energy and strength. And most importantly, for the fact that in difficult times she supported his beloved daughter. Suddenly, some unfamiliar girl appeared in the yard. She had big, beautiful eyes, pretty haircut. This is a girl no one has seen here before. She was definitely not from our city. She appeared to be a very kind girl. The girl looked around and with her eyes, as if she was looking for something. Something or someone. She was in a good mood. She was very well dressed. An unfamiliar girl approached a woman whom everyone knew as a makeup artist. "Someone is my child. Are you lost or are you looking for someone?" I asked the stranger's makeup artist. "I'm looking for my cousin, own brother. I haven't seen him for a very long time. I know that he lives in the city, but I don't know exactly where." "My name is Alice," said the stranger, "and my brother is the ruler. He is tall with black hair, slim and handsome. Our city is small. You probably know it," the stranger said. "Maybe you can tell me the way, how to find him, where he lives." Malvina and the prince approached the stranger. "No problem. Of course we'll advise you. Moreover, we know him very well," the prince said. "Are you our lord's cousin?" Malvina asked. "He never talked about you before. Of course we know where the bishop lives. We will show you." A kind dog ran up to the stranger. He sniffed her all over from head to toe. I looked at it completely. A kind dog. He immediately accepted her as his own. The good dog wagged his tail and said, "I know the one you are looking for. I'll show you the shortest way. Trust me. I know all the paths here." The stranger was delighted at such hospitality. After all, it was her first time in this city. She didn't know where to go, where to look for her brother. And along the way, I met such kind people. And they know very well where he lives. They are ready to help and show the way. She especially liked the kind dog, who agreed to accompany her. Friends escorted the cousin to her brother, the bishop. Vladika and cousin immediately sat down at the table to drink tea. They haven't seen each other for a very long time. From early childhood, they looked at each other and could not believe their eyes that they had met again. It was a very pleasant meeting for the two of them. "How did you end up here?" the bishop asked his cousin. "How are your parents? You have become quite an adult. Surely you have a sea of fans, or maybe you already have a fiancé. Come on, tell me everything." The Lord said to his cousin, "Thank you. Your parents are fine. They sent you a big, warm regards. They also haven't seen you for a long time and miss you too. In fact, it was they who sent me to visit them. They said that I should stay with you for a while, and you will teach me a lot." It turns out that absolutely everyone in this city knows you. I was pleasantly surprised. I thought that the search for you in this city would take a very long time, and it would be difficult for me to find you. It turned out to be the other way around. You have so many friends here. It's great. I especially liked your beautiful, kind dog. This is just some kind of miracle. The kind dog was very pleased. He heard the stranger talking about him. "Yes, I'm a miracle. Keep going, don't stop," said the good dog. "I love when people praise me. I liked you right away too." I immediately realized that we would become friends when I was little. I was a very nasty girl. My cousin began to talk about herself. I liked to do all sorts of nasty things, and then I wouldn't admit that it was me. I was very often capricious, and she was a big, lazy person. She didn't want to do anything. As a child, I cried and was capricious a lot. I don't know why I thought it was cool. I also didn't want to help my parents with household chores, and when we met with my brother Vladika, I always complained about him. And everything that I did bad to my parents, I said that my brother, the bishop, did it. I remember how the little ruler got it from me. I remember you as a small child. "You, brother, hasn't changed at all," said the cousin. "You have become even more beautiful, even taller. I remember your facial expression. But most importantly, you were never offended by me. Much time has passed since then. We are no longer children. We have become very adults. Everyone has their own life. Everyone has their own views on life. Everyone has their own habits. Chief, everyone has their own character. For example, I have changed a lot since childhood. I'm no longer the capricious girl I used to be. I am already an adult, and I am aware and responsible for my actions. I understood what can be done and what cannot be done, what is good and what is bad. My parents still asked me to pay you back so that you could teach me everything you know. So I came to you for advice and for life experience." Vladika and his cousins continued to sit in the park at the table and drink tea. They hadn't seen each other for so long that they might have talked a lot. Everyone will stick. They had been sitting at the table all day. They recalled their childhood, each talking about themselves. We remembered funny stories. These were wonderful childhood memories. Then my cousin asked, "Vladika, my parents said that you are practically the most important person on earth here, in this city. They said that you used to be on the side of evil, and then you switched to the side of good, and people fell in love with you and chose you as the guardian of this city. This must be very interesting. This is probably very responsible. I need to know so much about you. Can you tell me in more detail what happened here, and how?" "Cousin, your parents are right. Once upon a time, I made the right choice. I went over to the side of good. My only regret is that I lost so much time while I was angry. And I really have a lot of history. We don't get bored here. There are many different evil spirits and spirits who want to conquer our city and prevent residents from living in peace. How interesting. Of course, you are great for standing on the side of good. My parents didn't tell me all the details. That's why I came to visit you. I think we will have a lot of time for you to tell me everything in detail about everything, about all the events that happened to you here." The cousin looked at the bishop with big eyes. It seemed that she had not seen him for 100 years. It was a very long-awaited meeting. She really wanted to visit her brother. And finally, it happened. Vladika was older than her, and she listened very carefully to all his stories and all the advice he said. "I really want to hear some interesting story. Have so many bad things happened in this city?" "You can't say that anyway. The city is like a city. Everything is kind. Everything is beautiful. Everything blooms and grows around. Everyone visits each other, smiles, and helps each other. Why would anyone disturb the peace of these residents? Why destroy this city? My cousin kept asking. The Vladika thought and smiled. Of course, his cousin was telling the truth. That's all true. This is all about the city and its people. The people of the city are really very kind to each other, and kind to the guardians of this city, that is. To them. You're right, cousin. But in reality, this was not always the case. If you are interested, I will tell you everything that happened to us, said Lord. Of course it's interesting. Very interesting. Tell me quickly. I'm already impatient, the cousin answered. I love different interesting stories so much, especially if they end with a good and kind ending. Well then, listen, said the Lord. I'll tell you the most interesting ones. Ridiculous, funny, and even scary stories that happened here. One day, our city was attacked by robbers. These were evil men. They robbed residents. Stores were robbed. And then they attacked my house. They wanted to steal my best friend, my beloved kind dog. They just wanted to steal the pop music, sell it, and get money for it. I learned about this and was prepared for this attack. These robbers were very cowardly, and most importantly, very stupid. We didn't have to do much, just scare them. And then they did everything themselves. They ran far from the city, wherever they looked, and we never saw them again. This is a very interesting story, said the cousin. Brother, it turns out you are very brave. I would be 100% scared, but you are not like that. Well, I know for sure if we were my pet's best friend, someone would have wanted to offend. I would definitely come to his defense, I'm sure. Tell me something else, please. Lord. He continued to tell further stories that happened in their city, and directly with his friends. Listen further, the bishop said. It happened quite recently. Here's the story. My friend's name is the father of the Blue Dynasty. I only recently met him, but he really became my friend. He is a real hero. He fought with bad guys who caused him a lot of injuries. You could say he was covered in holes, like a sieve, but he protected his daughter, his wife, and most importantly, our people. He was bleeding, but his daughter saved him. We all prayed for him, and he recovered. He did a good deed, and I made him the main warrior of our city. Residents of our city began to respect him very much, but his daughter is especially smart because she did not abandon him in difficult times. How do you like these stories, sister? Should I keep telling you? Aren't you scared? Okay, listen. One day, trouble came to our city and our lands. Some bad people decided to attack and conquer our city and our land. This man's name was the Red Tsar. He was bad. He only wanted power, as much power as possible, and to seize all the lands and all the cities, so that all people would become his slaves. I am already a little scared, my brother and cousin said, but we continue anyway. I wonder what happened next. I certainly believe that you defeated them all. Well, maybe you weren't the only one who helped you, but still. I want to know everything in every detail. Come on, tell me quickly. The city was in fear. All city residents were afraid to go out into the streets. Children stopped playing on playgrounds. It was scary to walk at night. Even during the day, it was scary to walk around the city, because people in different places of the city saw flashes in the sky. In the middle of this flash, they saw the silhouette of a man. This man was making some very strange, loud, and most importantly, scary sounds. Then the flash disappeared. And again, she appeared in a new place. And again, the silhouette of a man appeared in the sky, making terrible sounds. Oh God, how scary. I definitely wouldn't go outside. I would just sit at home. She closed all the doors, and I wouldn't even look out the window. You had to go through a lot in this city. The cousin took a deep breath, exhaled, and spoke. That's it. I'm ready to listen further, brother. Continue what happened next. Tell me. It was the usual beautiful morning. The sun was rising into the sky. A light fog floated across the roofs of houses. No signs of trouble. The flashes appeared only at night, so even during the day, people could move around the city more or less safely. But by evening, everyone still stayed at home and locked the doors. The bishop continued to tell his story to his sister and cousin. And then, in the afternoon, everyone saw some people in the sky. Then we looked closer and realized that these were not easy people. These were real warriors, a whole army of soldiers. In the sky, they stood right on the clouds. Just so you understand, there were wars on every cloud. There were so many of them. There are so many clouds in the sky. It was scary to realize that they would all come down to our Earth. After a while, all these soldiers, all these wars, descended to Earth from heaven. They moved across the field. We entered through the gates into our city. There were so many of them that they occupied all the streets and all the free places. They only wanted to seize our lands, harm all the inhabitants, and make them your slaves, so that they work, generate income, and pay this leader named the Red Tsar. But our friend was able to defeat the Red Tsar. Her name is the Snow Queen. It was she who somehow outwitted this Red King. He wanted to steal a scroll of ancient spells from her, to be the most powerful on the planet. Only with them could he have the greatest power everywhere and in everything. And the Snow Queen was able to outwit him. He got nothing. He disgraced himself in front of his troops. He disgraced himself in front of his people. And he ran. "This is the story," said the bishop. "I also have one friend. I can safely call him a friend. He too, like me, one day went over to the side of good and began to serve people and the world. The owl is the king of fire. He has super strength. He managed to tame fire and direct it in the right direction. He taught people to take care of fire, to make fire, and so that fire would bring people only benefit and not harm. He is also a wonderful warrior, very brave and courageous. Once upon a time, a blue prince wanted to conquer our lands. That's what we all called him," the bishop said. "This story is about how this blue prince also wanted to conquer our lands, because nothing grew on his land, and our land was very fertile. The soil here is wonderful. There are rivers, lakes, waterfalls, mountains, everything that can be sown in the ground. Everything sprouted, both vegetables and fruits. We grow all kinds of flowers here. But you saw it yourself, cousin," said the bishop. "So this blue prince decided to conquer our lands. He wanted to make our residents his slaves so that they would plant and grow. They worked on these lands like damned people, and everything that grew was given to him. This was wrong. Something had to be done." Then the king of fire stood up for the inhabitants of the city. People asked him for help, and the king, was already ready to help the people. The king of fire dropped off the blue prince. He watched him for a long time. He already knew all his weak points. He understood that the blue prince was afraid of fire. This prince is afraid of lightning, rain, and electrical discharges. And all this was already charged in the arsenal of the king of fire. The bishop continued to tell his story. "One day the blue prince, thinking that he had succeeded. I lost my vigilance. He thought that all the people were already his. But that was not the case. The Fire King was already biding his time to attack. The king only needed to concentrate and strike. And here is the King of Fire. First, he threw rain at the Blue Prince. Then the Fire King decided to electrocute him. Everything around crackled and sparks flew in different directions. The noise was loud throughout the whole city. Nothing could be heard. Still, the prince did not expect such a collision. He thought that everything on this earth was already his. He thought that everything was in his hands. But he was wrong. The Fire King's spells awaited him. Balak Vladika continued his story. The Blue Prince was completely electrified. From head to toe, the hair on the Blue Prince's head began to lose its color. They burned out right before our eyes. Another color and blue, they turned into a simple white ash. His eyes were filled with fear. He understood that there was only one way out, to run away from here. Run so fast that the King of Fire does not have time to cover him with his best weapon. Heavy fire. Electricity and the spell did their job. The Blue Prince practically lost all his power. He could do nothing but flee from our lands. And so, the tactics and strategy failed. The problem was not solved. He didn't take over the land, and he got it in full. Fleeing from our lands, the Blue Prince looked, to put it mildly, not very well. The bishop continued his story. He had a pale face. He looked very frightened. He did not expect such a confrontation with us. My hair has almost lost its color. They faded and became completely white, almost gray. This is how our people remember this Blue Prince, as a gray-haired man. And everything was fine again. Our city has returned to normal life. Birds singing was heard again. The sun rose and set. The sky was very beautiful. You could hear the river flowing and the waterfalls falling. People and children walked in the streets and were not afraid of anything. The city lived its usual, peaceful, kind life. This is just a super story, the cousin told her brother. I couldn't even imagine how much you had to endure here. I thought there was always peace and goodness in this city. But I'm really interested, brother. Continue if there are more stories. I really want to listen. And the bishop continued to talk. So, here it is. I already told you that I have a good warrior, whom I made the main warrior in our city, and his name is Father of the Blue Dynasty. He has a daughter of the Blue Dynasty. This is a wonderful girl. At first she was cunning. She loved to deceive. She also loved to do different nasty things. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty. She always wanted to prove herself. In some industry, she wanted to prove to herself, probably, first of all, and then for all of us, that she can do a lot. Of course, she had to go through a lot because she was primarily caring for her father, who was seriously injured. But I already told you this story. Echo, I just want to say that this is a beautiful girl, and she has proven that she is very brave, and she is a wonderful warrior who can be trusted. An old woman also appeared in our house. She called herself a makeup artist. She was doing her hair, makeup. I worked on images. I figured out who should wear what clothes. But in reality, she is not who she said she was. She was once a secret agent. She, like us, has superpowers. She is clairvoyant and knows many different ancient spells. After she helped the father of the Blue Dynasty recover from his injuries, they became very close friends. And then suddenly the Prince of Blue appears on our Earth again. This time he did not come to conquer lands. He asked for help. His people were very hungry. I already told you that nothing grew on his lands, and our land is very fertile. Everything grows here, no matter what you plant in the ground. The main thing is to take proper care of it. He was afraid that we would either take him prisoner or deal with him on the spot, so of course, he did not come alone. He took several of his soldiers with him so that he would not be so afraid, but he came with good intentions. He came to ask for help. His wars, his soldiers were very hungry. They practically no longer had the strength to walk, but they still accompanied their leader. They told us that everyone on their lands was starving. They asked for help. They sank the grain. They asked for bread. They asked for vegetables and fruits. They asked for seedlings to plant something on their land. The Prince of Blue was, of course, very ashamed to ask us for help. After all, he once came to our lands to seize them and then work here, by your own deeds. Here he wanted to make our residents slaves so that they would plant and grow vegetables and fruits for his residents. But it didn't work out for him, and this time he asked us to come and help his people. The Blue Prince had despair in his eyes. Nothing worked for him. He begged for help for his people, his soldiers, his people. He knew that we had some spells that we could use to help his land. That's why he came to us. I felt sorry for him, the bishop continued. I used and cast one very ancient spell that helped the lands become fertile. And of course, I came to an agreement with nature. There was a great drought on his lands, so nothing grew. I caused a lot of rain to fall on his land. The rain that watered the lands day and night so that they became damp again and began to bear fruit, so that something began to grow on this land. This is how we helped, it would seem, our enemies, said the bishop. Vladika called his sister and cousin to the table to have dinner. Let's go to lunchtime soon. Said, Lord, you need to eat. You will gain strength. You will be in the mood, and we will continue to talk with you. I have many more interesting ones, and even scary stories. We can talk to you not just for hours all day long. The Lord thought about it. What else is so interesting to tell you? The Lord said to his cousin, I'll just tell you how great friends he is. For example, the father of the Blue Dynasty. He's a wonderful father. He loves his daughter very much. Ottawa subs love him. Plus, he is a wonderful warrior. He proved his loyalty to me and, of course, to our people. Why did people love him? And he began to bless. People began to compose songs about him because he is the bravest, the strongest, and probably the bravest warrior. I also conduct masterclasses. The bishop continued to tell his cousin. This is not only a masterclass in martial arts. These are also culinary masterclasses. I cook something and teach it to my friends and people. Yes, I really like to cook. One day I made a very large pie. This pie was made with berries that grew in my garden. By the way, I have a vegetable garden. I fed this pie to all my friends. They were absolutely delighted. When the father of the Blue Dynasty saw that I had baked a pie in the oven, he couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that I only possessed superpower spells and could conduct master classes in various martial arts. It was a pleasant surprise. He immediately asked me for the recipe and wanted to be the first to try a piece of this pie. This is true. Everyone who tried my pie said that it was the best thing they could ever try in this life and from pies. This is not a cake. This is a work of art, my friends told me. Of course I was pleased. For example, after father of the Blue Dynasty tried my pie, after he attended my master class. You won't believe it, but he discovered new superpowers that he never had before. At first he began to feel much stronger. His muscle mass began to grow. The muscles on his arms and legs were very noticeable. The father of the Blue Dynasty became very physically well built. At that moment, I realized that my pies, it's not just food. They just create magic. Food in my master classes helps people discover their superpowers. It turned out that his muscle mass began to grow. He began to look like a real athlete. The father of the Blue Dynasty constantly began to prepare this berry pie according to my recipe. The berries were grown with love in my garden in my beds. There were organic berries. Perhaps this is also a secret, the bishop said. So, the father of the Blue Dynasty began to cook pies for himself all the time, eating them every day. The strength in him increased every day. He acquired superpowers and learned to fly and move through time. He also had added confidence and strength in his gaze. He became much more courageous. Just by looking at the father of the Blue Dynasty, one could already get scared and run away. The bishop continued to tell his cousin the story. So here's sister. My friend, the father of the Blue Dynasty, kept experimenting with my pie recipe. He began to add something of his own, and it turned out to be a combo. During the day, another super ability was revealed. He learned to twist the air, turn it into wind, spinning it with such force that it was a real tornado. He practiced this every day. He twisted his left and right hand. Once upon a time he didn't succeed, but he still tried to develop his superpowers in this. He honed his skill in this, and in the final, he became the best in this matter. Now only he has this superior skill, no one else. But let's go back to the Prince of Blue, cousin. The bishop continued to tell his stories. He actually seemed like a nice guy. He just chose the wrong path a long time ago. Perhaps no one told him in time. He didn't know which was better or which was worse. Let's continue, said the bishop. As I said before, The strong prince was a good guy. The only thing stopping him was his. I think it was too big. I would even say overpriced. Even greater pride spoiled his relations with all his neighbors. People seemed to respect him. But I think it's more likely that people were simply afraid of him. Just once the father of the Blue Dynasty and his daughter of the Blue Dynasty. We went, so to speak, to visit the Blue Prince. So how would I explain this to you gently? They decided to explain to him that he was wrong, without fighting with fists. On that moment, he was still too stupid about this principle. Rue thought, or hoped. I don't know that he will be able to conquer the whole world, but that was not the case. A people who fear their leader won't make him great. The people must first of all respect their leader. And when people start things behind your leader's back, conspiracy. This is trouble, the Blue Prince had to think. He's doing it wrong. Why did his people rebel against him? Blue Prince served evil. He lived by the principle that being feared means being respected. But in fact, little sister, this is not how Vladika continued his story. One day, the Blue Prince had to answer for his actions. The worst thing that could happen to him. This is a revolt of his people against himself. The Blue Prince understood this, but realized it too late. Everyone laughed at him. Everyone laughed. He lost respect. But in this situation, there was only one person to blame for this: himself. He had to lead the people with his actions. But alas, this always happens to those who stand on the side of evil. This is a very instructive story, the cousin told her brother Vladika. I'm just amazed. You really have a good heart, brother, his cousin told him. Let's have another story. I'm very interested in listening to you, as I understand it. You don't have any good stories, said cousin. I'm ready to hear any story. The cousin sat down very comfortably to continue listening to all the stories that her brother Vladika would tell her. And her. I have another friend. She has a very beautiful and rare name. Her name is Malvina. She has blue hair. She's pretty. She's all charm. She was brought up unspoiled. A good education, good manners. And also there is my friend, Prince, Kingdom of the Dead. Wonderful guy. You saw him? Oh, he always wears yellow clothes. Yellow is his favorite color. I didn't know guys liked yellow. The cousin laughed loudly. Yes, I saw this guy. I met him when I first came to the city. And I know a girl named Malvina. It was they who said first that they know themselves and will tell you the way to find your home. By the way, they brought me here so that I don't get lost. Yes, Malvina is very pretty and a very kind girl. The bishop continued his story. It even seems to me, to be honest, sister, so that the prince is slightly in love with Malvina. I just noticed it. Of course, I didn't ask them directly, but it seems to me that this is exactly the case. Why not? Marina is a very gorgeous and beautiful girl. Yes, you are absolutely right, brother, said sister cousin. She is very beautiful. She is very kind. This is my first time meeting such a beautiful girl with blue hair. Anyone can fall in love with this one. I can tell you that for sure. You know, the brother continued to tell the cousin, and here is a young man in a yellow suit. To be honest, I like him too. I think he's funny. But in any case, he is very kind because he was the first to offer me help when he saw me in the city. He didn't know me at all, but he took it and offered his help. I wonder if he liked me? What do you think, brother? The cousin asked her brother Vladika. We are about the same age as Malvina. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I hope he liked me. At least that's how it seemed to me. I've only been visiting you for one day, and I already have so many new acquaintances. The cousin spoke to her brother at the bishop's, and in just one day I heard so many stories about your friends from you that my head is just spinning. Now, I'll eat some cookies. And again, I will be ready to listen to you, my beloved brother. The cousin said to her brother Vladika, and the cookies were really delicious because her brother made them. at one of the last cooking master classes. Cosina bit the cookie, lived it, swallowed it, and I felt that something wrong was happening to her. She had never felt these feelings before. Something inside her was on fire. She wasn't scared, but it was very unexpected. Something was clearly happening to her. The cousin felt that she was burning from the inside. But it doesn't just burn. It seems to give off some kind of energy and heat. A lot of warmth comes from her, and it doesn't end there. One got the impression that even in winter it could warm the whole city. "What's wrong with me?" did the cousin ask her brother Vladika. The warmth in my cousin's body grew and grew. She wondered what would happen next. "It seems to me that some kind of superpower is opening up in you," said her brother, the bishop. "I made these cookies in my magic masterclass, and everything I cook there, and people have tried it. Then superpowers are revealed in them. Surely you also have some kind of superpowers. You just need to understand what the bishop told his sister and cousin. This is not just something that happens within oneself. We're family. It's all genetic. All that remains is to understand what is in you, and then develop these abilities." The bishop told his cousin, "We'll deal with this further. Nonsense. The main thing is that you felt something in yourself. Then it will develop over time. We will understand what it is about you that is different from everyone else. And then you yourself will develop your abilities. It's simple, believe me. I'll teach you." The Lord said to his sister and cousin. "Thank you, brother," the cousin replied. "We'll deal with this later. Do I have superpowers or not? Whether I have some kind of gift for something or not, it doesn't matter. Now, all I want is to listen to all your stories from beginning to end. Come on, tell me." "Well," said Vladika, "there was one story when, in his youth, the wife of our father of the Blue Dynasty was stolen. This, of course, was a very long time ago, but the story is actually interesting. So they stole my wife. I don't remember some bad people who put her in chains, and I don't remember why either. Probably they just wanted to make her a slave. So they caught her and put her in chains. Her husband. You already know him. He is the father of the Blue Dynasty. We are the best warrior. He went in search of his wife, many days and nights. For several months he wandered through forests and fields. He wandered among a mountain of thickets. He crossed waterfalls, crossed rivers, and forded. Of course, he found his wife. He saved her, because he is a brave, courageous man. He saved his beloved wife. She was fine. He brought her home. And that's the end of the story." The bishop continued to talk. The cousin asked about Malvina. "Brother, tell me, please. Is it just me, or does Malvina really look like me? And I look like her. Only our hair color is different. Although, no. I'm definitely more beautiful than her. It just seemed like it to me." "Sorry, brother. Everyone forgot the topic. Continue to tell another story. I'm very interested. Come on. Don't delay it." "That's what I forgot to tell you. I completely forgot about the blueprints. I already told you that I was retreating from our lands back to myself, your possessions. The people stopped trusting him. They stopped obeying him. They stopped listening to him. And he lost all authority before his people. Various evil spirits tried to seize his lands, the lands of the Blue Prince. Due to a different set of circumstances, we did not succeed in this. In some places, the Blue Prince was stronger. In others, the enemies who attacked him were more stupid. But it's not that. The Blue Prince slowly began to go crazy. He was tormented by nightmare visions. Every time in a dream, it seemed to him that his eyes were about to pop out. The teeth became so large that they simply did not fit into the jaw. He became like a vampire. The tongue was like that of some animal. It stuck out so far from the mouth that it seemed like it didn't fit in his mouth at all. Then everything became normal, and he turned into a normal human state. Nobody, of course, knew about this. He didn't tell anyone about it. But he suffered greatly in his visions. He kept waking up. Therefore, he could not get enough sleep and became tired. Ordered. Plus, it always seemed to him that Some otherworldly forces were trying to steal him, not the people, but only him. That's why you weren't always very scared. He lived and slept in constant fear. Of course, this can make you go crazy. Who would argue? This, of course, is a very interesting story, the cousin told her brother Vladika. I really got into it. This blue prince, of course, got it in life. But from what you told me, brother, it seems to me that he deserved it. If he had been kind, this would not have happened to him. Oh, brother. Something started happening inside me again. The cousin said to her brother, "The Lord, I can hear my heart beating. This has never happened to me before. Do you think it's because of the scary stories you tell me? Or is it because I ate your cookies that you made at the Magic Master class? And superpowers continue to emerge in me, unclear. You arrived? Why didn't I come to you earlier, brother? You have so many interesting and entertaining stories. I agree that it is better to listen to them. Sitting at your table in the park. Sadness. And all this against the backdrop of birdsong. I understand that you, your friends, and of course, the residents of this city had to go through all this. Oh, how did you survive all this? It was, of course, very interesting what your cousin continued to say. I thought you had an ordinary town here. Ordinary people. Only you were bad at first, and now you have become good. It turns out that everything here is not so simple for you. The cousin continued to speak to her brother Vladika. You've certainly suffered enough here. Now, if only I knew all the spells that you know. You are my brother. I would definitely fly to your aid, his sister and cousin told the bishop. Wow, how angry I am at all this evil spirits. It seems to me that I am already ready to protect your people. Or my people? Or our people? Okay. Then we'll deal with someone's people. The cousin smiled and laughed. Because she is confused whose people are here and who needs to be protected. She is a girl, she might have thought, Vladika. She's definitely not in the know about what's going on here. Your brother? Something is wrong with me again, the cousin said to her brother. The Lord. I feel my eyes burning. It's very warm inside me again. Maybe I'm already a superwoman? Maybe I've turned into a superhero? All that remains is to figure out which movie it's from and what to call me. That's it. Brother, an ugly name was invented. It seems to me that I am already ready to defend the world, the earth, and your people. So for now, they will be yours. The cousin appeared in the form of a superheroine and addressed her brother, the ruler. Oh, I think now I'll save everyone. Even if they don't need it, I'll just take and save everyone I see. Sister laughed. Everything seems to have let me go, the cousin told her brother. Continue your stories. Please tell me something else about this interesting young man, the Blue Prince. It seems to me that you have a lot of stories connected with him. Yes. This guy, the Blue Prince, got it, of course. Well, I already said that he was slowly going crazy because he was seeing different visions in his dreams. A person must sleep and rest. He couldn't do it because he kept having nightmares. It seemed to him that he was becoming some kind of demon, and that his face actually changed. His mouth became very large. The hair was somehow purple and dirty. Overall, it didn't look very good. How interesting. Continue, brother, cousin said. It seems to me that this Blue Prince has caused you trouble very often. Although you said he was stupid. Perhaps for you it was just a hassle. Nothing complicated. I won't interrupt you by telling you further. Okay, I will continue, said the brother to his cousin. Listen further. Once upon a time, this Blue Prince once again tried to fly to our land. Of course, he did not fly alone. He flew with his retinue, with his best warriors to our land. His task was to seize our lands, capture our cities, and our people. Make your slaves out of our residents. Well, I already told you that. So, the blueprint came down with its retinue, with your best warriors. It looked, of course, very intimidating. But I'll tell you honestly, no one was scared, sister. This was not the first foray into our land by this idiot. Didn't he have any particularly powerful spells? He wanted to freeze our lands a little, for us to give up, and then calmly set your own rules here. Flashes scattered throughout the sky. He was opposed by the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. Then she was a very young and youthful girl. She wanted to prove herself, to prove to everyone, firstly to me and secondly to the people, the residents of our city, that she could be trusted, that she was a brave and courageous girl, that she could defend our city. At that time, the reign of the Blue Dynasty did not possess any superpowers. It knew only a few banal ones, ordinary spells, which in fact was enough for her to defeat this idiot. She simply turned all the electricity of the city that was here against him. He was struck through with an electric current and disappeared. Here's another interesting story. The bishop continued. One day I saw a Malvina playing the harp in my garden. Was it my father's old harp? My father, my younger sister, and I could play them. They were just standing in my garden in the yard. I come up and see that one young girl is trying to play them, and she comes up with a wonderful melody. This surprised me the most. It was a young girl. It turned out to be Malvina. Continue telling your stories to your cousin, Vladika. You already know Malvina, this girl with blue hair. Young, beautiful. Then I saw her for the first time. She succeeded very surprisingly, because, as she said, I've never had to play the gusli before, it just happened naturally. She tried it and it worked. And I'll tell you, sis, it was great. So, let me remember what happened with us, Vladika said to his cousin. There was another demon of some kind. He wasn't scary at all. I would even say harmless. He himself didn't know what he wanted. Well, the only thing that caught me about him was his scary face. There were practically no eyes at all. His mouth was twisted, dirty hair. To be honest, the theme stunk a bit. Well, that's not interesting at all. Let's talk about something else. Let's continue, said Lord. There was also one, of course, a young guy who wanted to capture us all. He thought he was an all-powerful magician, but it turned out that he was just an ordinary stupid boy who believed in some kind of easy superpowers. He wanted to flood our land with rain, lightning, and hail. Should we have obeyed him? Indeed, lightning and hail rained down on our land. But believe me, my sister, no one was afraid of this. This is a normal, natural phenomenon. Moreover, this was to our advantage. It watered and irrigated our lands. After the rain, everything began to grow, even more strongly. In short, I won't tell myself any more of this story. This is an interesting story. The bishop continued his stories. Listen carefully, cousin. He was addressing his sister. One day not, or it has ceased to be as blue as you see it today in our city. There was always fire in the sky. There were flames all over the sky. Some strange flashes. None of the city residents, and I too, understood at all what was happening. It turned out that there is one person who imagines himself to be God. He imagined himself to be the god of fire. Although, to be honest, he didn't look like him at all. In appearance, he looked like some kind of poor man, but his self-esteem was very high. So, he decided to burn all our land, all our cities, all our houses, and all our plants, all vegetation. This was his stupid plan. It was immediately clear that he was simply obsessed with this. I realized that this was some kind of fanatic. The reign of the Blue Dynasty came to the aid of our people. At that time, she was already a good warrior. She had superpowers. She was a very brave girl who was not afraid of anything. Sometimes her hands turned into wings that she could flap, and a very large wind appeared from them, which set off any fire that she saw in front of her. The next day, this is exactly what happened. This god of fire. He decided to send all the fire that he had in his arsenal to our land. But the Rain Blue Dynasty was ready for this. So she waved her hands. Her hands turned into wings. This was the largest wingspan. She waved them several times, and a strong stream of air and wind flew towards this fire. This so-called fire god was just shocked. He, of course, had never seen anything like this before. He thought that everything would be simple, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Of course, the fire went out happily. He turned pale. His eyes became cloudy, and his eyes showed that he was very afraid. A strong current of wind carried him somewhere far away, and no one saw him again. And the reign of the Blue Dynasty was like a butterfly. Its wings sparkled. They shimmered with fire, yellow, crimson, and red colors. She was simply magnificent. There was another demon who wanted to attack our land. Continuing his stories, Vladika. I won't dwell on this story for a long time. She doesn't deserve this. Yes, there was a demon. He thought he was scary. He thought he was strong. To shorten this uninteresting story, I will say this. He was wrong about his abilities. No one saw him again. The Lord laughed. Here's another funny story, the bishop continued. Tell your cousin. At first, they wanted to freeze us. We thought ice and permafrost were coming to our land, because in the sky we saw a terrible picture of blue icicles hanging onto our land, and hands reach out to freeze us. But then the following happened. Then everyone saw the silhouette of a fiery dog in the sky. It was some kind of black dog of an unknown breed, but it was definitely clear that there was a fire burning inside her. She bared her teeth and tried to tear everyone apart. This is what it seemed to all people when they looked at the sky. After the dog, a huge eye appeared in the sky. The eye of a lizard, eye like a crocodile. Yes, exactly like a crocodile. This eye was on the whole sky. It was bloody in color, crimson red. He stuck out so much, so he looked down on us all. It seemed that it would burst and simply flood all our lands with some kind of blood or slurry. Then everyone heard that someone had called this dog in a normal male voice. The dog disappeared and its owner appeared in the sky. Dog breeder. He collected various rare breeds of dogs. Most importantly, he crossed them and made some kind of monsters out of them. Added magic, and the dogs became gigantic, and they scared the people. He himself, to be honest, also reincarnated as some kind of demon with red eyes and horns on his head. This only happened when he didn't like something, although he probably didn't like everything. This happened often, but to be honest, it looked terrible and was a little scary. Even to me. The bishop continued her story. So, this dog breeder decided to poison his entire herd of dogs on us. He really thought that we would be scared of him. But this is not about us. I have so many guardians of the city, so many heroes, that he simply didn't have a chance. So that he does not cause trouble on our lands. So that he does not frighten all our children and all the residents of our city. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty stood up to defend the city. He already had a plan to stop this idiot. The plan was so simple that it even made me laugh. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty has decided. Dogs, even though they are monsters, are still dogs. And all dogs love to eat tasty food. If you feed the dog deliciously, give him some kind of sausage and a bone, or sprinkle him with dog food, not only will he become full, he may even become your friend. That is to move from the side of evil to the side of good. That's exactly what Rain did for the Blue Dynasty. She fed all the dogs that came to our land. They became full and satisfied, partly wagging their tails. They turned around and ran to their home. And so this incomprehensible story ended. I also want to tell you, the bishop continued, telling his stories to his sister and cousin. Malvina, I already told you about her. This is that girl with beautiful blue hair. She became very good friends with the daughter of the Blue Dinaz. They became best friends. Your friend. The girls were friends. They spent a lot of time together. They exchanged their superpowers with each other. They shared secrets. We learned old ancient spells together. And of course, we trained there. When something didn't work out for the daughter of the Blue Dynasty, she knew for sure that she could always ask her friend Malvina for help. She flew towards her to share her problems or her experiences, The girls discussed everything and found the correct answer. Of course, many were jealous of this friendship. The bishop continued his story. But the girls didn't care. There will be female friendship, period. This was the main law of these girls. Malvina also came to the daughter of the Blue Dynasty when something didn't work out for her, or for advice, or talk about your problems, or share your experiences. It was a strong friendship. When they got together, they cast spells, rehearsed, trained. At this time, anything could happen in the sky, and flashes of the sun, rain, hail, strong wind, lightning all over the sky. But the city residents knew it was all safe. This is training for war. Warriors who will continue to defend this city during one of these training sessions. By superpowers, the girls noticed that someone was approaching them. Who was the third Lotto flying towards them? He was so far away that it was impossible to see who it was. The most important thing is that the girls were not at all scared. Each of them already possessed super abilities, and each of them knew several ancient spells. This could well be enough against one of the aliens. Suddenly, the Blue Prince flew up to them. The girls didn't understand why he came and wanted to moan. Why are you doing these unexpected guests? Rain Dynasty and the Blues were not afraid at all. She had already dealt with this scoundrel once. That's why she wasn't afraid of him at all. It was not clear what he wanted and why he came. This was the main question for the girls. Why did you come here? I asked him for rain and blue ones. I came to ask you for help, the Blue Prince answered. I need your help. I know that on your way you have already encountered an incomprehensible gray head in the form of a demon with red eyes. I have never seen anything like this before. That's why I came to you for help. Tell me how to defeat him. Indeed, a silver gray-headed demon with red eyes and horns on his head flew to the land of the Blue Prince. He always flew in just to scare people. Some were so afraid that they really could not resist this demon. And those who were more courageous could simply drive him away, and he would not appear again. Then, the reign of the Blue Dynasty opened its wings. She flew high into the sky and flew to his earth. This was the easiest mission for daughters of the Blue Dynasty. She already knew how to fight this demon head. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty crossed her fingers. She cast her simplest spell, and she directed all her energy against this inhuman head. Fire and hot lava flew towards the monster's head. No one could stand it. The fire crashed into this demon's head with incredible force. There was a very loud explosion. The fire spread in all directions. It was noticeable that this head had simply turned into a cake. Next, I'll tell you some good stories, sister. The bishop continued his story. Let me continue to tell you about these girls, one of whom is called Malvina, and the second is the reign of the Blue Dynasty. I continue my story. As I already said, Malvina was a wonderful, kind girl. Although why do I say in the past tense? Why she was and is a good, wonderful girl. Its best quality is kindness. Brother, I'm ready to listen to your story forever. The cousin said to her brother Vladika, I was actually very impressed by the story about the wings, which were incredibly beautiful. I would like these for myself too. We'll figure it out later. Okay? I just forgot who had these wings. These wings came from the daughter of the Blue Dynasty. Did I tell you about her superpowers? When she could wave her arms, wings appeared instead of arms. They could either force the air to turn into a strong wind, or they could become fiery in color and press heat towards the enemy. But the wing is really very beautiful. They are the daughters of the Blue Dynasty, obviously fit. But I would like to return to Malvina. Tell you about her? The bishop continued his story. I have already said that this girl is very kind to her. He has a very kind heart, a pure soul, bright eyes. You understand that a kind person can be seen from afar. One thing I am grateful for is that she helps me take care of my pet. By the way, the bishop continued telling his cousin about him. Sister, you've already seen him, you know each other. It seems to me that you have even become friends. At least you told me about it. This is a wonderful dog that I once met. At first I helped him, then he didn't help. He also has a super ability. He can speak. But his greatest super ability is that he can sincerely love his master. He is a good dog. That's why I called him Good Dog. I'm lucky with my friends and girlfriends, because absolutely everyone liked my kind dog, and each of them wanted to help me. Each of them wanted to pet my dog. The dog always reciprocated their approval. He always waved his tail with pleasure, and everyone liked it. My friends also loved to feed my kind dog. I didn't tell them right away that a good dog can eat 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 times a day. This is actually its only negative. He eats like a big, huge elephant. But I still can't understand how he doesn't get fat. But all the girls still love him very much. A kind dog always reciprocates everything. If a person is good, if he is on the side of good, then a good dog feels it. He licks them from all sides. He is always affectionate, never barks, never bites, and wags his tails with pleasure. That's why all my girlfriend's girls are in great demand for my good dog. They have a whole, real schedule. Anthony argued about who would play and walk my good dog, and when. The girls came up with a schedule for themselves. I don't even get involved in these matters. They like it. Let him do it. The most important thing is that my kind dog is happy, and being full is important. When he is hungry, he gets very upset, and then his mood drops. He doesn't talk to anyone, he might even bite. But there was another story. I just remembered her. The Lord said to his cousin, "How did a black cloak, as we called it, fly to Earth from another planet?" All we understood from him was that he wanted us to always have night on Earth, so that the sun goes out forever. And if the sun goes out, it means that the plants are dead. Nothing blooms, nothing grows. Complete darkness. But an old friend helped us with it. In quotes, of course. Our old friend in quotation marks had the same one. Blue Prince, which I told you so much today. The bishop continued to speak to his sister and cousin. In fact, no one expected this. He just owed us. He asked for help. We helped him. And debts must be repaid. That's why he came himself. This was his personal initiative. He helped us himself. No one asked for it. But tell me a secret. He only knew one spell. And it really helped in this case. Continuing to tell you. The bishop spoke to his cousin. I'll tell you again about the reign of the Blue Dynasty. When I first found out, she didn't have any powers. She didn't know a single spell. She was an ordinary young girl, but with great ambitions. She really wanted to become a hero, to become a girl who would protect the whole world. She tried very hard for this. She did everything. She attended my martial arts master classes. She learned by heart. Everyone cast a spell. She rehearsed this day and night. As a student, she was the best. When she gained strength, she gained knowledge. She asked me to send her to some good cause, to protect the people, so that she could prove herself in battle. I had to think about this. Firstly, I felt sorry for her as a girl. Secondly, I thought she wasn't ready yet. Although her appearance spoke of something else, she simply begged me, "Lord, give me a chance to prove myself, and I will prove to you that I can protect you and your friends, my friends, and the whole people, and the city from all evil spirits and enemies." I looked at her and understood. She is definitely ready for a feat. This is a brave girl. At a certain moment, I realized that she was ready. Her look was decisive. She was serious. Proved to everyone that she is a real warrior. They are a girl from the street. At that moment, Medusa was flying towards us on Earth. The jellyfish had a lot of tentacles. She was slippery and nasty, sticky and cold. I decided to give the daughter of the Blue Dynasty a chance. It was necessary to check whether she could cope with it or not. Medusa looked so-so. It was an unpleasant sight, something blue and white, slippery and slimy, viscous. Our land was flying. Rain Dynasty Blue asked for a chance. I provided it. I think this was a great opponent for Togo to try out for the first time and protect our people from this jellyfish. Reign of the Blue Dynasty did a great job. The bishop continued his interesting story for his cousin's sister. She's just a brave girl. There are few of them now. She flew up to the jellyfish. She cast several spells that I taught her. These spells worked. Medusa began to lose her strength and her color. It seemed that Medusa was simply drying up. Then it will rain for Nastia and the blue ones. She didn't believe in herself. She did not expect that she would succeed right away the first time. She did not believe her happiness and her victory. With big eyes, I looked at this jellyfish that was drying up in the sky, and he enjoyed the victory. This first victory gave the daughter of the Blue Dynasty great strength. I would even say they are extremely confident in themselves and in their abilities. In an instant, this girl grew up. From a girl, she turned into a real warrior. Satisfied and happy, she flew back to Earth with us. The bishop continued to tell his story to his sister and cousin. From that moment on, people began to respect her. All the townspeople admired her. She really was a real brave warrior, and no one cared that she was usually a young girl. I have a lot more history, so let's continue. The Lord said to his sister and cousin, "Pour yourself another mug of tea and listen carefully." Very often, all sorts of evil spirits who possess the superpower of fire flew to our Earth. But it's very good that we already had friends like the King of Fire to defend the city. The King of Fire knew a lot. He knew what to do with this fire. After the time when the King of Fire defeated some alien to our land, he went on tour all over the planet. He told people how to save fire. He told people that they need to protect the fire. He told the children that they should not play with fire. These were his rules. He taught this to people. He taught people how to handle fire so that there is no trouble. I'll tell you a little more about the King of Fire. The Lord said to his sister and cousin, "The King of Fire took the side of good. He is the only one who understood 100% or maybe 1,000% in everything related to fire. He talked to people of all ages. Most importantly, he held explanatory conversations with children. He explained to them how to treat fire, that you can't play with fire. You can't play with fire. Otherwise, it can lead to trouble and tragedy." The girls liked this one, so they always listened very carefully to the King of Fire's lectures. They rode and flew with the King of Fire and helped him. It was a good, kind mission to teach people how to properly handle fire. The cousin looked at his brother Vladika with very big eyes. She really liked the stories he told her. "Can you tell me another story? But please, I beg you, brother," the cousin said to the bishop. "Okay, I'll tell you everything I remember." The Lord said to his sister and cousin, "I remember one case when the father of the Blue Tongue dynasty did not burn in the confrontation of this fire. There was a battle. There was a fight of fire. There was a confrontation between good and evil. The father of the Blue Dynasty took all the fire upon himself. It was within his power. He endured it, but his clothes could not stand it and caught fire. He himself was safe and sound. There was not a scratch on his body, not a single abrasion, not a single wound. The strangest thing is that he didn't even have any burns from the fire. That's the kind of person he is. Such superpowers. But the hair and hat on his head were burning. It was a funny incident. Yes, another creature of unknown origin flew to our Earth. This creature looked like a person. Nobody understood why you came to us. Well, the only thing he did was spit blood. He probably wanted to water our entire land with blood. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't ask. Sometimes he really turned into a real monster. Blood oozed from his mouth. There was also blood on the teeth. He had some strange tattoos on his chest. The hair on my head was bloody. And, it seems, the eyes were also filled with blood. I sent the father of the Blue Dynasty to this confrontation on this mission. Father and this monster had their own scores to settle. I knew that the father of the Blue Exact Dynasty would be up to the task. This is a strong man. This is a warrior who has not known the bitterness of defeat. I knew for sure at that moment that he was the one who would figure out how and what needed to be done. What needed to be done. Such spells. What superpowers to use against this monster. I continue this story, and you listen, Vladika said to his sister and cousin. The father of the Blue Dynasty went to this fight. He already knew what needed to be done. What kind of spell to say. What kind of superpower to direct against this evil. I trusted him completely. He is a strong man. When the father of the Blue Dynasty flew up to this monster, he directed all his energy directly into his mouth. His father didn't want him to spit his blood on the ground anymore, so he decided to close his mouth that way. He closed his mouth and added internal pressure. This monster began to inflate. He got fatter and expanded. His mouth was closed. The eyes began to bulge. The spectacle was not for the faint of heart. And after some time, it just exploded. Cotton, and no one else is there. That's the whole story. It's just that the father of the Blue Dynasty returned to Earth as some kind of king after this battle. He rejoiced and rejoiced. All the people were joyful with him. They went out into the square onto the city streets and shouted, "Hooray!" in honor of this great man, a brave man named the father of the Blue Dynasty. After each victory, the body of the father of the dynasty and the Blues only increased. New superpowers were discovered. It added a lot of strength. Muscles appeared. He was stronger than ever. He had never felt so strong. These were his best years. This was his best physical form. Now we understood for sure that any opponent would be defeated. The main thing about him was 100% confidence in victory. Many different superpowers have been discovered in people on our Earth. I don't remember all of them, but you already know many of them. You met them. They constantly train, take off and fall and take off again, only to become even stronger, even bolder. Before my eyes, the daughter of the Blue Dynasty turned into a real warrior. She just needed to be given a chance. I'll tell you honestly, she took advantage of it. She proved to me and all the residents of the city that she is worthy of defending the city. I never cease to admire this girl. This is the best our city has. A girl who embodies courage, strength. It costs a lot, even though all men do not possess such qualities. And a few words about her father. King of the Blue Dynasty, a magnificent man, tall, handsome, strong, brave, courageous. You can list its quality for a long time. But the greatest quality is that he loves his daughter very much, and his daughter loves him. And this is a real family. I forgot to tell you about an old woman. The bishop continued his story, telling his sister and cousin. This is a magnificent woman whom I once left to live in my house. During my sister's wedding, we invited her as a makeup artist. That's how she introduced herself to us. "Hello, I'm a makeup artist." That's what we called her. She was combing her hair. She was doing her makeup. She suggested what, how, and what color to wear to the wedding. But we didn't even suspect that he was a secret agent. This is a woman who also has superpowers. She knows several spells and is clairvoyant. It was this woman, a makeup artist, who saw and predicted and told us that this head is approaching us. Remember, I didn't tell you. Head with red eyes and horns. So she managed to warn us. We thanked her for this, thanks to the makeup artist. Her ability to create an image. The daughter of the dynasty and the blue ones has been transformed. You know her? I've already talked a lot about her. She came up with a costume for her, but she came up with an image for her, which goes really well. And I like him too. A sweet young girl has practically turned into a goddess. She was so good that many men worshipped at her feet. But in order to earn her heart, it was necessary to earn the friendship and trust of her father, whose name was the father of the Blue Dynasty. There were men who showed their feelings directly. They flew up to the daughter of the Blue Dynasty, tried to flirt with her, give her flowers and complimented her and promised her many, many things. But the daughter knew. First, Her father must give the go-ahead for this whole thing. My father knew about men. He immediately saw who was good and who was a scoundrel. The men's intrusiveness and advances were boring. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty, it even infuriated and knocked her off balance. She didn't like too much attention to herself, and this distracted her from the right actions, from the work that we had to do for the good of humanity, so that she could come out and sleep peacefully in this city. One day, the reign of the dynasty and the Blue Ones simply saved our entire population from strange multicolored monsters. This is the first time we've seen anything like this. Yes, I'm not afraid of this word. And it was this girl who saved our world. Multicolored brothers have come to our Earth. This is what the people on Earth called them. They were incomprehensible, blurry. There are silhouettes all over the sky. These silhouettes looked like people, but the Lyceum was disfigured. They were called multicolored because these are blue, and various others. The monster that people saw in the red sky was the first to fly to us. Then in the sky, people saw a green monster. The silhouette was incomprehensible, but everyone could clearly see the big hand of this green monster. It was the hand of the now green brother, from the family of colored monsters. The green monster was squeezing something in his hand. This symbolized that he was ready. Shake our fist. Then the fist dissipated throughout the sky and the hand was no longer visible. And all that remains of the green monster is the symbol of what will remain of our land is not vegetation, not houses, not people, just some kind of stone. The green brother was joined by a blue brother, and he was the most human-like of them all. It spread across the entire sky. His main difference from the others was his long hair. Well, for some reason it's white. People looked at the sky. Sometimes it seemed to all of us that the brothers themselves could not share leadership among themselves. One wanted one thing, the second wanted another, and the third wanted a third. Of course, the green brother took the lead most of all. It covered the entire sky in green. It was very reminiscent of the northern lights. In fact, it even looked beautiful. There was only one problem. This made it difficult to look into the sun in the sky. The sun's rays could not penetrate the green light. Therefore, the light did not reach the earth. Everything on the ground was green. People started getting sick. People's eyes began to hurt and they began to lose their sight. But we were lucky. The Red Tsar came to visit us. That moment when we still had colorful friends. Green, red, blue, and so on. The Red Tsar was much more powerful and stronger than all these brothers. Therefore, just one appearance. They were scared. This helped us. He owed us, so he simply paid his debt. First, the Red King dealt with the Blue Brother. He crashed this strong car. From the outside, it seemed that it was too easy for him. The Red Tsar continued to help us and pay off his debts. Italy, he dealt with his green brother. It was unclear what he did, but there was some kind of flash in the sky and the green brother was gone. He disappeared. Everyone was just happy about this. Then again, something incomprehensible appeared on her, again reminiscent of her green brother. There was some kind of anxiety, fear. What if you can't defeat him? It's just that now the green brother looked like ball lightning, only green. Then the green brother took on human form. On the Neva, they saw a selenium-colored warrior. Everyone wanted to finally put an end to this demon. There was no longer any strength to endure it. But the green devil did not leave and did not fly away. The green brother pressed people for pity. From a young man, he turned into a child. Everyone saw a green child in the sky. Of course, it was not clear how to fight with a child. I felt sorry for the children. This was the intention. But the Red King saw through his plan. Did he come down from heaven as a girl? It was fair game. Boy versus girl. The Red King used his best spell, powerful white flash, which blinded the whole sky and all the inhabitants on Earth. As soon as the flash disappeared in the sky, people noticed that the same green boy remained in the sky. It was the green brother, but a big man's hand took this boy home somewhere. She was clearly beckoning and wanted to take him away from here. Everyone understood that this was the end. This was victory. Let's continue my story, he said, Vladika, addressing his sister cousin. In this case, in fact, that same favorite of mine helped a little more. This is the king of the Blue Dynasty. He added his Spessor abilities in order to win. He added fire to the wind into the sky to disperse everything that was happening there after it was all over. Father, scriptwriters in blue looked at the sky. It seemed to him that this whole story with colorful friends was far from over. He hurried to tell everyone on Earth, so that no one relaxes. Was everyone ready for the attack? The cousin sat and listened very carefully to her brother, the bishop. Her heart beat faster. This meant that she worried about every character in these stories. She cares about their fate. Continuing further, I listened to you carefully. The cousin said to her brother Vladika. The green brother returned to Earth again to heaven and began to threaten us all. He shouted obscene words from above, but unfortunately, or fortunately, no one understood what he was saying because no one knew what language he spoke. Most importantly, no one understood what these colorful brothers wanted from us. Only one thing was clear: we need to fight them back. When the sky became completely green again, people hid in their homes. There was no one on the street. Right now, the guardians of the city had to show themselves and protect their people, resist this multicolored evil spirits. On Earth, all the guardians gathered together. They decided how to resist this colored evil spirit. Can be forwarded. It was quick and decisive. The best superpowers, the best spells, magic power, everything had to come into play. I sent first into battle. The King of Fire went. He just wanted to burn all this evil in the sky so that the ashes would rain down on the ground like fertilizer. The sky flew up and sent all his spell, all his superpowers to these colorful brothers. Anger and rage filled the King of Fire. He was determined. He knew he could do it. He has a lot of strength and a lot of fire. Most importantly, very brave. He was the first to volunteer to go into battle against this evil spirit. There is green evil in the sky. She transformed into human form. She instilled fear and horror. This evil spirit emanated a terrible smell, like a rotten swamp. Some moans and screams. All this was carried with very loud sounds throughout the entire Earth. Then, the green evil spirits changed their appearance. The inhabited brother turned into a warrior man, which we probably should have been scared of. Well, the King of Fire was not afraid of anything. He was the bravest warrior I know. Green evil, realizing that it could lose. I decided to come to an agreement with us, or rather, not with us, but directly who was in front of her. And in front of her was the King of Fire. Only this evil spirit did not know that the King of Fire does not negotiate with enemies. Evil must be punished. This is the main rule. The Fire King stood in front of this green evil. Everything around the king was on fire. The fire heated the sky so that even on the ground it was very hot. Of the two, the more terrible and intimidating was, of course, our King of Fire, compared to this green man. Let's agree, said the green one. You will hand over to me all your friends and these lands along with the people. In exchange, I offer you half the kingdom. In return, I offer you to also be, like me, the chief on my lands. Agree. This is a good offer. You won't hear anything else like it. These were the last words of the green monster. The bishop continued his story. Negotiating this is not the King of Fire's priority. In this case, only the king set the conditions. The king cast his spells and manifested his superpower, and white, black, red colors appeared in the sky, which were diluted with the colors of fire. A few minutes later, the entire sky lit up with fire. Looking from the ground, it seemed as if the sky was simply on fire. Although this was not the case, the Fire King was in control of the situation. He couldn't allow this evil spirit to cause harm on Earth. Only he was friends with fire, so fire could not harm people either. The Fire King in the sky quickly shortened the fire. For fire, he was like a trainer. The fire obeyed him, and he listened to the fire. The King of Fire flew around the entire sky to check if any of these evil spirits were left. I just didn't want to miss anything. Suddenly, one of these colorful brothers remained. It was necessary to finish this matter once and for all. Say goodbye to them, and forget. Descending from heaven to earth, the King of Fire told how it really happened, that he only had enough of his superpowers. I didn't have to use everything. A spell he knew. The King of Fire stood on the ground, told what happened in the sky, and looked up. Suddenly, multicolored spots began to appear in the sky again. Strange flashes of different lights began to appear. Isn't that all? Thought the King of Fire. The Fire King was furious. He got very angry. He did not expect such a turn of events at all. This was definitely not part of his plans. He was so angry that the fire was around him, it seems to me, right up to the sky. It seemed that now everything would burn just from one look from him. Green paint. 5 spread across the entire sky. It was clear that the King of Fire had definitely not finished off one of the brothers. Someone managed to get away. It was necessary to finish. There was an urgent need to act. Well, all my patience has run out. The King of Fire screamed loudly into the sky. Wait, I'm coming. The King of Fire continued to scream. In less than a few minutes, the King of Fire was already in the sky. It seemed like no one could stop him anymore. People on the ground watched as fiery and green spots scattered across the sky. Somewhere more, somewhere less. Spots and flashes replaced each other, then more green ones. Then there were more fiery flashes in the sky. Everyone understood that 2 elements were colliding and fighting in the sky. One of the colored brothers, namely, the green brother. He turned out to be the most patient, the most tenacious, and the bravest, if you can call it that. He turned back into human form. In the sky, there was a silhouette of a man with wings. Instead of clouds, there was gray smoke. Then we on the ground saw blue and gray clouds scattering in the sky. The green person's place appears simply green, appears and disappears. It became clearly visible that it was the King of Fire who was defeating this green beast with his spells, in human form. The Fire King is simply handsome. He succeeded. The most courageous, brave man, brave warrior, professional and master of his craft, the best defender of the earth from all evil spirits. And the next story will be about how they wanted to freeze our planet. I hope you like it, the bishop said to his cousin's sister. This is a very interesting story. One day, freezing rain fell on our land. It was very cold. Everyone began to freeze. The temperature was below 0. People began to get sick from the cold. The children began to get sick from the cold. It was already unbearable to endure. It turned out that one cold spirit wanted to take advantage of our land. Let's call it that. Nobody knew his name, because we saw him for the first time. His goal was to freeze our entire Earth. He looked like an ordinary person. Maybe no one there understood this humanoid creature. The goal was to freeze. And so far, he has succeeded. The same evil spirits that remained on our land froze to death from this cold spirit. This, of course, helped us, but this could be dealt with somehow. We did not yet know what spells and what superpowers should work to counter this cold spirit. The city's residents were freezing. The children were freezing. It was impossible to walk on the street because of the cold. Trees, flowers, vegetation, and everything that grew in the garden began to die. The freezing rain did not stop falling on the ground. We tried to resist this, but nothing has worked for us so far. We watched what was happening here. We consulted. They made decisions. We selected superpower spells. It was difficult. This was the first time we encountered this. The rain did not stop falling on the ground. Sometimes just blocks of ice fell on the roofs of houses. It was very dangerous. The King of Fire tried to fight this evil spirit. But for now, the cold blast was stronger than the King of Fire. The spell and Sir, the King's ability did not help. But we did not despair. We still have many warriors, many spells, many superpowers. But we still made every effort to defeat this cold spirit. People who went outside to see what was happening froze right as they walked. We began to warn residents not to leave their homes. It's very unsafe. Then we noticed some kind of opposition in the sky. We only realized this because the freezing rain stopped falling on the ground. We saw in the sky that someone was fighting this cold spirit. We couldn't fly up and take a closer look. Therefore, they only observed the earth from afar. After a while, something exploded in the sky. It was the biggest flash and explosion I have ever seen. It seemed to me that all the colors of the rainbow were in the sky at the same time. Looking from the ground to the sky, we understood that someone was most likely defeating the cold spirit. But we didn't know who it could be. The King of Fire, who was covered almost entirely in ice. With the last of his strength, he shouted, "Look carefully at the sky. Don't you think this is our good old new friend?" Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a silhouette. This silhouette, of course, reminded everyone of our now friend and old acquaintance, who flew to us more than once with his evil deeds. In general, this silhouette reminded us of the Blue Prince. It was he who once promised to help us. The Blue Prince told us that our spell was useless. Asha, who is super strong, was also weak against the cold spirit. It was necessary, simply, answer the cold spirit with the same weapon. Like cold to cold, ice on ice, rain, rain. And this gives super strength, super weapons, and a powerful explosion. The ice is melting, and your enemies are melting too. At this moment, the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead screamed. Thank God we have friends on the other side. This time, it helped us a lot. Now I know for sure that friendship will save the world. Friendship will save the earth. Let's be friends. And then everyone on earth will have friendship and peace. The city was coming to its senses a little. The daughter did not stop yet because what had turned into ice was now melting and turning into rain. But the city was already much calmer. I want to tell you about one more friend of mine. The bishop continued to tell stories to his sister and cousin. This friend is called the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead. By the way, this is the young man you liked. The one you liked. The one who wears yellow clothes. I want to tell you that he's a very brave guy. He is a real hero and a professional in his field. His super ability is to sense danger. He always senses when danger is approaching. This is his strength. Only he and no one else has this ability. This is its value. This is his strength. Well, he's just a good guy. I'll tell you about its advantages. The Prince of the Underworld is a very cheerful guy. He once served on the side of evil. Then, like me, he rethought everything he did and went over to the side of good. That was not easy. This was, of course, in confrontation. Then, on this earth, there was a girl whose name was Red Phoenix. It is thanks to her that many of us became kind. Many of us have gone over to the side of good. The Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead loves jokes very much. He also likes to throw parties. The young throne is forgivable for him. In fact, he is a brave and courageous guy. He's honest. He is brave. If something works out in your relationship, I won't mind at all. So, let's continue. The Prince of the Underworld has superpowers, just like the rest of us. That means a lot of spells. For example, he knows spells that I don't know. I've never even heard them. Probably because we are from different worlds. The most important thing is that he is a brave guy. When he went over to the side of good, that's why I loved it. Residents of the city began to bless it and lay it down. Songs and poems about him. Well, let me tell you a secret. The bishop continued his story to his sister cousin. Since the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead is a very handsome young man, a lot of girls fell in love with him. In all cities, continents, planets, he broke the hearts of many girls. It was unrequited love. Therefore, my advice to you, sister, be careful. Although, if anything happens, I will intervene, the bishop laughed. Now, I'll tell you one very interesting, funny story. As I already said, the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead loves to throw parties, organize parties. It was an ordinary day. The weather was beautiful. The sky was blue. The Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead suggested making a holiday in the evening called Halloween. Everyone had to dress up and transform into some kind of monsters and evil spirits. As if we didn't have enough of this on Earth, he himself changed clothes or reincarnated to the mummy. To be honest, it was a little scary. I'll tell you the truth. I've never seen how scary the Prince of the Kingdom of the Dead is. Why he chose this image is unclear. Although if you think about it, he is the principal of the kingdom of the dead and not the kingdom of the living. So his suit was appropriate. In short, this topic is close to him, for reincarnated into a small bat. I decided that it would be better for me to remain unnoticed. Then everyone will see me and say, "Wow, how scary you are." So I flew quietly and watched everything that was happening. The whole city was preparing for this holiday. Halloween. Why was it called a holiday? I don't understand. When everything around you is scary, and there are already too many fears in our lives. Well, a holiday is a holiday. The holiday must be celebrated. On a holiday, you need to dress up. What did we do? Everything was ready for the holiday. The hall was colorfully decorated. We connected to color music and checked everything. Cases of color music struck in all directions. It was very beautiful, especially with music. The music was played very loudly, so it seemed like we were in a real disco, a real nightclub. Wow. The daughter of the Blue Dynasty turned into a fairy. Although no, this fairy was evil. It's Halloween. I'm correcting myself. Blue Dynasty Reign has turned into an evil fairy. There were no costumes. Of blue color, with gray shades. It didn't look very good. Well, that's probably how it should have been. This is a terrible holiday. Terrible images. A terrible character. You'll never guess which look the makeup artist chose for herself. She and the makeup artist tried very hard to achieve this. She is a specialist when it comes to image. In general, she turned into a terrible demon, with beard, with long hair. Scary, of course, but ugh. Let's continue, said the bishop, telling the story about Halloween to his sister cousin. The King of Fire chose the funniest and most interesting image for Halloween. He was a funny man, tanned and with a hairy body. He had arms and legs, but on the back of his back, he had large fiery wings. Of course. Where is our King of Fire without fire? Let everyone know who is who. The father of the Blue Dynasty chose a super image for himself. It was the image of a hero from movies. Action hero. Personally, he reminded me of the Terminator. One eye did not see the other eye. It was red, and something was blinking in it. Well, a typical Terminator. Probably, this image was the coolest and most suitable for this father. He fit very well, both in character and style. Go ahead. I'm telling you. Listen carefully. The Lord continued his story. Tell it to your sister and cousin. The image of a black widow. Yes, we also had such an image. So I chose this image for myself. Who would have thought? Malvina chose him for herself. Imagine, Malvina has become a black widow. Personally, I found it funny. But from the outside, it was scary. By the way, we are a kind dog. We also chose a look for Halloween. He chose the image of the Queen of Spades. I supported him in this. But to be honest, the image of the Queen of Spades was exactly similar to the image that Malvina chose for himself as a black widow. Their tastes coincided to a certain extent because they were very close friends with each other. Well, I chose this image for myself and didn't choose her. We'll upset him. What else will there be such an image to? The Lord laughed. By the way, I want to say about the Blue Prince. He was also invited to a party called Halloween. So this is the prince. Exceeded all expectations. He chose the image of a terrible ball lightning. Nobody recognized him in this guise, but oh well. Rain of Blue chose the image of a ghost. A girl who died a long time ago. She was hit by a car. Her soul is out of place. She cannot go to heaven in heaven, and therefore wanders the earth. This is the scary image she chose. My sister chose an image very similar to the previous one. She chose the image abandoned by the murdered bride. I don't know where she read about such an image. This already sounds terrible. Although looking at her, she is beautiful. I can't say it suits her, but the dress she is wearing emphasizes her beauty. I'll tell you further. The bishop continued his story to his sister cousin. Halloween was in full swing. Everyone was doing some kind of business, playing different games. In general, we had a good time, okay? I was just flying around. He kept order. On the dance floor, we rocked as hard as we could. Everyone was dancing, having fun, waving their arms and legs. It was very cool and fun. I was involved in the selection of music tracks. Prince, Kingdom of the Dead. He knows a lot about good music. We rearranged discs with different songs. Each of us offered our own versions of songs, groups and performers. We wanted to please everyone. There weren't many holidays. Therefore, I wanted to have a good rest for real. We had a lot of fun. The disco was the coolest in our lives. Everyone especially liked this music. Those who could and had super strength, they flew up to the very ceiling to have fun and fly there. I forgot to tell you about one more image that we had at the disco. Halloween. The Snow Queen tried on the image of a bald man. It looked very funny and unusual. No one could guess who it was in this guise. It was just great. Here's another look we had for Halloween. We called one of our old friends. I told you about him. His name is the Red King. He tried it on for Halloween. A very unusual image. It was the image of a good Santa Claus. Very old, but a very kind Santa Claus with a long white beard. Some reprimanded him. That on Halloween, the images should be scary and evil. To which the Red King replied, "All my adult life, until I was old, I was evil. And on this holiday, I want to be kind." Everyone danced, and everyone really liked the music that was on this holiday. Neon rays, flashing lights, laser show. Everything was just great. For us, it was the best holiday where we could relax. Here it is, in its entirety. In general, the disco was in full swing. The dance floor was booming with music. Those who did not have enough space on the dance floor flew up to the very ceiling and danced there. This was allowed. Those who had superpowers could afford it. Those who were more down to earth danced on the floor. Only one person danced better than anyone at this disco. The bishop continued to tell his story to his sister and cousin. Of course, it was the Blue Dynasty's reign. She was good. She had beautiful plasticity, good body movements. In general, everyone liked her dancing, especially her outfit. Especially men. "What a wonderful time you are having," said cousin to her brother Vladika. What I liked most was that at this disco there were those characters, those heroes who once wanted to do you bad, those who were against you. Now they have become your friends, like-minded people. You have forgotten all the grievances and are celebrating the holiday together. This is just great, brother. The cousin said to her lord, "Oh, how I wish I could be at this celebration. I have never celebrated a holiday called Halloween in my life. It's so interesting. You are a very good storyteller, my brother. I listened to you, and it seemed to me that I was at this party with you. I'm dancing on this dance floor. I see this light show, and I hear this music and dance with you. This is very cool. I practically danced with you. Those dances you told me about, brother. It's all so realistic that I felt like I was there with you. What a wonderful holiday it turned out to be." The cousin took her brother Vladika by the hands. "Brother, do you remember how in childhood, when I was scared, I always took your hand? I felt masculine power. I felt safe. Anxiety and fear faded into the background. When I was scared, I came to your room. I took your hand. She said that I was scared, that I have nightmares. He held my hand tightly, and he spoke. Everything is fine. I'm nearby. As long as I'm around, no one will hurt you. So, sister, go to bed, and I will guard your sleep. Oh my God, this is so wonderful, the cousin said to her brother, Vladika. The cousin held her brother's hand, hugged it, and kissed it. The room missed that relationship so much. I really missed these childhood memories. Do you remember me as a child? Do you remember what I was like? Do you remember how I had a bad character? I asked my cousin for his brother to the bishop. I was unbearable. Kozina began to remember how small she was as a child and what she did. The conversation continued, and she told interesting stories like this. Do you remember when I was scared? At night, I would get out of bed and start crying very loudly throughout the apartment. Everyone woke up and came running to me to calm me down. They put me back to bed to sleep. It's morning. I woke up. I didn't remember anything that happened to me at night. I saw only the dissatisfied faces of my parents and all my relatives and friends. Because they didn't get enough sleep. Because they were worried and heard my moans, screams, tears. And they had no time for sleep. I just kept them from sleeping. I also remember one time when I was very, very scared at night. I started crying. You, brother, came to my room and took me in your arms. I immediately felt calm. I calmed down. Warmth and energy came from your hands. I thought I was a little girl. I go in the milk that sleeps, not in a flower, but in your big warm palms. These are not childhood memories, brother. The cousin continued to tell her childhood memories of her brother Vladika. Vladika, I remember well when I cried. You came to my room and sat on my bed. He hugged me tightly and held me close, and stroked his head. They did not immediately feel calm. I was no longer capricious, and I didn't cry. I still don't understand how you did it. Do you remember how my mother left, and you and I were left alone in the house? You were visiting us then. We were left completely alone. You were older and younger. He took care of me, fed me. The most important thing is that at that moment you already said that I would not leave you in trouble. I can always protect you. I didn't understand these words then. When my mother left, she said, Vladika, looking after her sister. If necessary, comb it, or braid your hair on your head. A girl should always be beautiful. Please keep an eye on this. Branch is her brother, and most importantly, keep an eye on her, so that nothing bad happens. I remember how you combed my hair, how he tried to braid my hair. True, you didn't succeed at all, and I also remember how much I liked it all. When you couldn't braid my hair, I was very nervous and worried. You merged, went to another room, then came back again and tried again. And so, it could go on all evening. And we started telling each other horror stories right then in childhood. She continued to tell her cousin, to her brother Vladika. Then, you scared me with some kind of garden scarecrow. In fact, I was very scared. But I didn't confess to you, and didn't show it. But when my mother came home, I immediately told her everything about you. I told her the whole truth. Everything we did was left all day. How you fed me, how you calmed me down, how clumsily you braided my hair sideways. You scared me with your scary stories. This made my mom very happy. She laughed very hard. She always said kids are so funny. While you are little, you are very kind. The most important thing is that when you grow up, make the right choice. Make no mistake. That's right. I remember what my mother said. Evening came imperceptibly. Vladika and his sister cousin talked a lot. A lot. At that moment, some people gathered near the bishop's house. These were his friends. They were a good dog. Prince, Kingdom of the Dead, father of the Blue Dynasty, and Malvina. The father of the Blue Dynasty approached his cousin. "This is the Lord's sister." He told her that you are still a girl. You don't know some of our friends, with which this whole story on Earth just began. Today, you will have a wonderful chance to get to know her better. The father of the Blue Dynasty said that we are talking about a beautiful girl of a wonderful warrior and guardian of this land. Everyone loves and respects her. Her name is Red Phoenix. Father, you asked your father seriously, daughter of the Blue Dynasty. Are you serious that the Red Phoenix itself is flying in today? Many have not seen it, but everyone has heard and knows about it. Everybody knows. What kind of person is she? Everyone knows about her exploits. God, is it really true that the Blue Dynasty Rain screamed? Rain Dynasty and Blue have heard a lot about the Red Phoenix. Legends walked the earth about this beautiful girl. Few people saw her, but absolutely every inhabitant of this land knew about her exploits and about her existence. It was a great honor to see and meet such a legend. Named Red Phoenix, all the friends gathered in the yard. They began to decide and discuss how they would meet the Red Phoenix. Some of them didn't even see what she looked like. Each of the friends offered their own options like exit, Red Phoenix. One of my friends said, "Perhaps the Red Phoenix is very similar to its friend. Or maybe he's not even a friend, but a brother. It seems to me that the Red Phoenix is very similar to our Lord. Therefore, let's imagine that in the form of a ruler. A Red Phoenix appears with wings. But I think she's like that." Malvina also expressed her opinion. Or maybe the Red Phoenix looks like a superhero. For me personally, a superhero is our King of Fire. Perhaps she is very similar to our king. Well, only the hair is different, for example, like this. Everyone laughed. You will also say that she looks like me. The makeup artist told her loudly and laughed. I also have superpowers. Maybe then, in your opinion, I am the Red Phoenix. Everyone looked at the makeup artist and laughed. Everyone was having fun. Everyone was laughing and laughing. Were they supposed to meet a legend named Red Phoenix? But few of them had any idea what she looked like. Therefore, according to the descriptions that they heard and knew from the people, they imagined her in different guises. Or maybe a red phoenix, similar to a small moth, which wakes up and flies only at night. That's why she sees better at night. She sees everything that happens around. And if we logically talk about it flying at night, everyone is sleeping. So no one knows what she looks like because no one saw her at night. Everything is logical, said one of my friends. Listen, friends, no one has seen the Red Phoenix for a long time. What if this is an option? What if she moved to her backside, to the side of evil? Of course, it's impossible. But what if? And now she looks very scary, like some kind of monster. Suddenly, Malvina said, you can also say that she was the monster who flew to our earth and spat blood. We all felt bad, then we defeated him, this monster, and everyone immediately felt good. Well, it's funny, friends. Let's get serious. Suddenly, the cousin added, friends, but this may indeed be true. Let's remember which of the monsters most often came to this earth. I listened to almost all the stories that my brother Vladika told me. Very often, a gray man descended to the ground. He just watched and left. There was no war, no battles. Maybe this is the Red Phoenix. Oh, funny, she just came to Earth to see if everything was okay here. How do you like this option, friends? The Lord added. Friends, I like the flight of your thoughts. Your imagination is just off the charts. For me personally, so far I like the option that the Red Phoenix looks like some kind of gray demon. You say that he came to us and looked at us with such a look, and everyone immediately began to imagine this look. Remember the human vampire? Was there such a thing as us on Earth? A makeup artist joined the dialogue. Friends, you will also say that the Red Phoenix is a human vampire. Funny. A hero of our time cannot look like that. All friends immediately imagined a vampire before the eyes of this man. Blood ran down his lips, his face was gray, and the eyes were white. He may be our Red Phoenix? This is a girl who once flew to our Earth. Remember, there was a beautiful girl, but with red eyes. Remember, while we were thinking about what to do with it and how to fight against it, when did we think about what mission she came to us on Earth with? We took it and disappeared. No one has ever seen the big ones. Alternatively, it should look like this. Perhaps this is her. Entered into dialogue. Father of the Blue Dynasty. Friends, you are wrong. I've heard a lot. Stories, legends, and stories about the courage and heroism of the Red Phoenix. Believe me, a girl hero cannot look like some kind of evil spirit. She's a hero. She's on the side of good. I completely agree with the father of the Blue Dynasty, the makeup artist said loudly. I'll tell you this, friends. History and legends are all good, but we need to know our heroes by sight. So I suggest as soon as you see the Red Phoenix, remember her forever, so that I can continue to tell my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren what the legend, the best and most courageous warrior in the universe really looked like. A girl named Red Phoenix. Dynasty. The father of the dynasty and the Blues completely agreed with the makeup artist. For the tin, I sat down towards the end and they laughed, like two good friends. The next day came. The city was preparing for some incomprehensible holiday. Few people already remembered what the Red Phoenix actually looked like. Many people thought it was a man. Someone thought it was a woman. Hello? Who knew that this was a beautiful young girl? It was a wonderful sunrise. The sun rose very beautifully. The sun's rays covered the entire earth. Everything seemed a little sunny and golden. It was very quiet and peaceful in the city, like never before. There was almost no wind, and the birds sang so strongly and so loudly and so beautifully as they had never sung. Suddenly, some kind of golden cloud appeared in the air. The sky began to become covered with gold dust. A slight wind picked up. People began to run out into the streets and look at the sky. What was happening? A Red Phoenix descended from heaven to earth. She was a young, beautiful girl. She wore a golden crown on her head. The middle of the crown was beautiful, red, precious stone. Red Phoenix had a luxurious figure that everyone could envy. It seemed that everything around had frozen. The birds stopped singing. The wind has disappeared. It became very quiet and calm in this moment. A charming girl named Red Phoenix looked at her friends. I looked at my people and my lands, which she guarded for so many years. She's considered the most ancient keeper, the initiator of these lands. Suddenly, gold fell from the sky onto the people on the hill. It was gold of the highest standard. It was gratitude from the Red Phoenix for the fact that once upon a time, this city was this land. These residents especially accepted her as one of their own. On the head of the Red Phoenix was a golden firebird. This decoration was always on her, every day and night. Phoenix closed her eyes. I read it to myself. Spell. And in a moment, the golden heat of the bird lived. She turned into a big insistent. I'm looking for a firebird. If I'm not around, said the Red Phoenix, Firebird will help you. She will always be on these lands. We'll never fly away from here. Therefore, no matter what, you can always come to her for help. After these words, the sister of the Red Phoenix descended from heaven to earth. This is the Snow Queen. She had also been waiting for this meeting for a very long time and missed her sister. Sister, I really missed you, said the Snow Queen. Red Felix, while you were away from these lands, I helped your people in any way I could. I promised you to look after them. I kept my word. Suddenly, the Queen and the Red King descended to earth from heaven. Hello, Snow Queen. They said hello. Hello, Red Phoenix. They said hello again. We came to apologize. While you were away, we caused a lot of trouble to your people and your guardian of the city. But thank God, we became friends. Yes, we've become friends, said the Snow Queen. True, at first we had to fight a little, but then, of course, friendship appeared. The Snow Queen laughed. Yes, that's exactly it, said the Red King. We've rethought everything. And I want to tell you, Red Phoenix, that we have already helped your people more than once and helped them out in difficult times. Therefore, I can proudly say that we are now friends." The golden heat bird that descended from the head of the Red Phoenix suddenly began to turn into a bird covered in gold and fire. Everyone standing nearby simply froze. Everyone was shocked. No one understood what was happening. From the fiery bird, a real beautiful girl emerged. Slender, long-legged blonde. No one has ever seen such a beautiful girl on this earth. The Snow Queen looked at this beautiful girl and admired her beauty. Never in their lives had anyone present seen a more beautiful girl than this blonde. "You leave her on these lands instead of yourself?" The Snow Queen asked her sister, the Red Phoenix. "The main thing is that the people accept it." At that moment on the street, all the residents of the city stood and looked at the unprecedented beauty in this city. To a snow-white girl, young and slender, a girl with white hair, all the people have already fallen in love with this image. Some city residents thought that she was the daughter of the Red Phoenix. People immediately began to invent fairy tales and legends. Beautiful Phoenix and her daughter. But no one knew the truth. The Red Vest laughed. She was amused by the fact that people immediately began to invent fairy tales and legends, composes songs and poems about the unearthly beauty of the blonde who appeared on their land. Red Phoenix turned to the people and said, "Residents of the city, what if I'm not around? You can totally count on this beautiful girl with white hair." At that moment, somewhere in other countries, in other galaxies, on other planets, various monsters and monsters screamed. They understood that the Red Phoenix had returned. They screamed in fear, because they knew that the Red Phoenix could appear near them at any moment and take revenge for everything they did on this earth. The sun began to shine even brighter on this earth. The birds began to sing so beautifully that they had never sung so beautifully in their lives. Red Phoenix had to do one more good deed, which she had dreamed of and missed for a very long time. She remembered that she had a friend here, the first person we met on this earth, a man who was at first on the side of evil, but thanks to her, he switched to the side of good. With a quick step, the Red Phoenix rushed towards the house, which was very familiar to her. She spent many years in this house. There were many joys and disappointments in this house. Her walk turned into a run as she ran towards her friend, a person with whom friendship has grown into love. Red Phoenix ran with all her might to her lover. She already saw him in the distance, so I wanted to quickly run to him, hug him tightly, and kiss him. The bishop stood and waited. He has been doing this for many years. Red Phoenix is our Lord's favorite girl. He thought about her every second, every day, every moment, and in sorrow and in joy. "Well, hello, darling." For the first time, the Red Phoenix said these words to her beloved ruler. Feelings overwhelmed her. My heart was beating so hard that it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. We haven't seen each other for so long. There is so much we need to tell each other. I'll tell you just one thing. Lord, you are the best thing in my life. I love you. The bishop was very moved. The bishop quietly told Malvina to prepare a holiday and a party in honor of the appearance of the Red Phoenix. We will have a wedding. Tell everyone. Malvina immediately ran to tell everyone and prepare this celebration. The Lord was so overwhelmed with feelings. It seemed like he was about to faint and lose consciousness. He understood that he was a strong warrior. He knows many spells and has all the superpowers. But the feeling is love knocked him down. The Sovereign and the Red Phoenix hugged each other tightly. They stood and were silent. They looked into each other's eyes. There is true love, a love that lasts for years, love that is confirmed by actions, love that is waited and waited for. At this time, a wedding dress for the Red Phoenix was already being prepared. It was the most luxurious and beautiful dress that this beautiful girl could have. The image for her, of course, was created by a makeup artist. The father of the Blue Dynasty and the makeup artist stood and admired this couple. They looked at how much they loved each other. They saw the Lord looking into the eyes of his Red Phoenix lover. It was true love. Friends and guests were already ready to celebrate this celebration called a wedding. There was peace on earth. All residents felt completely safe. probably because it's on Earth. Karina Love.